Hey, you. Yeah. I don't know what else to say, man. I just hope y'all ready. To this one is another banger. Yeah. Yeah. I hate hearing my own voice, but it's cool. But yeah, we back. I got a cosmic brownie. And it tastes so good. Yeah. Man. So if you're catching this on the replay, you in for a treat. We have um a young lady who posed the question in my last live. Shout out to the beautiful alien superstar. Shout out to the beautiful alien superstar. Um, so hold on, my headphones is all messed up. Like my chorus is messed up. But yeah, so she posed a question in the last live. I think um social media ruined authentic connections. And my answer on this question might actually surprise a lot of people, right? But I think that in general, right? I think that, and I see you in the chat. I'll call you up in a second. I think that this is something that's going to be a good topic. I think I can guess what people's answers would be based on the demographic of a person. Like if they're more liberal or if they're more conservative, if they're more traditional, they're more modern, if they male or female. But I think it's a good subject to have. So we got one of our guests here. I think the person who actually posed the question might be sleep. So welcome into the stage, Battle of the Twins.
Hello, hello.
No, 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 no. In all seriousness, though, welcome to the stage, Battle of the Twins.
What up, what up?
What does BI mean?
Hmm?
Did I say BL or BI?
Wait, you could see the whole thing? I was trying to crop it out.
Just say
And
BL.
it's Belle Boutique. I really thought it was cropped out.
No, in your name, where you typed your name at.
It's BL Twins.
All right, so what do BL mean?
Oh, all right. Definitely wrote that too quick. It was not supposed to say that's a typo.
Okay, cool. It's all right. We ain't gonna tell nobody. Just make something up real fast.
Um,
Big Lash Twins. Big Lash Twins.
I was gonna say
Like
be living or
eyelashes. Yeah.
something.
Yeah. All right.
Be
So
life. There we go. Be life. Right.
be
Um,
loved.
be be life twins. I don't know.
See, I
Um,
can't I can't turn my voice down without turning you down. I don't like that. I
uh,
gotta I gotta upgrade my sound thingy. because I don't want to hear my voice. I just want to hear you. Unless I take the mic and plug it into the computer. All right. All right, y'all. I see we got two people in the chat. Shout out to the two people in the chat, man. Peace, love, health, and wealth to you and yours. And for those who in the chat, if you wanna, oh well, they left, but I was just
I
gonna
was just
say, if you in the chat and you wanna chime in on the subject, you can do so. You can hit the link and come on up. Let me let me post the link. See, I kind of want to back out of this right now, and the reason why I'm saying that is because the young lady who posed the question,
right. It's not even here.
she's not here. And
Yeah,
so, did you hear how or why she asked that question?
I could have an idea, but I don't know why.
Well, I was talking about my social media struggles, right? And I was talking about, hold on, because I don't like hearing my voice, man. Is there is no way that I can not hear my voice without, I haven't figured it out yet. Voiceover, no.
I mean, you're good for
Elimination.
right now. I mean, we could
Yeah,
just,
well,
do a
so
little
so the
snippet.
thing is, I'm talking to you through, I got my soundboard and I don't know how to turn off my voice without hearing and still be able to hear you. Excuse me.
Okay.
So what I
Um,
think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run the audio through the computer and not the soundboard, but I'll just run the mic through the soundboard. So if
mhm.
you give me a second to tweak the settings. Oh, look at this kangaroo. So my computer got the rotating backgrounds, and it's a kangaroo on the beach.
Mhm.
It's a little baby kangaroo.
I can't see a kangaroo.
All right. So let me go to sound. Let me go to settings. All right. So speakers, we're gonna go through the computer, and then
Right.
the input, we're gonna leave it alone. Okay. So let me hit this. No, I was supposed to just it do that every time. Do that. All right. Good. I can't hear you. Good thing. So let me switch over to the computer. Let me plug in. Where the headphone thing at? Right here. Where is it at? Okay. That's yeah. Um, all right. So that so then only thing I should have to do is just turn up the computer volume. All right. Can you say something?
Hello, hello.
Yeah, I got you. All right, cool. Now can you hear my sound effects?
Yes, I can hear your sound effects.
Okay, cool. All right, cool. So, shout out to the two people in the chat. Normally, when I shout out the people in the chat, they always run. I don't know why. Y'all could just hit that like button and stick around. But yeah, so this is a very interesting topic, and I'm very curious to see how this topic is going to flow. Like I said, based on the demographics of the person, I can guess and see what their answer is going to be. But it's nice to hear what people got to say, man. So I guess you can go, man. What is your take
Well,
on
no,
the
because
subject at hand?
well, since this was based, it's I don't know, how this conversation came about and how the question and why it was, proposed. But
So the background, really quick, the background was I was saying we was talking in the last live and I was saying building mental and emotional fortitude. And I was using the example of the merch. So one example I like using, of course, I like using real life examples. So I always use me as an example. So I was telling how I was on my quote unquote spiritual journey. I hate saying that word, but I was on my self awareness journey. And one of the things early on that stood out to me was the things that I was following on Instagram, and it was nothing but beautiful women. I mean, some of them was ugly, but they had beautiful features, man. Like it would be booties and boobies and thighs and eyelashes everywhere, and it was just it got to a point to where it was just like I was just like strong, not strong out. I was what is it like when you just had enough of something? It was just like because I was getting more into Sadhguru. I was getting more into metaphysics, and I was getting more into yoga and all of that stuff. So it was just like I was literally at a battle with myself because it was on one end I was flourishing and blooming, becoming the beautiful flower that you see today. Then on the other end, I was stuck in habit, stuck in habitual ways. So I was just using that example of us separating the consciousness from the body and then reabsorbing the consciousness, but using the consciousness for what we wanted to use it for instead of allowing external forces to dictate our every move. Okay, so that was a little bit of what I was talking about.
Okay. So
So then she posed the question, do I think that um
social media.
relationships ruined social media ruined relationships? And the short answer for me is no, but I'm gonna give you the floor and then we can dialogue.
I kind of, if I were to guess, I could kind of see why you would say no, right? But me, right? Do I believe social media? I say and or technology, right? Ruin relationships. Yeah, I would say absolutely.
Well, I didn't even think about that. Excuse me.
Well, yeah,
All
because
right,
when
I'm
she
just
said social media, I'm not gonna just isolate and just only think about social media. But technology, I to me, social media is technology, right? I believe that it did ruin. It ruined humanity. I, for one, I could see how it ruined me personally and how it could affect others. So yes, I do, because in our everyday lives, right? Um, everyone's on the go, right? You have your daily schedule. Everyone just on to the next move, on to the next move, on to the next move,
pew.
right? And no one's really with family. Every time we are at a family event or family gathering, what do we see? People on their phones. Uh, we used to sit at a table during dinner time and speak and hear and look at our family. Nowadays, because of social media or technology, we isolate ourselves. Like it's no longer or sitting at a table at dinner with family has become non-existent. Me personally. Um,
Mhm.
because we isolate ourselves. Why? Because social media, everyone's attached on their phones. You see it every day. People are jaywalking, getting hit by cars. What? Being on the phone, on social media, right? They can't separate themselves from their phone. So
Mhm.
now COVID happened, right? Everyone is now forced to sit with themselves or family or significant other. And in that time frame, everyone was breaking up. And it's just like I thought about, okay, what's the reason? Because y'all in love or you with the family, right? You know this, like you should know the person. So why everyone is just so quick to just leave a relationship? Because now they are forced to actually listen, hear, be with the person, cohabitate, or live with the person. and now y'all can't. I think social media technology has desensitized um, us as individuals,
Mhm.
and now thus creating issues where we don't know how to communicate. We can't learn to listen. We can't learn to empathize because now, because of social media, has created multitude and numerous issues where like our attention span is so short. So if I am having, some would say argument, some would say discussion, no one could sit through 5 seconds of trying to get to the root of a problem without calling it quits or, oh, I give up or I'm out. They rather be out and go on to the next thing, to the next vibe, to the next wave. Social media has opened up Pandora's box, so to say, where everything is accessible. So just to dumb it down, I'd rather not deal with you. I could go deal with other people where I could catch a good vibe from. But you're leaving what you know for something else because it's easier. It's at your fingertips. It's at a click of a button. No one really cares to work with what they got. No one knows how to deal. No one knows how to talk. No one knows how to feel. The five senses, right? No one's using it anymore because social media has definitely ruined relationships in that aspect. Like, even myself, I'm very family orientated, right? But now I'm self aware that I spend a lot of time, hours even, on YouTube where I could be productive in other areas of my life. Like I could hide in my room for like 6 hours, 8 hours, where I have family downstairs that I could be talking to, but no, I'd rather be on my phone. So that's how I think that social media has ruined relationships.
Okay, so just one thing that you had said that I wanted to ask about was um the fact that it slipped my mind. I should have wrote it down when I was thinking about it. All right. So I'm gonna come back to that. But here's my take on the question, right? First thing first, I think that it depends on the definition of because the question was an authentic relationship or authentic connection. I'm sorry.
Well, connection
So
is
my
a
thing,
connection. Connection is a connection is a connection, whether it's authentic or not.
Awesome!
But it ruined, like social media ruined someone to sustain a connection. Like let's not attach an adjective, right, to the word, to the connection word. It just simply it has ruined it.
so I sec. Well, so my thing is that based off of the question that was posed, right? And I think it's really fair if we do like a part two and include her in this because
Right.
since she was the one who posed the question, then I want to address her point of view and specific on what she think is an authentic connection or not. And I think she was basing it off the fact that there's a lot of superficial things that people is into these days. The
Right.
the you know materialism is at an all time high. Men and women, like the
Yes.
value of a man and woman is merely physical anymore, unless you like to argue. And I'm not a person who like to argue, so I don't
Mhm.
really get off into the arguing that people be doing. But but to answer the question though, what I think she mean is like monogamous relationships that's built on more than just six packs and BBLs and
Yes.
oh, he got pretty eyes and
Yeah.
like
We fell
because
in like
even
people fall in love with like a fallacy, like I
Mhm.
fantasy. So it's no longer authentic. people are looking for BBLs, or women are looking for people with long pockets. It's just it's not really real, like it's not authentic. We don't care to know what's your favorite color, right? Or like what's your pet peeves? Because everyone's so quick to get on to the next wave. Like, what we drinking tonight? Oh, what he got going on? Oh, we out, we copping the table. Like the glitz and glamour, right? It's not real. No one writes poems anymore. No one could write like a text message, in a paragraph form explaining how you feel about the person. Ain't no one's the way she asked the question, I would take it as there is no longer a meaningful relationship, like
So
authentic to the sense of I know what makes you sad, I know what makes you happy, I know what makes you cry, you know, like I know how to motivate you, I know how to talk to you, right? Social
mhm.
media has ruined that.
So then that lead me to say what I wanted to say, which was it depends on what the individual person deem a relationship is and what they're looking for as far as their compatibility, because we have a, especially us in a melanated, black, indigenous, whatever you want to call it, we have this group think mentality where we always think about everybody and not think about ourselves. In some cases, that's a really good thing,
Mhm,
but in most cases, it's not, because
mhm,
we start to say things like common sense, right? And the thing is that if I didn't grow up how you grew up, then we not gonna have the same quote unquote common sense. You know what I'm saying?
mhm,
Like, common sense for some people is if you broke, sell drugs. Well, that might not be common sense for other people. You know what I'm saying? If you grew up in a highly sexual environment, you know what I'm saying? Like, we might have different viewpoints on what's acceptable and what's not acceptable when it come down to things like public display of affection. You know
mhm.
what I'm saying? So it really, the first point that I took note on was that it just depends on what your definition of an authentic connection is, because like you said, a connection is a connection. It just really depends on what you as an individual is looking for when it comes down to compatibility. But I think that social media has put
I think
a certain level of confusion
mhm,
on relationships, because people seem to be more confused now than ever when it come down to relationships.
yes.
Then again, either it's just us with this group think mentality, in which we think everybody's supposed to think like us because we got the
Mhm,
same skin color, or or if it ain't the group mentality, then we just worried about the wrong stuff. Because my thing is that if me and you, if we don't like the same things and we don't dislike the same things, then there's no us.
right.
Just because we from the same neighborhood, or because we grew up, with some of the same customs, that doesn't mean that there's a us. If we're not compatible, then there's no us. But
Well,
it
well,
there ain't, it ain't no us.
yes, that's true. However, well, I'm going to use it in a broad, like in a general sense, because I feel like you're using it in a sense of between a man and a woman, right? But
No, I'm using it in the sense of everybody think that just because we're quote unquote black, or just because we quote unquote African American, that this is like, I had a young lady who tell me, so I was expressing to her that my ideal mate, not what I'm looking for, right?
mhm,
But
mhm,
my ideal mate, if I had to choose, I would like a nice tone, athletic build. That's what I like. I like not necessarily skinny and petite, but not necessarily BBW, just something nice and toned, and in shape. You know, I always been a person who was into sports, and I'm really big on longevity,
Right.
right? So it ain't the fact that I don't like big girls or anything like that. I love them. They taste really good, but at the
Right.
end of the day, but at the end of the day,
Mhm.
I think about longevity when I think about a partner. You know what I'm saying? I think
Of course.
about grandkids, being alive for grandkids. So with that being said, I don't see 100-year-old people that weigh 300 pounds. I just don't. You know what I'm saying? Like if you see one, let me know. But I never seen an 80-year-old, you know what I'm saying? That's
Um,
450 pounds.
yes, I could say I have personally.
How, okay. So is that one person? Is that person that you saying the anomaly for an 80-year-old, or is that pretty consistent? Where you from?
It's not consistent, no.
Okay.
But not to get off track, right? Because we're talking about connection, authenticity, and this social media have a part to play in that. And all I'm saying is that social media technology has programmed us to if some of us do think this way, then so be it. And if some of us do not think this way, then okay, so be it as well. But the as a consensus, right? Um, has did it ruin relationships? Yes, it has, because now we become so desensitized. We we see glitz and glamour all the time, whether it's on TikToks, Instagram, Facebook, what have you, and everyone's hollering at everybody. We're so quick to not seek to understand the connections we have. We are too tired to even go through a discussion or an argument or debate, however way you want a dialogue with a person. They're not trying to fix an issue. If an issue arises, who is willing to think it through to find a solution? No one's trying to do that, right? And and oftentimes you do see on social media like the masses talking about like there's the red pill group or the blue pill group or whatever. A lot of the videos we all see, has is shaping our minds to think a certain way. Now it's up to you to not. Like you have a group stating, you can't get with a female if she's not a size 4. Don't get, if she's not a size 4, if she's combative, if she's not submissive, like you have all of that being thrown at you on a daily basis, which now programs and forms our thought and our emotions to move a certain way, right?
Yeah,
And then
but
you have those,
so let me stop you right there. My thing is that that don't apply if I'm not compatible with that ideology, because I
correct.
heard
And
that
that's,
plenty of times, and I'm not going to go vibrate on from what them dudes say just because they saying it. You get what I'm saying?
exactly. I do. And that's for those who don't think that way and follow, you know, other people and their sayings. Yes, that's true. But think of it as a collective. Like, no one's married these days. Like, no one's talking about marriage. You know what I mean?
But that's
It
been
changed.
going on. That ain't just
No,
started in the
no, no,
2000s. That's been
no.
going on for a
It
long
has not.
time.
It has not been going on for a
Yes,
long
it
time.
has.
I
Yes,
I
it
I
has.
beg I beg to differ. I beg to differ because nowadays
Okay.
no one's
Let's check
trying to
the
get down.
numbers. Let's check the numbers.
Well, okay, yes, we could check the numbers. And right now, marriage is low compared to back then. And when I say back then, I'm not
But
talking
what is
50
back
years
then?
exactly. And I'm not saying 50 years ago, but 20, let's say 20 years ago. 20 year okay, 20 to 30 years, right? I'm gonna keep it at a small range. 20 to 30 years ago, you would see more of that. Now you don't. You don't see it. Not in my peers, you know, um, you don't see that anymore. There's a lot of BMs, I hate that term. BMs and BD, like there's a lot of it more now. Now, and then if I get into that, then we have to go by culture, right? Go by races. And it's just like it's a lot to sit and speak upon. But social media has a part to play in the downfall. of not knowing how to maintain, sustain a relationship. No one, you can't not say someone's with someone for over 30 years. That is so rare. That is so rare.
But I don't blame them because if we not compatible, then why am I staying? I don't
But
care if we not.
but it
But if
doesn't
we
okay,
not
well, hear me out.
compatible, I'm not getting in a
But
relationship
not
in the
everyone
first
n
place.
right, but not everyone could really be self-aware, like, "Okay, am I compatible with this person?" No one's I can't say no one. You went through stages, you went through trials and tribulations, you went through life, you went through experience for you to now understand, "Okay, when I do find a counterpart, this person has to be compatible with me." Some people don't even know that term. Some people don't even know where to begin with. Like, okay, I'm looking for similar, like qualities, right? In a person. That's not what some of the people are thinking about, right? Like I always thought opposites attract until life taught me like hell no, opposites don't.
Yeah, whoever said that, they had to be talking about gender, but that even that ain't true no more.
I got that from physics, like the opposites attract when it comes to magnetic and all that nonsense. So I say that to say
Not when it
that
come
was
down to
my
personality.
that's but yeah, but my mindset back then was okay, opposites did attract, right? So I was programmed to think in such a way until life taught me. And now I had to deprogram that thought because I went through, experience to know, oh, oh, hold up. Yeah, nah, opposites don't attract. I'm so sorry. Like, may I use zodiacs as for one? So Gemini and Sagittarius, op, that's the opposite. Geminis are opposite of Sag. Sag is opposite of Gemini. Can can we work together? No. Absolutely not. Um, so opposites don't attract, but I had to deprogram what was programmed to reprogram myself, right? But at the end of the day, no one is trying to find balance, trying to find the meaning of life, trying to find their counterpart in ways of okay, are they compatible? No one because social media has conditioned us to look for a chick with a slim waist, fat ass, whatever, right? Or for women looking for he got to make six figures and he got to be tall. Like we're conditioned to think in such way. Now, whether or not you fall in line to think like that, that's on you. But does social media have a part to play in this day and age of a downfall? Yes, it definitely has. It has.
Okay, so back to what I was saying, which was so I was told that I wasn't that I should have dated. I was told because I wanted a woman with a healthy weight, right? That
Mhm,
because I didn't want a woman that was 300-400 pounds, that
mhm.
I should date a white woman.
I
That's
knew it.
that's
I was gonna
that
say
was
it.
the end of the story that I was
Well,
told.
yeah, because
And
statistically, that is true. You don't see that is statistically true. Who is more fit, black or white or Spanish, right? If you wanna add that into the okay, a white woman is definitely more fit than racist, if you're doing comparison. Absolutely, they would say your counterpart would be you should get with a white woman. Absolutely, if that's what you're looking for, if those are the traits you're looking for, then you need to go down this level, right? Go over here. Because if you go to the right, you're not going to find that. Absolutely not, right? In my neighborhood, you see, white women, running, walking, walk I don't see no ethnicities, melanated people doing such. No. And I live in the suburbs. So what does that tell you?
I don't know, but I never heard such a ridiculous thing in my life.
It's not
That
ridiculous.
I should
Perhaps you
it
should
is
have asked
ridiculous for the simple
well,
fact
perhaps you
that
should have asked the person who
because
told you
she
that.
was saying, but so why is it okay for people to be unhealthy?
It's not okay. See, now you're trying to go down. Now you're trying to
Mm, no,
no. This is
this is where I was going
you're
in the
gonna
first
go off
place.
tangent because you should have asked the person who posed that statement to you based on what research. You, because if you think it's
Based
ridiculous,
off of
well,
Instagram. Every woman is 300 pounds with a flat stomach.
yes, there is a lot, but the person told you you're because you're looking for a slit film, slit. Okay, now I see what you're talking about.
I didn't
You're
say I
looking
was
for
looking for one. I said that if I had to choose, if I
that's
could, if I had to choose, that's
a
what I
body
would.
type.
That's what I would get. Not necessarily Barbie. I like
I said body type.
I
The body type,
oh
like
body
yeah,
type. Yeah,
yes,
it was just a ask on what I would choose.
right. And
But
the person said white, but then you should have asked, okay, what, where are you pulling this? What are your
oh, I
resources?
already know because she believes that she's black and this is what black people do. Whatever the trend is on TikTok and Instagram, that's her definition of what being
Oh,
black is.
and
We
she's
ain't
not
got to ask. I
credible.
already knew. See, I
Well,
knew
she's
her
not
for a
credible.
while before she even said that. You said what?
She's not credible. Then
No,
she's
she
not
is credible
credible.
because there's a lot of people who think, or there's a lot of people who follow the school of fish. Just like she's one part of the school of fish.
But
She's
that's not
one Nemo
true
in the whole
because
school.
there are many. Well, I say that to say that one, that's not, she's not credible if she's going to pull from Instagram. One. Now, if you're pulling from statistics, you may say majority of fit women would fall, you know, in the
But
Caucasian group.
it's a lot
But
of
but
it's a
you could
lot of
definitely find
black
a
and
black
African
female.
American women who care about their physical
Yes, and
appearance.
I'm saying you could find a fit, slender woman, fit, not, to your liking, in every race, right?
That's true.
Yes, because not everyone
But what I so the whole point of me bringing that up was to bring up the dichotomy of the mindset that's going on out here. She's not the only person like that. It's a lot of people who believe that this is who we are. This is what we do. That it was that group think thing that I was just talking about.
Mhm. True.
She's very credible because she represents a whole generation
Of who?
she,
She of I'm
of
sorry, of
people.
who?
Maybe
Reaching.
maybe you maybe you might be 10 years older than this lady. So you know what I'm saying? See, it's a lot of things that you don't know.
Okay, right.
She's about 10 years younger than you. So you know what
And
I'm saying? She could
she has a
represent a
following.
different demographic. But
Okay, correct.
she also is live in a project. She also spent all her life in the hood. You know what I'm saying? So her
Mm,
expressing these things is she coming from a different mindset than you might be coming from. You get what I'm saying?
mhm, mhm. Uh, Correct. And I'm not passing judgment or anything of that. But I mean, I don't want to. I hear you. I hear you.
Okay. So
Mhm.
so so the next thing that I took notes on about this question, which was uh well, I took plenty of notes, but the second thing that came to mind, well, the second thing that I want to talk about now, the reason why I say no, right? The first thing, all right, so just to recap, the first reason why I say no was because it depends on the person's definition of what an authentic connection is. For a lot of people, they would be perfectly fine with those connections that we might call mundane or basic or materialistic, or
Toxic.
all of these things that might not work for a person like me or might not work for a person like you, right?
Right.
Who am I to say that that's not a relationship or that's not how it's supposed to be? My thing is that if it's not for you, then it's not for you, but we can't say if it's good or bad. You know what I'm saying? We
Correct.
can just only speak for what we want, and we can speak based off of the experiences that we have. So that's my first reason why I said no, they haven't ruined relationships, because relationships are still happening. It just depends on what's the requirements of the particular relationship. And if you don't like what's being presented, then move on. There's a lot of us who tired of starting over. It's a lot of us who's who don't want to get our feelings hurt. Who feel
Mhm.
like it's better off to just stick it where not stick it, pause, but to stick it out, or to try to make things work just because we hear it. Like, my thing is that I'm not making things work just because. I'm not dating out of convenience. I'm not dating out of availability. I'm not dating based on the fact that we known each other for a long time, or we got 2 years in. Shit, if them 2 years been hell, you shouldn't have made it to 2 years in the first place. That's how I look at it. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the hell? Like, ain't no way in hell. Like, my thing is, when I'm coaching people, I ask people, I say, all right, you've been in this relationship for 10 years, right? You 45 years old. Can you see yourself dealing with this same person if they didn't get 1% better? Can you see yourself dealing with this person for the next another 10 years if they don't get 1% better?
Mhm.
And most people say no. So my
But what
thing
do you
is,
do
if you're gonna
about it?
answer no, then don't move, then don't stay. Just move on. You said what?
No, it's true. It's just like so. So then, if your answer is no, then why are you dealing with it now? Absolutely.
Well, like I said, a lot of people don't want to start over. A lot of people scared that what if it's worse? What if the grass is worse on the other side?
The
Not what
grass
if the grass
grows.
is greener?
No,
What if the grass is worse on the other side? It's a lot
it
of
doesn't
people who
matter
think
what
like that.
side the grass is on. It matters where you water it, right? That's just what that is. The reason why the grass that you're standing on is dead because did you water it? But you see another lawn that's mowed, fresh, green. Yeah, because they took care of that, right? So grass grows wherever you cater to it. But
Yeah, but you got to think. A lot of people don't even know the first rule about first thing about planting a seed. So ain't nobody watering no
no,
grass,
they
and
plant the
nobody
seed.
even
People plant the seed. It's just the maintenance. People don't care about the maintenance. They don't know the tools to maintain
they
it.
don't know how to maintenance. That's what I'm saying. They don't even know how to. So a lot of people that don't got a green thumb at all whatsoever to even say that.
Mhm. Yes, this is true. But life will teach you, and if you take off the rose colored glasses and you do some inner work,
Mm-mm.
inner search, then you realize what is really for you. You believe that, okay, I no
But
longer need to deal with BS. I deserve better. I'm going to get better, therefore I'm going to
here,
work at it.
here we go with these blank statements again. You keep
It's not
talking
blank
about
statements.
people
But
learning and doing
in
research. You
in
got to
order for you
remember,
to get to the other side, you have to you need to learn, right? Like,
most
it
people
doesn't,
will. Most people will learn.
and that's
Most
what I'm
people will, but
saying. Most
most
people,
of the people that I'm referring to are the people who got that learned helplessness. You know what I'm saying? The people with a
but
fixed mindset.
correct, but one will then learn to get out of the quote unquote learned helplessness, right? I mean, if you want to talk about that, see that right there is a topic of a discussion. Because hypothetically, let's say I was living in such term, learned helplessness, didn't even know it, but I knew that there was an issue with it. There was issues coming from living in that manner until one day, someone put a name to the actions, right? Profound. Now, knowing that and being self aware of what you just heard, and you're analyzing what you've been through and your methods, and this is where you really are. Now it's up to you, the person, me, right? Hypothetically, me, to either still stay in it or find other tools and means to get up out of it. And that right there, and for me, I will always say it's up to the person. You could either be comfortable in your mess, or in order to get comfortable, you got to get uncomfortable. I'm going through my uncomfortable phase at this particular
So what do
time.
you say about a person who believe that the mess that they in is normal?
We all thought that though. We all thought, I thought that way. Yes, we all, okay, me with this, we all. I thought that way. But that
Mhm.
didn't hinder me from not learning how to get up out of it. Took me some time.
Yeah.
But it was up to me.
Good.
I did the work. I needed to, I wanted better. I woke up one day and said the same for me. Right? So I had to deprogram what was programmed to reprogram. That's all that is. Just like how the other day with your live with the um the manifestations to for the blockages, right? Acknowledge, hear it, know it, practice, habitualize it, live it. Oh yeah, those are the steps. The teacher shows up when you're ready. Sometimes we're not ready, but those who are ready, hello, you do the work. Now let's go. So it's up to the person, and I really 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 do believe that whatever nonsense, it boils down to the person. Honestly, it does.
Okay, I respect that. So the second reason why I said no, that relationships didn't ruin authentic uh connections, because for the simple fact that um a lot of us people, right, our people, quote unquote, right, the people in the inner cities, the people, brown skinned people, black people, whatever you want to call them,
Mhm.
uh they don't got no sense of culture, right? A lot of people don't even know what monogamy is. A lot of people don't know if they ancestors from 100 years ago, now I'm not talking about 5,000 years ago, 20,000 years ago, a lot
Mhm.
of people don't even know if 2 generations ago, if they came from a family or a culture or a tribe or anything that believed in monogamy. You know what
Mhm.
I'm saying?
Of course.
So another thing I gotta say is that until you know the who, what, when, where, whys, and hows, you can't say, because what we learning today in our generation as people born in the 80s and the 90s, what we expressing today is stuff that we learned only of as of recently,
Correct.
which is the fact that a man and a woman is supposed to get married and have a baby and get a white picket fence and have a dog, and
That
that's,
was
you
that
know
was
what I'm saying?
that was taught. Whoa, 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 whoa. Let's slow down. That was taught. That was ingrained in some of us from methods and principles of decades ago. Because if you would have asked me, because I thought that way. You get married, you go to school, you graduate, you get married, you have a baby, and you live happily ever after in a white picket fence. But life will sure humble you, and that's not how life works. But for you to say no, you do not believe that social media uh, ruined connections. I too could also think that way as well. No, in a sense where now I'm removing the yes hat, putting on the no hat. No, I do not believe social media ruin authentic connections because honestly, if you are strong within yourself and you know thyself, then absolutely no social media could come interfere or dishevel what I got going on, right? That's if you are that strong minded and nothing, no nonsense could move you, right? Right. So speaking to those who know themselves, who know what they want, right? I could say that as well. No social media. Because me, I'm not a social media person. My peers look at me like I'm weird because I don't got a X account and IG. They be like, oh, which IG? Would you not like my number? Because I'm more of a texter. I'm more of you call me if you need me. Like I'm not gonna be on your Facebook looking at your post thinking that I need to call you. What? No. If you need me, you call me. I don't got time for that. Right? But if you know yourself and you got discipline, structure. Like you went through your journey in life to the point where like you know who you are and what you stand for and what you're gonna tolerate and not tolerate, then yes, no, social media cannot, it can't possibly ruin a connection that you have. I could see it from both sides. Again, it boils down to the person. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know.
So yeah, I really do agree. It really come down to compatibility. Like
Yes.
that is one of my main points that I made. But like I was saying, man,
A person don't know the word compatibility. They don't know compatibleness and what it takes to be compatible. Like what about the people who don't know that?
what you mean? What about them? I mean, so my thing is that people are familiar with the word compatibility, but they don't. They a lot of people they date first come first serve, or they date um out of
Something easy
convenience
out of convenience,
for
correct.
whatever reason. Like
Hmm.
whether this person paying their bills or whether this person is a friend of a friend. Like they date out of convenience. They date out of they don't take the time and really research. A lot of
You
people
know,
they don't take the time to really to date. They just all right, this person he kind of cute, he got a job, or
right, and and
she
that's
got a
why
house and she got food stamps. You know what I'm
correct.
saying? Like a lot of
That's
people
why
was moving based off of survival and not thriving, not
survival.
m-
I don't survival. No. First of all, you wasn't born with this.
yes, a lot of people is dating based off of survival.
It's a transaction exchange. If we wanna, first of all, no one was born with the knowledge of like, okay, I'm gonna go get him. Like I'm gonna go play him. Like no. This was learned. This was learned. It was taught. It was programmed. Right. Like I'm sorry. I can't stand behind that one. People now maybe they're dating for survival, but before, no,
But
that wasn't
before
even
it
a.
don't count because we talking about today.
Okay, well, yes, today people are dating for survival. Okay, so be it. But is that fruitful? Will that do something for you at the end of the road? No, it's not. No one has hit their rock bottom for them to elevate and change and evolve. Okay, until that happens, everything's just gonna be the same. Now,
Okay.
now, now you have this thing called passport bros, right? I'm sure you heard of that. I never knew that was a thing.
I don't know much of it though. I heard of
So
it, but I don't.
right, and where did I come from? Social media, passport bros. Oh, a brother could just go fly in a third world country, over international, overseas or whatever, and go get what someone else
They've been
because
doing that
it's
shit
just
though
better.
before social media. That shit been a thing.
It wasn't really talked about then. It wasn't really talked about,
Shit, man, that's been a thing for generations, man.
but
That ain't
now,
something that
but
just
okay,
started in the
even
2000s.
so,
It just started trending with
it's yeah,
our generation. Yes,
it's
you could
been
say that.
highlighted. It's
But
been
as far as
highlighted.
going, man, it's people that go get 12-year-old, 16-year-old girls and groom them to be their
Correct,
wives. So
but it
that
wasn't talked
so
about.
that shit
That's my
been
thing.
going on.
It was going on. It was everything that we're talking about. It's been going on right behind closed doors. Everything, even to the uh, 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 contrabands or substances that we use. Right, certain things was behind closed doors. Right, but now it's being glorified. It's being talked about. It's being highlighted. Of course, she could grab a 12-year-old and marry and all this nonsense. Is it cute? No, it's not. You got a 30-year-old with a 14-year-old. Is that cute? No, no, it's not. Right? But it's being glorified. It's trending now.
Yeah, shit. It's a
Passport
lot of
bros,
men. Shit, it's a lot of men who could just shit. They ain't even gotta go far. They go down to Mexico and go
hey,
get
they
them
go
a
to
little
Asia,
hot little 16-year-old. They go to Asia, go get them
right?
some
But
some of that
that
kung
does
fu pum pum.
right, and then that's another topic as well because now it's just like, see, I love Black love, right? But now our community is in uproar. Like we don't like each other. Uh, we just been conditioned to think a certain way, act a certain way, and it's just sad, right? And I'm just gonna stand by. Social media has ruined everything. There's some ups and ups, some pros making money, but when it comes to relationships, connections, we can't even sit with family and have like an hour, 30-minute conversation about how your day was, how was school, uh, what you working on, what you need help with, right? You don't see that anymore. Everyone's face is in their phones. I'm telling you, social media has definitely ruined it. Like, even if you go out to in a restaurant, right? Let's say it's two people. If you have if you have common sense and discipline, you won't be on your phone, right? But you got people on their phones during a date. We can't be present. We're always focused on the next thing, right? But to each their. To my thing is to each their own. To each their own. To each their own.
So
Because the knowledge is everywhere. Educate yourself. Do better. You know what I mean?
like I was saying, my second point was that s- no, because you got to think for our indigenous people in the Americas, shit. Well, I can't even say that, but like I said,
Bless.
a lot of us don't have a sense of culture. A lot of us don't have a sense of what happened in the past. So a lot of us, we are first generation a lot of things, because even if we did have some cultural things that was going on, man, when the crack era shit hit that reset button. You know what I'm saying? Like, so not only did we have slavery and civil rights and all of that shit, but then come around, we got the crack era and stuff like that. So I think that no, it didn't ruin authentic connections. I think the shit that's been going on in society for the last for generations have sent quote unquote authentic connections on a downward swing, man.
No,
Like
what?
when I
How?
talk about culture, let me finish. When I talk about culture, right? I'm talking about things like if you was unmarried, then you couldn't have them, or or when they first started welfare, or even welfare now. But welfare is some rules and laws and regulations to welfare now. But for example, welfare had it to where you couldn't have a man in your house. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Nowadays, they got the computers to check and see, like, okay, if this person in your house, if they working, then you get kicked off of welfare and this one and that one, or you know what to do. Like,
Mm,
if you get an inspection, from your landlord or something, you just take all the shoes and hide it, or you know what I'm
right.
saying, all
Right.
that kind of stuff. But so again, dating out of survival and stuff like that. A lot of people a lot of women felt like men was causing more harm than good. So why would I not get benefits from the government, get risk getting put out my apartment, and dealing with a cheating, lying, no good son of a b? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that didn't start with social media. That started shit a long time way before social media. So the point that I'm making is that what we quote unquote authentic connections have been valued less and less and less and less throughout the last few generations, man. The downward trend of people quote unquote having genuine connections has been on a downswing for a long time. Like I said, a lot of us don't even have a sense of our culture besides the hip hop culture. A lot of people don't have a sense of history in their family besides hip hop culture. And even if they can tell you a little bit about their family, they can't tell you about the customs of their family. They can't
They
tell
gotta
you.
ask. They gotta ask. And that
Okay,
requires
well,
that requires you getting off your phone and asking a auntie, a uncle, granddad, whatever. You gotta. You want to know the knowledge? You
So
ask.
like me, for example, I where I live at, I don't have no family where I live at. So then how else would I speak to them?
Well, I mean, okay, see, now we're getting into semantics because
No, well, we having a
a phone call.
conversation. You said the phone technology, period.
Okay, see, yes, but in order for you
I'm
to
just
gain,
following.
you're following along, but there's semantics in it because obviously, if you want to know, you saying that we don't have culture. Some of us don't know culture. Yes, that is true. But
It's
there are
a new
those,
culture. It's a deaf culture. It's a hip hop culture.
it's just all nonsense. It's free over here culture. I get it. But the thing is, though, in order for you to know something about yourself, you do the work. In order for you to do that, you have to ask, you have to speak, you have to seek to find, you got to find it. Now, in whatever methods you use to find that, you use it, right? Best to your advantage, right?
Hmm. So,
So,
my third subject that I took a note on, besides the cultural thing, right? The third thing that I want to touch on was the fact of pornography, right? Like social media itself is like soft porn, right? We
it
got
is.
men modeling $5 footlongs, and we got women modeling ass and titties and
Mm-hmm,
big ass eyelashes. I'm so tired
mm-hmm,
of that shit. But so porn itself has single-handedly played, well, let me choose my words correctly.
it
Porn
ruined intimacy.
porn has porn has definitely changed the way people think about relationships.
Mm-hmm.
Uh
Yep.
uh so the thing about sex in general is that sex is a natural thing, right? All animals, all cold-blooded creatures have sex. Even some plants have female and male, right? Especially when
Mm-hmm.
you talk about marijuana. It's a few more other plants, but marijuana is like the main plant that
Mm-hmm.
got male and female. So the thing of fertilizing eggs and stuff like that is a natural thing. You know what I'm saying? But the
Mm-hmm.
thing is that whenever you put something on display and pervert it, then you kind of take away the natural, what is this word that I want to use, man? You kind of take away from the natural fun of it all, because it's just like, man, if I like a lot of people have unquenchable thirst because they low key feed their natural, how can I say this? Their natural need to mate, their natural quest, or their natural need to mate is they're being overstimulated. And so
Mm-hmm.
when you be overstimulated, you need that, just like taking melatonin, right? The more melatonin you take, the more you're going to have to take, because when
Mm-hmm.
you start taking melatonin, then your body stop producing the melatonin. So then you got to take more and more and more. And it's the same thing with sex. Like the more women is hopping around from a 8 inch to a 10 inch to a 12 inch, then a 6 inch or a 4 inch sub ain't gonna cut it. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? They're gonna keep needing, and the same thing for men. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like
we're like
if
now.
he always running around, going from taco to taco, he ain't gonna know what to do when he ain't got a taco. So 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 porn and the availability of instant gratification has definitely played a role in the separation of, quote unquote, building an authentic connection. Like I said, of course it depends on what you think an authentic connection is, right?
Mhm,
But based off of what she was saying, I think she was saying where people, they get to know each other and they don't necessarily focus on surface level things. So the porn industry, and that was way before social media. The porn industry, I mean, they had magazines and shit before, porn been a thing for a long time. So I think porn is another reason why I can say that no, social media didn't single-handedly ruin relationships or ruin general not general but ruin genuine connections. Because like I said, the perversion, especially the female body, like I said on the other live, man, like like you see a woman in a bikini in a beer commercial, you see them in a perfume commercial. You know what I'm saying? You see them in a water commercial, in a cigarette commercial, in a Colt 45 poster. I know y'all remember when y'all was a kid seeing them Colt 45 posters with Snoop Dogg on there where he had a perm and a black leather coat and a Rottweiler with crazy eyes, and then they had this sexy chick. Like, come on now, like the perversion of the human body has definitely uh put people more in a primal state versus a more what you would call a more evolved state where we are, how can I say this, where we more focused on, I keep saying this thing, compatibility, but then again, shit, I keep saying no because it depends on, it's some people that's compatible with being mundane, and you know, it's some people that's compatible with being basic, and or I can't even call it basic because then that sounds like I'm being demeaning into what they're
Mhm.
compatible to. But the
Right.
things, it just, like I said, man, it just depends on what you're compatible with at the end of the day. But yeah, the porn industry is definitely a reason why I can say that social media didn't ruin relationships, because people been perverts and people been putting perverts over compatibility for a long time, man. That's definitely been a thing for a very long time, man. There's been a lot of horny, hypersexualized men and women though. Cause I've met some sex addicted women in my life, and it was scary, man, especially as a person who had did the work and who has grown out of being hypersexual.
Mhm.
That is ugly. That's nasty work, man. That is nasty work. That's crazy
But
right there.
porn,
That's
but I
like,
feel like
uh-oh, we got a porn sympathizer, y'all. Be careful. No, I'm just
whoa.
playing. Go
First
ahead.
of all, I
I'm
don't
just
even
playing.
watch porn. Like it don't move
No
me. But
more.
I'm saying like,
You know what girls say? I don't watch it. I make it. That's what girls be saying.
well, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can't
Right.
relate. However, no, porn has ruined alongside social media. Like porn ruined what intimacy should be. Right now, we're all looking for things that is like that not possible, right? I mean, I don't want to say that, but it made watching porn what it boosts the chemical in our brain, what serotonin, what dopamine, or releases dopamine or whatever, and that's what we're chasing whenever we, you know, people. You got people watching porn during work hours on break, and when I tell you that is crazy to me, like you need it that bad, it's addicting, and
Yeah, people leave and you could be addicted to anything. Shit, people smoke cigarettes on break. People, you know what I'm saying? Like,
well, yes. I mean, that's something else. But like when it comes to porn, porn is porn. Like it just ruins what love should be. Like whenever you're intimate, you're receiving energy. One is giving energy, and the
yeah,
other
but when you have sex, you release oxytocin, which is the love hormone. So
correct. But
when they say you making love, you literally make love.
are we? Do they listen? Well,
Well,
that part I
if
don't know.
so, love is
It's not
love.
about
That,
love. It's what
remember, you
porn
brought,
creates an unrealistic type of love. That's what I was trying to say. The point I was trying to make is that porn makes it so unrealistic. Um, and which then creates a non-genuine connection whenever you're making love to whenever you're sleeping with a person, right? Like a man penetrates, a woman receives. So it's energy being exchanged, bottom line. Like people creating a lot of soul ties by sleeping with everybody, but I'm just saying porn has definitely lift the veil to act a fool, do this, do that. Although it's been there, but now it's more aware. Like the act is more aware. It's easily accessible, right? You got OnlyFans. I never thought that could even be possible, but here we are. Like it ruined. No one can last an hour in bed. Like, huh. People are so quick and so rude and selfish. That's all I'm gonna say
But
about
why
that
do sex
matter.
have to but why do sex have to last an hour? Sex is made so we have sex so we can procreate. Sex is about fertilizing the egg.
Well, yes, that's true, but should we not have fun doing it, right? Like,
Okay, so then once you say that, then you're gonna open up the door for being sex addicts again because having fun for so that just like people who look at food as necessary. It's some people who eat to live and there's some people who live to eat. Right? We all know somebody who, my
mhm.
500-pound life, my 700-pound life. Like they make documentaries about it.
Yes, yes,
So
yes.
like I said, we take things that's natural, right? That has a purpose. Like eating is supposed to sustain us so we can have energy to live.
Mhm.
But once you start getting
Overusing.
into the realm of having fun and
Okay.
the food
And
makes
that right
me
there.
feel good.
So we abuse social media in a way, or technology. We abused it. I think we abused it same way how we abuse food. Because your analogy, right? Your point in which was making could definitely resonate with. We also abuse social media to the point where it has ruined connections, which was a topic of discussion, right? Um, so then now we got to ask ourselves: Are we to blame? I mean, let's take it a peg. Let's take it, let's take it down a notch. Are we to blame? And if so, how do we fix it?
Are
Right?
we to blame for what?
For the demise and where humanity is going. Like, are
Well,
we
You
to
you
blame?
can't you can't place blame on somebody who don't have no awareness of said thing. So again, you looking at the each individual person when you're talking about who to blame and for what. Like some people know better, but most people don't know better.
Don't do better. No, we know
So
better. We
it's
just
so
don't do better.
so but
No, we
even
know
if
better.
but even if a person know better and don't do better, as a person who studies psychology, as a person who's sworn to heal people and to bring light, then we got to ask the question, if this person knows better and they still choose
Not to.
otherwise,
Mhm.
why? You
Yes,
got to ask why.
and beautiful. Yes, we have to ask why in order to course correct. I agree with you 100%. But there are people who are in current time who is looking for that answer. There you go. Why are
Okay.
we not doing better? There are many factors, there are many answers to that question. But in order to get to the root of, first of all, how do we get here? That's a whole nother story. But how do we fix it?
My
In
point
order to
exactly.
fix it, we got to know the root of why we even, how did we get here in the first place? Because without understanding, then there's no point of doing the work. Because if you don't understand, because you might fall into the same trap and don't know and do and repeat the whole cycle, right? I think to those the viewers, right? Um, to those, I felt I don't know, I'm just called to say this. For those who are in a hole, you was never there before, right? Everything was going well, up and up, and now you find at yourself at a fork. And now you're asking yourself, the why or the how. How do we get here? Or why are we doing it? I think this is the channel for you to break it down, you know, and try to get to the root. Because clearly you're still listening and clearly you're here, you're watching, right? You're part of the tribe to understand the errors in your ways. And now, how do we course correct? What do I do? Right. And I feel like some of us is looking for that, but we're also looking for those to help, to guide, to teach us. Because we're all smart, we're all light in our ways, but we just need the help.
I agree with that. Let me see. Did I have any more notes? I thought I wrote down something else.
Pertaining to what?
That was it. That was it. That was only.
I think that was
I thought
it.
I did write down something else. All right, maybe that was it. But yeah, so all in all, man, I think where we at today and the shit that we seeing exhibited, it cannot just be solely attributed to social media. I think that for various reasons, um, shit, marriage, relationships, compatibility, other than how much money do this person make and do she got a fat ass? I think all of that's been on a downward spiral. And I think all of that's been on a downward spiral ever since we had so called a change in our society. And whether that's in 1492 or whether that's in the 1800s or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, mm, it's been on a downward spiral for a very long time. And
There are
shit, that just
variables. There are variables though that contributes to the downward spiral. It's not that we just woke up one day and we're here. No, things contributed to the downward spiral, and now we're here.
that's my point. That's what I'm saying. It's for various reasons. Like I said, whether it's you know a societal issue, family structure, separation between right. We didn't even talk about that separation of church and state. Right. Once they took religion out of everyday life, then people wasn't marrying as much. You know what I'm
They
saying?
did it
Like
for a
that had a
reason.
direct
No,
impact.
they did it. They did it for a reason. Now, if you want to go back there with the Jim
I'm
Crow
not
laws,
saying that they didn't do it for a reason. What I'm saying is that it affected it. But go ahead.
no, they was trying to control the population. All right. If you want to take it back there, they dismantled a black family unit because they knew that black folks are stronger together, right? Um, in order to uphold or still keep the power, right? They tried everything in their means, put methods, put things in place to get what they want, but also crumbling, you know, another avenue, right?
Hmm.
I
But you
mean,
saying that goes back to what I was saying about us not having a culture or having
we had
a
culture. That's the
culture.
thing. We had culture. But what
No,
happened where
no,
we
this
went
deaf
wrong?
culture, man. This you
No,
can't.
we had
Man,
culture.
this culture that we live in, I don't recognize this as a culture because at the end of the
Correct.
day, it's
Correct.
everything always lead to perdition. Everything always lead to death, and so it can't be a culture if it's not producing. It's only taken away. It's not.
Well,
It's
that's
not.
something
Not
that's something
producing.
different. No, we're not.
People
That's
not
something
growing. We're not growing as a
Of course,
society.
we're not
As
growing.
a culture, we're
We're the
not
only
growing.
community that's not circulating or generating finances within our own community. But
Well,
that's
I'm
our
not gonna say. And I'm not gonna claim it as my culture or my community. I'm not identifying as black or none of that for the simple fact that I don't think it's cool to be a felon. I don't think it's cool to be a killer. I don't think it's cool to be a drug dealer.
No,
I don't think it's
right.
cool to be hypersexual. I don't think it's cool to walk around with wigs on your forehead, wigs on your
Come on.
head all the time. I don't think it's cool to wear shoes that's giving you bunions and you know what I'm saying. I don't think it's cool to only care about the trends. I don't care. I don't care about. I don't think it's cool to be uneducated.
That's
So I
you
don't
know, yeah.
identify. I can't identify as this is my culture. I can't
No,
identify
I
as
mean,
these are my
when I
people
say
because I'm not
I would
talking
say
about. I'm
it
not talking against you. I'm just speaking
in general.
on
Right.
me, who I am as a person. I
No,
don't identify with that. Going to jail is not a rite of passage for me, and it won't be that for my kids either.
right.
So
Understood.
I can't empathize, sympathize. I can't claim this to be my people because these people is claiming they going down they going down a bad road, and I'm
Correct.
not going down that road. The people
Right.
that I'm
No one
claiming is
choose.
going down a different road. So
No one, right? No one choose. So that's why it's just like those who got culture, those who know where they come from. You teach your lineage because at the end of the day, we one can't save all. I mean, I guess some of us try, but I mean, there's so much we could do, right? But at the end of the day, though, I'm not claiming that as my story, but I'm the director, author of my own, right? And what can you do? Because now we're in a time where, yes, we live in chaos, and some of us are trying to find hopes. You know, like you were stating, church, how they separated church and state. They did that for a reason. They're trying to keep us dumb. They're trying to keep us in the grass. Like they're trying to call us the minority. Why?
Marco, do me a favor, Google and see when that separation of church and state was. Or you know what? You know what? I'll do it because
I'm
I
doing it
can
right
present it.
now. Oh,
No, I can present it. I can share the screen. So unless you're in a position where you can share your screen.
I can't. So the separation of church and state in the United States has began gradual process that began in the 1800s and continued through into the 1900s.
Okay. Ain't no continue. It ain't continued through. It's continued through the 2000s too. But see if you can check multiple sources and get an exact date or exact year at least on this separation of church and state.
Okay, churches and state are separated at the federal level since 1848.
Okay. And when was the uh when did Lincoln sign the declaration
Declaration,
what is it called again?
Declaration of
Proclamation?
Independence.
Huh?
Declaration of Independence.
No, not the Declaration of Independence. That's when they broke away from Britain. I'm
So,
talking about the Emancipation Proclamation.
okay,
When was the slaves emancipated from their owners?
January 1st, 1863, when President Abraham Lincoln issued.
Okay, so that means there was a separation of church and state before slavery ended. So again, the whole thing about being monogamous and being married and all of that stuff, that shit was being devalued way.
No, no,
Wait,
because these are okay.
ma'am.
So, well, hold on
That
here.
that
Well, follow
that
along.
all what can I finish my statement, please, before you go? The 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 value of monogamy and all that being is been on a downward trend way before. I mean, even during slavery, right? You couldn't technically, if you was a slave, you couldn't be married, right? Let's not forget about that. When you was a slave, you couldn't get married. You know what I'm saying? And if it, whew, and then they separate families, separate the kids, separate the parents. So this is something. And then when you're dealing with trauma, trauma lasts for generations. When we talk about epigenetics,
Hmm.
and let's not forget, even though there it was a lot of slaves, everybody wasn't slaves. Whether they was indigenous, right, or whether they brought here, everybody in America wasn't slaves during the so-called separation of church and state. But you got to remember, it's a just like how like in Pakistan where they got a Islamic state where the rules is based solely on all based off of the Quran. Like at one point, our constitution and everything was built off of the Holy Bible. But then, separation of church and state, where the state took control. So then everything consequently was for the benefit of the state
Right.
because
Yes.
it was some people that believe whatever benefited the state benefited the people. And
Correct.
really it's supposed to be the opposite, which is the state supposed to benefit the people.
The people. Correct. But as you see that now, that's not that's not happening. But I was doing research.
No, it's happening and it worked. It worked for those who believe in it. It just don't work for the people who's a victim of it.
Correct. But I was doing research, right? Um, when did monogamy start and when did it break down? So monogamy really began within the last few thousands of years, but experts are pointing to the past 1,000 years where monogamy was, widely practiced in many cultures. So that goes back 3, 4 generations, right? So
Thousands of years. Technically a generation is I think 30 years. Every 30 years it's a new generation. But if you want to talk about a linear path of generations like grandparent, parent, you know what I'm
so
saying,
right,
grandson, stuff
so
like
then
that.
safe to say then that we were born into knowing uh monogamy is something to uphold, correct? In this sense.
Okay, I'm with you.
Okay. So I mean, I was only, you know, trying to answer the fact that a lot of things, a lot of factors, a lot of influence factors into a downward spiral of things because it's a variable. Like we just research the Emancipation and Proclamation, right? Um, 1840 something, and then whatever else you have.
1863.
Correct. So and then also when the church and state separated, in the beginning of
That
1800s,
was
and
1820 something, right?
yes, so so first that came, and then next, Emancipation Proclamation. So now there are events that come into play that contribute to the downward spiral, right? Whether it's good for you or not good for you, events does occur where it contributes to the result of what we're living in now. And whether that makes you or breaks you, but at least you know the history. Because the history I know is that, for example, I'm bringing it back. They broke up a family, black family unit for a reason because they knew that we're stronger together. So they trying to break down the man, black man, by removing them from the family, right? And that created a downward spiral of now you got BMs and BDs. And now it's the black man don't want to get with a black woman because why? Oh, they're combative, they're this, they're that. That was taught. That was definitely taught because we're not, right? But you want to run to the next race, okay, that's fine. And then the race is complaining like, oh, they act like this. Well, what did you expect? But that's just a whole other kind of worms. But what I'm saying is that events come into play. Events are variables into an equation. It doesn't matter where you put where you place this in a time frame. There are things that are contributing to the downward spiral of society. But we just did not wake up one day and things were here. No, things contributed to where we are here today because we didn't have social media back then. What I knew a phone to be was the telephone with the line in the circle. You got to go around the dial. Boom. That's what I was used to. Now we have things change, things evolve. Do we abuse it? Yes. Should you? No. Right? But things evolve. Whether we use it in good or bad is up to us. But as a collective, we're definitely using things in the wrong manner, in which but it was not intended for. So that's why I stand by both views, that pornography definitely ruined um, intimacy. Because first of all, yes, you could go on for an hour. It's called stamina. Get it together. But like, but now we're looking at porn as unrealistic because you can't bring what you saw into the it's unrealistic. Putting people in what? No, that's not what sex is for. So yes, we are using things the wrong way where it's just adding on, contributing to the downward spiral. Do I stand behind any of those? No, I do not. I don't watch porn. I don't even masturbate. People got to practice, semen retention, women, female and but that's a whole other conversation. The power is within us. Either you're a wolf or you're a sheep, right? And that's why I say it goes down to you. You have, I was programmed, but then I started deprogramming things I was taught to then reprogram myself. Why? Because I did the research. Anyone could do it. We're not limited. Even a homeless person can have a phone and have access to the internet and gain knowledge. It depends upon how you use it. So there you have it.
So, are you ready to come over and say no? Social media didn't ruin.
Oh, I mean, I'm
The-
indifferent. Okay, I'm indifferent because I could see why you would say no. Social media would not, because you're talking to me, right? So you have to understand me, right? And why I say, well, why is she saying yes and no? Girl, stand on one. I could definitely see yes, that it does ruin, and no, it doesn't. I don't know, I'm just special, but I can see it in both sense. But as a collective, is it ruining relationships? That right there, as a collective, I can say yes. Does that make sense to you?
Um, yes and no.
Where,
For the most part, it makes sense.
but what's the no part? What?
Because it kind of sound like you contradicted yourself a little bit,
See,
but
and then that right there. Okay, first of all, I'm a Gemini, right? So I could see the good and the bad in any situation, and I don't want to bring zodiac into it. But the way my brain operates, I could see why on both sides. I can see how on both sides. I answered how it did ruin it because we became desensitized. We can't sit to learn to hear people. right? And also, I could also see how no, it wouldn't, in a sense of, well, the person has to know themselves and stand on business and not fall for foolishness, right? I could see
I
that.
just my thing is that I just can't say yes because when you say yes, that means that there was a particular standard, and then social media ruined that standard.
Yes, for example, skinny people were in for a long time, correct? Until BBL getting butt shots or whatever came into the picture. Now everyone and their mama is getting BBLs, pretty much dying for
Or or they just gaining a whole bunch of weight and getting their stomach cut off.
it don't matter. But it's the trend because skinny was in first and foremost. People, let us learn that if you was fat, if you was chubby, that meant you was rich. Okay, if we want to take it back there, that meant a good thing. Being chubby, being fat was a good thing. That means you eat and you got money. You could eat, right? But then I don't know between that time frame and skinny is in to the point where skinny was in for a while, a long time, right? Until now, boom, you got people, for example, Kim Kardashian with, BBLs and all of that. Everybody got BBLs getting body done, tummy tuck, or what have you, lipo, right? Pretty much dying for it now, right? That changed. Why? The
Dying
trend.
for it and dying from it.
Right, but where did that come from? Because we didn't know that before, and that's what I'm trying to say, that social media has ruined many things. Different it's shaping the world for unrealistic
But how much of that was social media and how much of that was just the
100%.
medical field? Because
100 no, no, no,
people
100%.
people been getting breast augmentations and butt augmentations.
No,
People
people
been
were
getting
getting
got man. People
yes,
been
for
getting
for
breast
medical
implants
for
and butt
medical
implants.
correct, for medical
M-
reasons. People were getting breast
Man, people,
augmentation for medical reasons.
man, a breast augmentation could be getting in
Your
the
breast was
1970s. People was getting silicone, so it's like you can't say that
no,
because
1970,
man,
1970.
people been getting silicone in their boobs for a very long time, and that happened way before social media. People been getting silicone in their ass for a very long time before social media. That's been a thing, man.
Well, but my thing is, you're talking about social media, right? So my thing is now these things that are known here today. Before, you needed to know someone to get that information. But what I'm saying is social
About
media.
breast implants, it was all over TV. What do you mean?
Okay, but it was televised. It was televised, and then now on social media, it's all over the place. Where now we are following what we see because it's being made for us to download and program. Is what
So
is what
that
I'm
means social media didn't. So that means again,
okay. I see
when
where
you're
okay
talking
now.
about augmented bodies, people been getting plastic surgery, Botox, their lips done, cheek fillers. People been
Yes,
getting plastic
correct.
surgery
People,
for
people,
30,
people
40,
in the
50, 60
know.
years.
Okay, yes, be that as it may, yes, that is in fact true. Yes, but it was on the hush hush. It wasn't talked about. It wasn't.
No, it wasn't on a hush hush. It was just it was more expensive.
Okay, and then my thing is social media has a part to play because now it's a commodity, right? So now everyone's is running to it, spending their last income tax, pay a house. But no, people want to, waste their rent money on hair and things like that because they're trying to keep up with the Jeffersons or the Joneses, but not trying to live in the Jeffersons. Like, but my thing is, social media has glorified things we don't need. It's not a necessity. It's a distraction. Social media is a distraction that binds us to distraction where we don't know how to feel, talk, see, or whatever. And that's my point. Social media is only like a little it's a pebble. It's a pebble towards downward spiral. Because yes, it's been there. Pedophile been there. All that pornography been there, right? But because now it's glorified on a platform where it's easily accessible. Okay, now the light bulb just went off. Did social media? It did not. Okay, y'all. Okay, and that's why I say I saw it from both sense, but it's been here all along. Okay, it's been here all along. So did it contribute? No, it did not. Thank you, King B, for my. I'm enlightened. I'm enlightened to the point where yes, because I didn't see it before, but I see it now. It's been there. It's been there. It's been there, and
I
it's
hear you. I'm with you.
this is profound because it's always been there. But my thing is, me as an individual, I can only speak for myself. I'm not moved by these things. However, I do know that they are there. But in the sense of the question of how it was proposed, I was answering it in a sense of as a collective because I know what I know. I don't know if the next girl or boy next to me knows what I know, right? But what I could say is I just took that question and answered it in terms of as a collective of how I view things, how I see the world going as an observation of where things are going. Correct. Have there been there? Yes. So therefore, I could say now, no. Social media did not ruin authentic connection. I'm just trying to bring it back to the focal point, which was that question, the topic of today's discussion. Yes, you're right. The light bulb just hit me when we're talking about breast augmentation. You're right. But my thing is, I know it. And that's why I am I call it my dungeon, in my dungeon. And I'm just trying to better me in the best ways.
Mhm.
How? With the methods I are blessed, that are blessed to come to me, or I'm looking and I'm doing the research I'm doing to do the work. So, yep, you once again, you just lit the bulb. You deserve a clap. There's a clap in your sound effects. They put it up.
Am I getting some sound effects?
I don't got none, but okay.
Oh,
There you go.
she
There you
making
go.
it clap for King Fee. Look at that. Shit.
See, there you go.
That was cheesy. So we
Yep.
got Chaylee in the chat. Chaylee or Kaylee says, I couldn't agree more. What is it that you agree or disagree with? And if you really want to, you can hit that link and come share.
Hit
You don't have to have your
Haley,
camera on.
Shaylee, don't be afraid. Sir, ma'am, please come into the chat because King Fee, like, I am blessed, honored even to be a part of this journey that was called upon me. Don't be afraid. You said you couldn't agree more. I want to know with what. All right, thank you. So yes,
She
please,
says she happy to. So pull
yes,
up, hit
click,
that
click,
link, hit
click,
that link.
click, click the streamyard.com. When you click on it, it shows you a preview of how you want to be shown, what your name is going want to be. You just
You
close
got to give
out.
her permission. All right, she ready.
Oh, she ready? She here? Because I don't.
What up? Peace, love, health, and wealth. How
Hi.
you doing?
Hi, darling. Grand Rising Beauty. You're beautiful. So, is it Chaley? Chime.
Yes. Hi, yeah, it's Shaylee. I had to close YouTube. There was like it was double echo.
Yeah, you have to mute. So you mute your the YouTube platform, and then
Yeah.
yeah, okay. Welcome, blessings, Grand Rising.
Thank you.
Yes.
Hello. I always love meeting people with beautiful souls and intellectual conversation is something I definitely need to stay sane. So
Mhm,
I'm happy to join you guys. So I just entered the chat, but
mhm.
from what I heard, what are your names actually before I start that?
You want the YouTube name or you like
Whichever you prefer. I'll remember your
call me
energy.
twins.
And so,
Twins. BLT. I'm BLT. So you can call me twins for short. Twins. I'm
awesome, cool, twins. Nice to meet you.
likewise.
Yeah, and I am King Fee, King of the Tarot.
Yes. This is his
So
chart.
King King
just
King
to let
Fee.
you know,
yes, King
yeah, I'm
Fee.
Fee. You can call
Perfect.
me
Nice to
Fee.
meet
You don't
you.
gotta call me King Fee. She
I
called
don't
me
mind
King
calling you
Fee.
King. I
But
don't mind
Oh,
calling you
but
King.
that's cute.
yeah,
I love it.
I am Fee, and that's short for Phoenix. I'm a Scorpio, and I am
Ooh, love that.
elevating. So if you don't know, Scorpios have several different stages that they go through, and it's not linear stages. You know, like a Scorpio can be born in a specific stage and regress and progress and regress again. So, but I like to believe that I'm in my Phoenix stage. You know, I even got a
Yes.
Phoenix tattoo. You know
Correct.
what I'm saying? So,
I
Okay.
love
Well,
that. And Scorpio energy, I'm very, very, very familiar with. So I'm a Pisces, but I have my Mars, my Saturn, and my Pluto in Scorpio. And then I also have my Mercury in Aries in my eighth house. So,
can
oh
you
wow.
wait?
yes,
When you
Scorpio.
talk, you kind of sound a little glitchy. Can you do you got headphones or something, man?
I don't. And I can't
Oh,
actually use my headphones because I can get off here and I can get back onto my laptop. My phone
No,
will
you're
stay.
fine.
Otherwise I can't use
you
headphones.
on the phone, but it just
I can hear you
sound
clearly.
it just sound a little glitchy on my end.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. But I'm at like 5%, so I can't put my headphones in. But I'm more than happy to get on my laptop and see if that's
No, you
better.
don't have to,
No, no,
because
no,
actually you sound better now.
no, you're
Okay,
good.
maybe I was too close to my mic.
Yeah. Okay,
Okay,
So I
so
yeah.
was saying,
you're please.
Scorpio energy. I'm very familiar with. I have um my Mars, my Pluto, and my Saturn in Scorpio. And then I have
Mhm,
my Mercury in Aries, but it's in my eighth house. So
mhm.
yes, Scorpio, I love Scorpio, and I love Scorpio energy.
What's your rising?
I'm a Pisces with a Virgo moon and a Virgo rising.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
My chart
Lovely.
is 40% water. So with the Scorpio placements, I also have my Pisces sun and then my Pisces Venus, and I have a Pisces Lilith, and then the Pisces descendant.
Oh wow. Like a mermaid. Love
Yeah.
So I
that.
got 4 Scorpio placements and I got 4 Capricorn placements.
Ooh, I love that. Okay. I have Capricorn in my fifth house, so I love Capricorns, like seriously. Fifth house
Yeah,
is the house of like flings, like casual, like it's the house of fun.
that is awesome. Yeah, water and earth, yeah, they get along very well. But yes, I was interested to know when you said hello, I couldn't agree more. What on what part?
Sure. Also, yeah, I love astrology. I could talk astrology all day. But um, so I just entered the chat. And when I entered the chat, I heard you saying that what I heard was um like negative things or things that maybe not everybody in society necessarily approves of
Mhm.
have always been here. They've always been there. They've always been happening. It's just that now, since we've had social media like um, can glorify it or encourage it, or is actually and can also be used as a tool to call things out too, I guess. But
Yes.
that's what I was just saying, and that's what I was saying. I absolutely agree with you.
I like that. I
Like
like I
cheating and
appreciate
whatnot. So first thing comes to my mind is cheating, right?
Mhm.
Cheating is always been there. People have always cheated. Like that's just what it is. But I mean, social media, I believe, definitely is an instrument that can be used to make it more easier, maybe, than it was before social media. But it doesn't necessarily mean that social media is the reason that people are cheating.
Wait. What?
Mhm.
Repeat that?
So I was saying, I was using cheating as an
Right.
so obviously, people have always cheated, in relationships or whatnot, and
Mhm.
you some people might want to say that social media is cause of people cheating and blame those social media on people who cheat. But that's not necessarily the case. It may make things easier, but it's not the reason people are cheating.
Yeah, and that's what I've been saying all night. She just came around, but like I was saying, it's a million different things. Like it's cultural things. It's a bunch of different things that has contributed to the quote unquote ruining of genuine connections, because that was the question. Whatever the title did, social media ruin authentic connections.
So okay, so let me ask
Okay.
Charlie. So
So
do you feel that social media has ruined authentic connection?
Um, I think it has a lot. I think it has to do with a lot more than social media, really. I think it started, I mean, and don't get me wrong, I'm a woman and I'm very grateful for my rights. I'm very
Mm,
grateful for all of the work that all of my previous generations did in order for me to have my rights and the pain that they experienced and what they gave in order for me to have my rights. However, with that being said, I believe when the whole women's right movement started and women didn't want to be housewives anymore, they didn't want to raise their kids anymore, they just they wanted to do all of that. I believe that's when uh genuine connections started failing. That's when,
and,
like,
and,
we
and
move
my question,
on.
real quick, let me pause you right there, real quick. Now, when did that start?
Wasn't that like in the 50s maybe, or 60s, 50s
No,
or 60s?
so if we're talking about the feminist movement, we can Google it, but I think it started even before then. I think the
Oh,
feminist
really?
movement really started after World War II, if I ain't mistaken.
Okay, and World War
Um,
II was in the 40s, I believe.
so
I'm not the
so
greatest at history.
because I remember it was a big thing about women working in factories and stuff. Let me Google it real fast.
Yeah. And I mean, cheating, if we're going to talk about cheating still, like,
When
cheating happened back then too. Just wasn't as like
1960s.
women didn't, the cheating happened and women didn't do as much about it because, I mean, what were their choices? Like they depended on the man in order
Right.
to for them to survive, like, essentially,
Correct.
pretty much. So,
I
Yes.
really quick, I got a source that says the feminist movement started in 1832.
oh wow,
1832.
And then the second wave, there was a second wave of the feminist movement that started from 1963 to somewhere in the 1980s. And then there was a third wave that went from the 1990s till whenever. And
Yeah.
then now, technically, there's a fourth wave of the feminist movement. So the feminist movement
I was
started
I'm
even in 1832, and that was a few years after the separation of church and state.
Okay. See, I'm thinking of the time period of the 60s to the 80s, because for me, from my point of view, that's when the household unit was started no longer being supported. And
Mm,
like I said, I'm grateful for my rights. However, I ideally, it's best for a child to have both parents in the home and
of
one
course.
parent working, and then so the other parent can be at home to raise their children and to make sure their children are okay and to take care of the home and to take care of the husband who's working. It's a whole thing that I think is way more healthy. And now we have, it's almost impossible to for a parent to stay home because of the costs of living. And so children, they're not being raised by their parents, they're being raised by daycares or by babysitters, and the parents are so tired, they don't want to cook a homemade meal for their children and their families because they're tired, so they get fast food. There's families that
Mhm.
have obesity and so many problems that we have nowadays.
Uh-huh.
So I also think it's really important. Like, when I think of a family unit and I'm thinking of like home cooked stuff, like, I think that's so important. If you can, just once a day to sit down as a family and have, even if it's only 20 minutes, but have just 20 minutes to sit as a family to actually, you know, um, bond and communicate and ask about each other's days and eat your meal. That's definitely not word anymore, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then social media, I mean, I, I kind of want to blame it, but at the same time, I kind of don't because it's maybe a tool that can make things more easily accessible. However, uh, people are going to do what they're going to do, and they were doing it, and they would continue to do it with or without social media.
True. But okay. Yes. And that's why I went from yes to no after, a couple hours, because it's just like I felt as a collective.
People like to have excuses for their bad behavior is what it is. People like to have excuses for their bad behavior, and they like to have excuses for their choices. And social media being one of those excuses.
Yep. We hold excuses as a crutch to continue bad behavior. You know what I'm saying?
But when I hear the word excuse, I just hear so my thing is that giving a reason why something happens versus giving me saying that it's okay for me to do it again is two different things. Just because I explained to you why I did something doesn't mean that I'm okay in it to keep happening. When I hear people talk about accountability and excuses and stuff like that, it's those words. A lot of people use those words, and we don't have. And I'm not saying us on the chat, but I'm just speaking in general. A lot of us don't have a real clear, concise understanding on what it means to be responsible, or what does it mean to be the difference between giving an excuse, meaning giving a reason why it happened, versus excusing it, meaning that I want you to just forget it and forgive it and just forget about it. Like we always confuse these things, and I
no,
just wanted to put the light on that real fast.
I could not agree more.
Well, yes, but then again, right? What they do, what other people do is what they do. We hold ourselves to whatever standard, whether to accept or not accept.
Well, we do, I think us three in this chat do, but like King was saying, like I don't yeah, I know I have the hardest time with people who can't take accountability for their actions and people who don't take accountability for their actions. And unfortunately, a large majority of our population does not do that.
They don't. They don't.
So to you, what's your definition of taking accountability?
Oh, if I do something, like I'm intelligent and I know what I'm doing. I always know what I'm doing. And I always know that when I do something, it's a choice that I make purely. And like, that's it. I can blame everyone and everything, or I can make tons of excuses, but that's all bullshit because it's a choice that I make on my own. And then if I make that choice, I know when I'm wrong and when I'm right. Or no, I don't always know when I'm right, but because I'm not one of those people that thinks I'm always right. But I know when I'm wrong is what I'm saying. And so for me, and it's been hard. Like there have been times where it's really hard because when you have to say something out loud, then you have to come to terms of acceptance within yourself. And I feel like in order to be able to say it out loud. So there have been times that it's really hard to say it, but I will straight up say it, and I'll say it me as it is. So say if I did cheat on someone, let's just keep using that as an example. It's as simple as, yeah, I made the choice to cheat and that's what I did and I did it. That's taking accountability. If that's it. There's no excuses. There's
But
no
but then, as a person who studies psychology, I want to know why you cheated. It's not just as
oh
simple as I did it. It's never that
yeah.
simple.
There are reasons why, yeah, but for me, I don't believe that the reasons why necessarily play into accountability because for me accountability is like you knowing that you did it and um uh knowing that you did it and knowing the reaction or knowing the effect that it had on other people and then understanding that fully and so that and like owning up to it. It's owning up to it. And so for me, I don't think the reasons why I do something necessarily have to do with owning up to what I did. Like accountability is kind of like it's black and white. It's like the facts.
It's
You can
subjective
say
and subjective
something.
because you could cheat all day, every day until you learn that it's wrong, right? You
Yeah,
don't
but
make
some
that
people it's not
switch,
wrong, unfortunately.
right? But you don't make that switch until like something, a light bulb goes off or whatever event happens to you to force you to be like, okay, this is wrong.
Yeah, no, I don't like cheat. I've been cheated on in every relationship I've been in, but I mean, that's
But
I
what made
just blame myself, and
what
then we
made
never
you
again.
cheat? What were the reasons? What
Okay,
were
so
the
I cheated.
reasons?
I have cheated in one relationship. I did in one relationship, and I did it because, well, he was. I mean, see, when I say these words, they're all excuses. It's all excuses. It's all bullshit.
It's
Like,
okay.
because for me, that's what I'm saying. The reasons don't
The
matter.
excuse,
The
an
reason matters
excuse is
are, like,
not bullshit. An excuse is explaining why it happened.
Right.
Like if you went to the doctor and you missed school,
I
your
chose
mom
it.
would write you a note
But
to
why?
excuse your
Okay,
absence.
I could cheat because he paved the way to make it okay. So now I'm getting my
No.
lick.
Oh, see, I don't agree with that at all. Like, that's so that means that you were being controlled. That's what I hear. That means you were let somebody else control your actions. So you let somebody else control you is what I'm hearing when I hear that.
Well. No. Let's keep it simple. I I did the I did the it don't
You or
change.
they or whatever, not you
Right. Yeah.
necessarily. But
Yeah. I don't do with the pronouns. Whoever I'm dealing with, right? I did the act. I did the act. I cheated. Point blank. Period.
yes,
Whatever made me do it, it don't matter. But I did it. So my thing was, why did you? Because
got
you
you,
didn't wake up one day and just say, "Oh, I'm just going to cheat today." No. What drove you? What
got
was
you.
the driving? What was the catalyst?
So it was a
And what
relationship
drove you
where,
is your excuse.
yeah, it's a relationship where he was a commercial fisherman, so he was in Alaska 9 months off and out of the year. It
So
was
he was
very, very toxic relationship. He was an addict. I mean, none of that matters though. Okay, so he was. This is none of that matters about what he did or whatever. Okay,
It
but
matters because
he
it
was gone a lot.
contributed.
So
he
he
was
was gone a
there.
lot.
He was a
Yeah,
fisherman. He was,
he was gone a lot, and I was faithful to him for 2 years. And then I tried to break up with him. I told him I didn't want to be together anymore. He wouldn't accept that answer, and I also didn't accept it because I continued to be with him. But yeah, he was gone, and I in my mentally in my head I had already left him, and I wasn't with him anymore.
yeah.
But that's garbage. That's bullshit because I still was
No,
talking to him on the phone. I still was. He still came home because we lived together when he was home, and I never told him about it, and he will never find out about it because I also think that's bullshit. There's no reason for him to know about it. The only reason for him to know about it is because I couldn't deal with my guilt of my actions, and so I have to tell him in order to relieve my guilt, which I think is bullshit, and I think is more selfish and selfish as fuck.
well, the fact at hand is, um, he wasn't there, right? So just
No,
simple. The time he wasn't there. That's what really drove you mad. To be like, you know what, I'm done. He didn't accept it. You once a woman like mentally checks out of any relationship, oh, it's over. Like,
oh yeah, no, I mentally
you know
checked
what I
out
mean?
of my relationships like a good, like most of them, like a good year before I finally left them. But he's the only person I
So
ever
wait,
cheated on. I'm
so wait, let
very
me ask
smooth
you a
on
question.
loyalty and not cheating. Uh-huh.
What was that statement you just said? When a woman is out of a relationship, oh, so when a man is mentally out of relationship, is not over.
No. Because what
Right?
we've been programmed to, this one I can answer. When a
I
woman,
was talking to you. I
me,
hope so.
yes. See, when a woman, because we will put up with your, do you want facts or you want a real life story? Because
Hopefully your facts is based off of. I mean, hopefully your real life
yes, it
story is
is.
based off of
When
facts.
a woman will put up with whatever nonsense because we
Okay,
love
men don't put up with nonsense because
no, they
they
don't.
love a woman.
What? uh, No, no. Yeah, y'all
That
use that
sounds
as a crutch.
ridiculous. That
It's
sounds ridiculous. I'm
okay,
sorry,
wait.
ma'am. And, and,
Okay,
and let me explain because
let
you
me. Okay,
only
what was your
speaking from your
question?
perspective. You're
When
speaking from the perspective of
a
you're a
woman?
woman,
Yes.
right?
So
But my
I
thing
could
is,
speak
as a
on
man, I've dealt with a lot of bullshit that I wasn't supposed to deal with.
correct, and you are
True.
entitled.
Okay, so
You
it's a
are
human
entitled.
thing.
Yes, it is, and you are entitled to feel how you feel. No one deserves heartache, right? No one deserves that. But I feel
Right.
like me as a
So you coming
woman,
from the perspective that all men give heartbreak, or all women.
women give twice as much of a heartbreak. What?
You
What?
you said what?
I said women give twice as much of, heartbreaks to men as well.
Okay. All
Right.
right. Okay.
Because I'm talking right as a mother, because for one, if I had a son, I would be infuriated if any woman would cause harm to my child. Right. But I'm speaking right now as a woman, like we would put up with nonsense until the point where like when we emotionally, mentally tap out of a relationship, we will get on the next thing flying. And that,
And
but
men don't.
men do go through that, but
See,
it's talked about. No, it's
I,
not.
I have to
Women don't
disagree
talk
with
about
that because I stayed with the guys I was with after I mentally checked out for, like I said, like at least a year. But I still stayed with the people, and I was faithful to them. So
it. Wait, what?
when I mentally checked out, I was in like uh 4 long-term back-to-back relationships from the ages of 18 to 33.
Huh.
And out of 3 of those relationships, I mentally checked out a good year before I physically left them. But I never cheated on them, and I still was loyal to them
So why? Okay, why did you not cheat on the other three?
because I don't believe in cheating. I don't like cheating. I hate cheating. I despise it. I think it's so wrong. Like, I'm a very,
Right.
very
So
loyal person
something must have happened
normally.
because you did it the first time. So you could have done it the second and the third and the fourth. But
Yeah.
something told you not to. And that's where the self-awareness, where you realize, like, okay, I can't do this again. Now, whatever, conversations you had or what guilt trip you went
Oh,
through.
don't get me wrong. I don't even feel guilty for cheating on the guy that I did cheat on.
Well,
Cheat on.
clearly
I don't
you're
feel
not doing
guilty
it
for it.
again. You're not doing it again. So
No.
therefore, it led you to be like, okay, you are self-aware. Like
I know. I love your energy, by the way. Your energy is amazing. I love it.
Well, thank you. Because I'm a
Yes.
Pisces rising. Hello.
Hell yes. What's your sun sign?
Gemini.
Okay, my North Node's in Gemini.
Oh, really?
Yep. So
Love
that's
it.
cool. So we got a Scorpio, a Pisces, and a Gemini.
Yeah, but I'm all, in my chart, it's all Leo, all fire.
Love that. And
Yeah.
my Vedic chart, my rising and my moon are in Leo.
Oh, in Vedic.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. In Vedic, mine is Virgo. I'm like, what?
So
Could
we're like
no.
the same but opposite on that. That's awesome.
Yes, we
Okay.
are. But like, but something in your brain, something within you said, I'm not gonna do it again, right? Because we all were talking about you brought up the cheating part of it, and it's just like something, right, switched off.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah, I'm
I'm
also
not,
weird about sex. Like, I do not care. Like, I've been in abusive relationships and whatever. Like,
yeah,
and
it's
I
not
do not
about sex.
care. If they've tried to mess with my sex, like, I don't give a crap. Like, if we're fighting, if we hate each other, do not bring sex into it ever. And I still have sex with the person I'm with, like, regardless of whether I hate them or not.
Well, because we're nurturers. Men are hunters. They
No, because
hunt
I
and
like
prey
sex.
all day, right?
So I
Like
don't
that's
like cheating.
like, but it's like as women, we people are so like I say this with grace and I say this with respect. People are so they're complex beings where I don't want to deal with nobody. I can't
Yes.
because knowing what I know now, I choose no. I want to get a cat or a dog and live the rest of my years. I'm blessed with a kid. I'm good. I'm fruitful. I'm all set.
Oh
Right.
my God, not me. And I've been single for, well,
I've
technically,
been single for the past 6 years, and
yeah.
I made the conscientious decision to be okay with that because one, I have a child, so I don't want to bring I don't want to bring someone into my world, and then if it's good, it's good. But then I added you to my world. Now, if you
Oh,
hurt my world, now 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 I gotta act a certain way. Now I gotta go to jail. Now I gotta,
you're amazing for that.
yeah,
You're
there
fucking
is.
absolutely amazing for that. Like,
And that's
you're
why
an
I
amazing
chose
mother. Thank you. Thank you for
right.
being such an amazing mother.
And thank you, because girl, you don't know. I made the conscientious choice to live the next, 13 years by myself just to protect my kid, right? And
F
also because I went through dating life,
hell.
been through 8 years of relationship. And after that, 2 years, and then after that, it started to diminish, right?
Yeah.
And it like I'm trying to be self-fulfilled. The little things I have, what do we call it? Non something that you can't feel or touch, whatever the word is, right? It escapes me.
Like not real, just not
Right,
real.
like
Yeah, it's real, but it's not real. Kind of like energy. We know energy's like there. We can feel it, but it's not. It's not like physical.
Right, like how what we see ain't physical. Our bodies, our flesh ain't real, right? Like everything is based off energy, and it's just like I'm okay with where I am in life. I am okay with what I am okay with what I have in life. I am fulfilled. I am sustained. Now it's up to me to add.
FYI, really quick, just so
Yeah,
you know, if you want to meet somebody and if you allow it, that will happen next year in like summer, fallish time.
are you a tarot reader?
Just so you know, I'm psychic. Yeah.
Are you a tarot reader?
No, I don't need my cards. I do have 18 decks, but I really don't really
Girl,
use them. I'm also
I'm gonna
medium.
need your contacts. I'm gonna need your contacts. Yeah,
Yes. Okay. Yes, for sure.
but you know, like I'm a lover. I wear my heart on my sleeves. Do I want what we're going through to happen in this world? No. Do I want to save the world? If I could, I definitely would. Right? No one deserves to go through trials and tribulation. Right? We are put on this earth either to move a person to greater, or we are the demon in the flesh. Right? But at the end of the day, though, what it literally boils down to in any conversation, any discussion, any dialogue, it's up to you. I like,
100%.
and that's where 2 years ago I went through my shadow period, and I like to be in control. That was my flaw until I had to read every day. When I say every day, I read the Serenity Prayer every day, and
But
once
did
I
you
did that,
heal? Did you
huh?
face your demons? Did you face your
Oh,
demons? Did you
of
heal?
course, of course. And we it's like we're programmed not to face our issues head on.
Yeah, it's garbage.
It's like we're programmed to not sit by ourselves, right? Like we are faced to do things of the opposite. But we have to also think, why are we faced to do these things? Population control, perhaps. But at the end of the day, though, it's up to you, because you were born alone, you work alone, and you damn sure will die alone, right?
I hate that thing. My ex used to say that all the time, and I hate that one. Like
Why?
I don't
Why do you hate it? Why?
know, but I know.
Why? No. Let's analyze this for a second. You were born alone because you don't got a twin, right? Do you have a
My
twin?
mother was born alone. I was born into my mother's arms.
No. You were born alone. You worked alone, and you will die alone. But you have an issue with that statement. Why is that so?
Yes, I do. Oh, I have huge abandonment issues. Like I thought I had those figured out, and then spirit let me know very, very harshly in the
I
past
I
2 years.
I
You
have
guys out there do not have them solved at all.
no, I have
Um,
abandonment issues. I could say that
yeah,
I suffer from abandonment issues. Yes, I do. But
yeah.
nonetheless, let me not be fooled. Let me not be fooled, right? I am well aware of I was definitely born alone. I worked alone, and
You're not gonna die alone, just so you know. You're
yes,
not.
I am.
No, you won't.
My counterpart ain't gonna if I'm off in the bed and I'm just like last breath, like he's gonna still be breathing. He's gonna probably think about after he sees me with my last breath. Now, whatever you do after you see me take a last breath, that's up to you. But I died alone. Unless
All
we're in
right,
a
I got
car,
you. Yeah,
unless
think
we're
about
in
it that
a car.
way. I've
Yeah,
got
but
you. Yes.
that's where we get into semantics, though. That's where we get into semantics, where me and my counterpart are in a car and we just hit a tree and then we're both dead. Yes, then I don't die alone. Yes, of course, I don't die alone. But let's be realistic, though. It, probability will show that I may die alone. I may, right?
Yeah,
But
you're
yes,
right.
even though I suffer from abandonment issues, I am well aware that I was born alone because I don't got a twin. I would love to have a twin. I worked alone, and it's most likely, I don't know the future. It's most likely I will, and I'm okay with that acknowledgement, right? Regardless of my traumas, I am well aware of at least for the most part, what was stated. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, though, it's up to the person, it's up to oneself. And I've been trying to find my tribe of like-mindedness who could push me to be my better self, whether it's in the spiritual form, mental, mental, physical, or but I'm being pushed to be. I'm trying to find balance because right now I'm off alignment, like fell off so hard.
Oh yeah, it's hard right now. It's hard right now. It's hard to keep a good spirit. It's hard to be positive. It's hard to stay loving. It's like everything within us, as far as anything good, is being challenged on that level. Like and
But
especially without support, it's so hard.
even though it's hard, and we know that it's hard, why can't we program our minds to
We
say
can,
it's easy?
and the smart ones of us do. Well, I call it rewiring our brains, because
Yep.
we teach ourselves something completely different and opposite from how we were raised, which was toxic as fuck and not healthy at all. And some people, they grow up and they repeat those situations, and even if I don't know if they think it's right or not, but I know for me, like, I rewired my brain, and I taught myself, and I did a lot of work in order to not behave that way, in order to not do what I was essentially taught to, what was normal, which is not. So I call it, rewiring our brains. It's the most difficult thing that anybody could ever do. The smart ones do, and the ones
we're all
happiness here and there, we do that because we want that chance. The people that choose not to do that, they don't even get the chance of any happiness, in my opinion.
Some of us chase. Okay. I'm gonna be very, very transparent. Are you still up?
I'm listening.
Okay. So I'm gonna be very transparent. No one knows, so I guess, whatever. I didn't begin telling myself this, right? Life happened, as you know. And I began telling myself, or now that I'm saying it out loud, perhaps I manifested this for me. And I would tell myself, happiness comes and goes. I am okay with the happiness that I, come across at the time being, but I don't hold on to it because I know that it's going to go away. So telling yourself that all the time due to whatever external influence, external factors or experience, I kept telling myself that, right? And everyone keeps telling me, oh, you need to find balance. You need to find balance.
No, you need to heal. You need to heal that beautiful heart of yours. I mean, you don't need to do anything, but that's a trauma response. That is a I want to protect my heart because it fucking hurts.
Yeah.
Because it is crippling. And so you want to do that to try to protect yourself. And you're not wrong in that necessarily. But it is something that you can change, and it just hurts.
Yes, I could definitely change that by using methods I learned. Speak my boundary, let you know real quick what my triggers are. So if I tell you my triggers and you continue to do it, I will go ghost. Love is, I condition my mind to where it's like I don't need love. Do I want love? Of course. That's every girl's dream, be in love, to have one and only, I think that I condition myself to shut certain things out in my life that is doing me more harm than good. Not that I'm talking to you guys, right? And every day I'm learning that it's like, yes, it's okay to be hurt. Because before I would never want to identify like, oh, I'm hurt. Because mentally being strong mentally will mess you up more than what your family did, right? I conditioned myself in such a way. You call me like the Ninja Turtle or something, like Raphael. If you guys know Ninja
The
Turtle,
purple one, is that Raphael?
Raphael's the red one.
Right?
Strong, stubborn, don't want to like the leader of the pack, can't ask for help. But once you're humbled, all your blessings and your abundance and your peace will come. And that's where I'm like tethering, like, I gotta open that door. I know I
Yeah.
deserve that door. I'm looking at the door. I'm looking at the door. I'm looking at it. And I just gotta get to it. I see the door. I know where I'm at. It ain't good. But I see the door, my exit, right? My issue right now in life is just opening the goddamn door. Or in other words, the hardest, like let's say you're walking up a staircase, a flight of stairs. The hard part is not going up the next step. The hard part is leaving the last step you was on. So your right foot is up, your left foot is about to go, up. It's the left foot that I have such an attachment to, harboring or victimizing. How does Fee say it? I am validating victimhood. Didn't know that was a thing until I heard it. I said, God damn it. Yes. Right? And it's sort of acknowledgement. So I say that to say we as a collective or individuals, we stand in our own way. And keep in mind, energy is what drives the world. Energy, the frequency, that's just what it boils down to. Now, if all our energy is into bullshit, we're fucked. Sorry, pardon my French. Like, but as an individual, you choose to change if you want to. I think we lost her.
Yeah, well, she said her phone was on 5%. So
Oh, but damn. But do you understand where I was coming from?
yeah, and I think it's very important not to and I always talk about that validating your victimhood, and that's where I was going with what you were saying. Women do this and women do that.
We
Like,
do.
no, it's a human thing. It's not. It's not
We're
a
conditioned.
woman thing. You can only say, and I caution you to say that because maybe you only speaking that because you are a woman. But no, as a man, I understand that men and women go through this shit.
Of course.
It's
But my
not
thing
one
is though,
sided. But
it's not once we're learning that now it's not one-sided, right? Because men, where's the weight on their shoulders? Like you're told what to do, not to do, and how to do it. Women, we're not told that. So it's like you guys are born
not
into,
told what to do with what.
oh, like if a little boy is crying, oh man up. Oh, you're a boy. Stop crying. No, let if me, oh, I'm a mother. Let my baby cry. Let him cry. He needs to express. That's what's wrong with y'all today, because y'all don't know how to express. Because why? Because they told you this to not express and not look at you walking in the world, don't know how to express, don't know how to talk, don't know how to feel. So your condition as women, well, not you per se, but men as a collective are conditioned to be away, and women are also. And that's why I said, yes, men could go through heartbreak as well. I'm not saying that, but I understand that. But speaking from a woman, I went through it. I'm telling you it, but I'm not negating or dismissing men don't go through it.
So
I'm not.
then, to help with what you're saying, just make more I statements instead of saying generalizations.
Right.
Because
And I have an issue
when
with
you
that.
make generalizations,
Right.
then you get to split the pool in half, and
Okay.
I don't
Well,
want to create division.
okay, cool. So, okay, perfect. Because I do need to fix my vernacular when it comes to, I'm trying to talk in first tense, and it's just like, yes, I acknowledge the fact that men are supposed to uphold some type of character, and as well as women, but I understand. is so detrimental. It's so detrimental to our time now. Because I am told not to smoke, drink. Why? Grandpa did it, so I thought I could do it. My mom's like, no, that's wrong. Crazy, but I do what I'm supposed to do. Go to school, come home. You know, got you the little right. I got you. You know, the accolade. What more do you want from me?
But my question to you is, who said that that's what you were supposed to do?
Oh, first of all, I am very no. There's a difference between what I'm told to do. There's a difference between what I want to do and what I think is right. Also with them, but me, I'm not disrespectful because I'm not disrespectful. Like when it comes to family, I'm gonna be very respectful and mindful. Like if mom says no,
Well,
I may
so,
do it,
but
but I'm not gonna do it
you
in front of you. And I'm not,
you
you know,
got to be. No, I was talking about when you say I go to school, I do what I'm supposed to do, and
I
I come
am.
home.
Yes, yes.
So my thing is that whose dream is you living? Are you living your dream or somebody else's dream when you say that?
It's perhaps it's if one I was born into it. This is what you're
So
supposed to
then
do.
you living somebody else's dream.
Not really, not really, because I could say not really now, but back then that's what was taught. That's what was ingrained in me. Go to school, come home, go to church, work, you know, you be a law abiding citizen. It was taught upon me. But did I have examples as to which they didn't go to school and they're a millionaire? That worked for you. You were the outlier, right? And what was taught. And I applaud it. I like it. I like it. But can I do it? Yes, I can. Would it work for me? Yes, possibly. But I am so comfortable doing what I'm told. And me and you had a conversation about how I hate how I was raised because certain cultures raise their kids to be obedient, follow, where other cultures would be like, would be, would apply more energy and focus more on creativity, do what you want to do, right? Now you got two family sectors. One is teaching one to be obedient like a slave, and the other one is to be a boss. I was taught, put your head down, don't say nothing in all directions. I'm sorry, I got issue with authority because if it don't make sense, I'm speaking the hell up. And this is why I kept jobs in managerial positions, but they didn't. My managerial peers didn't like me. If it don't make sense, I'm not doing it. Like y'all bugging. I would be called a whistleblower, what have you, but I'm speaking up. I don't care what you call it. But if it don't make sense for me, no. But when it comes to my family, what I was told to do, yes, because I need structure and I'm good at what I was told to do. Can I open the avenue to be my own boss and be creative? Absolutely. But however, I wish that was given. I wish that was my option. I wish it's me and my brother. I had brothers. One made it. Same principles apply to him. Go to school, da da da. You know, go to school, come home. What? He did half of that and still made it. And I'm like, well, first of all, nigga, you brave. You brave to be me. Like you brave. Like you went against the wolf. You're brave. But nah, I like where I'm at. But am I comfortable being mediocre, stagnancy? I know it's I don't like this uncomfortableness. I rather be comfortable getting uncomfortable, be where I need to, where I
So
want to be.
what's your dream?
To save the world, save my family, like to not have to work a 9 to 5 and slave to create have financial stability.
What
So
does that
we're
look
gonna
like?
connect and I've recently come across something. I don't know if it's legit or not, but if it is legit, it's worth a lot of money. And if it is legit, I will give you the information and let you know. Or you can just have the information now and you can try it yourself. But it's an email I can send you. But yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, yeah. But if you put your email in the chat, I'll definitely give it to you. It's based on sovereignty and natural law and whatever else. But I'll email it to you.
I'm an open book. See me. I don't like to. Nah, if you got gems, because you're like a fish. You're here to teach people how to fish, and that's what I do for free. I give people gems, and I maybe will cop an attitude if the other person I'm talking to can be free. Like, what you holding back for, right? And I say that respectfully to you, Shaylee, to be free. Like, it's okay because people may want that what you're about to say, but don't know how to ask how to get it, right? And
Yeah.
like we're all right? Who can say I can help you? You can help me, but we're here to help each other, and we're building a tribe where others could like stop hiding from the mask. And I feel like feed things like I'm living for my family. Yes and no, because I'm a nonconformist. Always had an issue with authority because I challenge. You know, like 4 brothers, I'm the only girl, and it's just like, yo, I should have been a boy. The way that my brothers act so soft, and me like, what? Couldn't tell me twice. Like I'm a knucklehead, but I do it with great intentions, right? But like I want you to speak freely, and I want you to be vulnerable, if if you can, and if you can't, right, I'll email you my email.
Oh yeah, no, about this you mean? Oh yeah, no, I'll speak freely about anything. It's something that I don't. The reason why I won't speak too much on it is because I don't know enough about it yet in order to speak on it, which is
Okay, well,
why that's the only thing holding me
give me
back. Like,
your
if I don't
synopsis.
have the knowledge, I won't try to say that.
Well,
Or
give me your synopsis of it all, and I will
Uh,
do the research. That's what
well,
I do.
essentially so the email that I was given, it has several videos and it has steps specifically on what you need to do and what you need to file and with whom, and it's essentially saying that we are all like property of the government, and
Uh,
that's why we have our social security numbers and everything like
yeah,
that,
we can make
right?
money off our own social. Yes.
Yes, and so
Oh,
but this
baby,
is
I learned that 3 years ago.
okay, cool.
Yes,
This is
yes.
okay then, good. So you'll appreciate this then anyways. And I
I
hope
never,
it's
I
legit,
never
but
really, I never. I mean, I would do some dumb shit, right? Like
no, these girls, it's 2 girls and they have several videos on there. They have everything
they
you need to
probably,
print out. They have
girl, they
everything you need to
scamming,
do specifically and to
scamming.
send in order to essentially get your trust and get your money.
Well,
Yeah, so they talk about claiming your straw man, and if you say too many of the wrong trip my catchphrases, then they'll take down my live. So
yeah. So that's why I was saying,
Okay, good
like,
to know. Thank
yeah,
you.
yeah. So no, trust me. Thank you for telling me that because now I know I could talk to you freely, behind
Oh
scenes.
yeah.
But no, I am very well aware that I've just never been crazy enough to do such a thing because I'm just trying to create a passive flow.
Well, I'll send you guys both the email. It's very
No,
detailed
it's more of
and it has
my
all the
lane.
documents you need and how you need to fill them out. And
Oh, baby, I know how. What? Listen, I
okay,
can
well
go
that's
do.
awesome. I love that you guys know about it then because I can learn
What?
from
I
you
mean, no.
guys.
See, this may not be part of Fee's journey, but baby, like, I am multifaceted. Okay, I'm in everything. So I hear you.
Okay, I
I
love
hear you.
that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Good. I'm glad I mentioned it.
Um, and I'm a firm believer. You gotta do a little bit of bad to do a little good. And hey, that is me. Okay, but
yeah,
thank thank
I'll just say this: just understand what your 13th Amendment rights is, and
13 Amendment.
when you understand your 13th Amendment rights, then
It's
you
also mental.
understand what's at risk, because there's always a risk with everything. So, like I said, I'm very familiar about the whole straw man thing. It's just you know you just got to
Not
understand,
thought by
because
me.
when
No,
you gain when you gain in something, then you losing something, and there's
well, that's
always
the
a
risk
give
we
and a
take.
take.
That's the
Okay.
risk we take. Yeah. Because if you're gonna get into something, you better know the ins and outs. But then again, you
Good
may not
point. Thank you.
you may not know, but it's trial and error. Like, oops, okay, you learn from it, right? But I looked it up, 13th Amendment, and
I have no idea what that is. I'll look it up though.
I see everything is also to me semantics. I'm lazy. So this is why I always say give a lazy person a job because they will find the quickest way to do it.
I'm
Right.
lazy too. I've had the
No,
same
I'm
question for
sorry.
like
I'm
2 months and
sorry.
I
It's
haven't
the
done it yet.
14th Amendment, not the 13th
I had a
Amendment.
feeling it was for 14, but I didn't want to override. Okay.
It's the 14th Amendment. I'm sorry, but yeah, I was close. But yeah, I'm super uber. I mean, I'm hip to a lot of the shit, man. It's a very simple process actually, but like I said, those some of the words that you go through when you talking about this stuff are trip mind words. Like so the way the YouTube algorithm work is that
Nah, I'm sorry. It's semantics because equal protection. We're not protected. Let's call the thing a
well
thing.
you
Let's
do
call a
get
spade a spade.
so you do get certain protections if you be
No, we
labeled
don't. I'm sorry.
male.
They over. Okay.
Can I
Well, I
please
don't.
finish what I'm saying, please,
No, no, no.
before
See,
you
but okay.
respond?
The reason why I'm cutting you off right here, right now, because if that's what they state, the action shows otherwise. You understand?
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So
So that's why it's just
so what does it mean to be an outlaw then? Or to
well,
belong to an outlaw tribe?
oh, I know what an outlaw tribe is. That's you understand. Yes, hello. But what I'm reading right now currently does not state such and such. It says grants citizenships to all people born or naturalized in the US and guarantees equal protection and due process under the law. That's what I'm basing my response off of. Now it
And
states
what's your response?
based off what I read
Really
that
quick, I'm so excited I met you guys and that I'm able to interact with you guys. And
go
I'm
ahead, baby.
hopefully going to learn a
Jump
lot from you
in.
guys, and I'm very thankful for that. FYI.
Jump in. God.
I'm saying I appreciate you guys, and I'm just excited that I met you, and that I'm getting to interact with you, and I'm getting to learn from you, and I'm just saying thank you. I'm really excited about this.
Are you? I'm so
Genuinely,
happy
yes,
for you.
genuinely.
This is good. But
No, coincidences aren't a thing.
coincidences are not for nothing. Oh, question for you, sidebar. Do you think opposites attract?
Absolutely.
Huh? I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
You think what wait, what I asked?
Absolutely, yes. I have a potty mouth.
Absolutely to
Yes.
opposites attract.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes, yes.
okay. Just wanted to know your thoughts on that. But did you look up the 14th Amendment?
No, I'm gonna do it right now. I have to turn my phone back on.
Because I don't see no outlaw though. But it also does state, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny any person in its jurisdiction the
So
equal protection of the laws.
Yeah, but technically you're not alive unless you do whatever it is you're supposed to do to like get your name back, right?
No, we're not. They're saying right here that we're not deprived. Like they're not going to take away, my life, my liberty, my property without the process, the logistics of the law. But I'm saying, yeah,
so
because
then you got to find out what. So if you're gonna do whatever you're gonna do, you need to
Mhm.
find out the due process and what their counter due process is.
Well, of
Because they say
course. Well,
without due
yes.
process.
It's like jumping into the ocean without knowing how to swim. Well, I like to fact check and dot my I's, cross my T's, in everything I do. I'm gonna make
I'll
sure.
turn into a mermaid in that situation, and then I'll be.
Oh, baby, I'm a mermaid. Okay, hello. Like I be in La La Land all day, like just daydreaming.
Yeah, well, get out of La La Land and look at the chat.
Oh, hello. First of all, I don't see nothing in the chat. Oh, okay, YouTube chat.
Yeah.
Okay, YouTube chat. I don't see nothing in YouTube chat. Nothing's in. Oh, got you. Okay. I went to the yard chat.
It's in the yard chat too. It's just not. I'm talking about in the public, not in the private.
No. You know, and that's all right because we're not gonna shine light on the double. You know what? I'm
What
gonna.
happened to it? You know, I just went to YouTube on my phone and it ain't in there.
No,
Fuck
it's
you,
not.
motherfucker.
No.
Get the fuck
See,
out of here.
Hey, we ain't gonna cuss them
see,
out.
and this is what I'm saying.
I
It's
don't
all
like people
right
like that.
because
Sorry, I'm being
the double pops up when you're trying to reach a new level. Any level you
I
come
just
from.
said look at it. I didn't say
I seen
respond.
it. I see. Nah, you should have let it. You should have let it right. No.
Okay, I'm just gonna be quiet, but I'm gonna get okay.
No. My thing is, it's all right. When I say it's all right in every sense of the word, let them, because at the end of the day, though, at every new level, there's a new devil. Like, come on. We talking about we enlightened. If we enlightened when in Rome, do as we gonna walk like we enlightened. We ain't paying no mind. Like what
But
you get me? It's okay.
but anyways, though,
Exactly.
like we
Irrelevant.
were saying though, man, it's there is. I mean, like I said, man, I know exactly what she's talking about, and it's a real thing. I mean,
Yeah, it is. And you want to know so crazy? I
shit,
seen
it,
someone
Department of
order.
Treasury, shit. That's as simple as it get. Go to the Department of Treasury.
Thank you,
But
Charlie, for unlocking the gold box because, baby, yes, I needed you. You came right on time. But anyways, moving forward. Okay,
Yes.
but yeah, though, like I said.
unlocking our true self, unlocking to find. Okay, Charlie, since you're new to the chat, what if you are at liberty to state? Do you feel like you're struggling in life?
Oh yeah, but that's what I chose. I believe I chose a I chose a really difficult life, but I also choose to every day remind myself what I'm grateful for and choose to every day focus on what I do have versus what I don't have. And because of that, I'm able to create my own happiness. Even if I'm in my darkest spots in life, I still find ways to create happiness.
Okay, so you
and for those around
create.
me.
So I didn't hear you speak upon the actions, the steps that you should be taking, right? Because you can create anything you want all day, but is it conducive? You knew where you came from, you know where you want to go.
Oh, I know where I'm supposed to be going. My spirit guides aren't very happy with me. They're very impatient. I know my life purpose. I need to start working on my life purpose. Yeah.
Okay, so
Which is I'm a healer. I'm definitely a healer, and I've been
you're a
not
healer,
wanting to do that. And my spirit guides are not happy, but they still love me, and they know how I am. So whatever.
but you're a healer.
Yes.
Start creating your get a journal, big journal, and write.
I'm supposed to write. Yeah, I don't like to though.
Yeah. No, you need to create your story. Fee, this is where you need
How
to
much
come
do you know about astrology? Do you know? Do you know quite a bit about it, or?
I mean, I know a little song. I
Yeah, my
know.
Scorpio is in my third house, and that's the Pluto, Mars, and
Yeah, I got my
Saturn. I'm
Scorpio and
supposed to
Pluto.
write.
I don't like Scorpio. Can't stand them. Oh my gosh, the devil's second born. Oh,
Yeah, because we all square each, or no, Scorpio doesn't square. Yeah, no, Scorpio doesn't square us. I square you, and you square me.
well, I don't know about the squares, the trines, and all of that. All I know is my chart, and I get your birthday, and I do my little and then I would just know off back like I can't give you I gotta go.
Well, I'll tell
Like
you just a little bit. I know of your chart. So you said you're a Pisces rising,
mm,
and since you're a Gemini, so your Gemini hits my North Node, and then your Pisces hits my depending on the degree, but anyways. The important thing is the Gemini with my North Node and my South Node means we probably could possibly have, depending on other placements, but past lives together, definitely. Plus the Pisces rising with my Pisces sun, that's another that's another
what
like a
about
soulmate or like past life.
the moon? Because I know you're Mars, which is in what Aries. Okay, yeah, I know that. But what about Scorpio? Oh child, you make me want to run to the hills. Okay, so
my Mercury is in Aries.
that's your Mars. And where was your Aries in?
My Mercury, the way I
Oh,
communicate.
Mercury, how you
My intellect.
communicate.
Yeah.
Fireball, just off with the tongue. Okay.
Fireball.
Yes, I did. Mercury. My Mercury's in Cancer, right? Hilarious. Okay, what about your moon, your Venus?
My moon is in Virgo,
Oh yes, that's
and
right.
my Venus is in Pisces.
No, our Pi. Okay, that's your sign. That's your core. That's your core. The moon is how your emotions, and your rising is how you come across to the world.
Yes.
People, right? And how you love, is your Venus, and how you communicate, which is a Scorpio.
Mercury,
I have
no
to go to
Aries.
that one.
I communicate like an Aries, and I go
No,
to
you
war
don't.
like a Scorpio.
Scorpios are wishy-washy. What? Listen.
Scorpios are not wishy-washy.
Yes, they are.
No way. If you think Scorpio is wishy-washy, that's only because they don't want you to know what they're thinking or what they're doing, and they want you to think that they're
And
wishy-washy.
to me, that's foolish, because I do know Scorpios, how the audacity of Scorpios to look and act so suspect and suspicious to their acts, loyalty and truth from the other party that they're dealing with at the time. Like, the audacity of you, but you over here acting a fool. But you want me to be loyal, submissive to what? To nonsense?
The Scorpio you were dealing with sounds like they were
unevolved,
very not involved and not good. Not
well, then, in that sense,
that's
then
bad,
we're not
yeah.
all. Well, then we're not all evolved. But, man, listen. Let's call a thing a thing.
But even if you can't even say none of the stuff you're saying, because it ain't even got nothing to do with they evolve. You got to look at the whole chart. So, like
I
you
look at the
said,
whole
the
chart.
Venus
It's
is how
giving
you
foolish.
love, right?
Yes,
Ma'am,
but that's a different
can I
aspect
please
of.
finish?
Oh, okay.
Just like, for example, if you're talking about in a relationship, right? Well, you got to look at a couple things like their Venus placement, for example. So
Yeah.
it's just like you when you talk about a Scorpio, you're just only talking about the sun sign, which is they how the world sees them, right? Well, that's only a minute part of a person.
Correct. I look at the overall chart, how you love, how you communicate, which is Mercury. Your sun is your core. How your emotions, right? And then how you come
So
across.
how can you make a blanket statement about Scorpios as wishy washy if you know all
First
of
of
this?
all, when I say, oh, thank you for correcting me, because I see where the confusion lie. I I am speaking on the Scorpios I dealt with. So again, I gotta speak with the I.
But even
Scorpio
if
and Gemini
even
also
even with
have
that a step farther though,
I
what
did the
was in a
research,
what about the placements in their charts that
and
made them act
yes,
like
and
that in certain areas
I'm
of
the
their life?
I'm the only person in my family that looks up charts. I got to know the
Scorpio and Gemini also have a
listen,
very
Google
karmic tie. It's
what?
you gotta look it up. Scorpio and Gemini have a very karmic tie. Like
Yes,
it's a
yes,
thing. My
yes, it is
sister
a
dated a
thing.
Scorpio and she's a Gemini. This is why I learned about it. But yeah.
Yeah. Scorpio, we're like mirroring each other, right? We attract each other, and it's not for the good thing. You're either a lesson or a blessing, right? I could be a blessing to a Scorpio.
Holy shit, you're my ex.
Well, then, well, don't make me.
My ex used to say that all the time too. I love it.
I almost got the cussing. You okay? Well, the exes I dealt with, yes, happened to be Scorpio, and did not oil and water didn't mix.
Don't say that in a bad way. And by the way, that wasn't in a bad
Absolutely, I
way.
said it in a bad way, all the way, and I've been on it 20 times because foolish. My brother's a Scorpio. Me and him don't get along, right? My exes are Scorpios. I just like the funness y'all bring.
Yeah.
But when y'all get disrespectful, then I gotta get beside myself and out of character. Scorpio, to me, I don't got time for it, because I don't need to lie. Now, if you need to lie, then that's on you. So I gotta go. But me, I don't need to lie. Like, And that's the thing. Scorpios, they don't want, well, the ones I dealt with don't want to face their truth. Like, you're wrong and you're wrong, you're wrong. That's it. They ain't no trying to deny, gaslight, whatever. Like, I'm not getting behind foolishness. I'm sorry. I gotta go. And it's unfortunate. Because y'all real cool. I mean, Scorpios are real cool. But I digress. So there you go.
No, I feel you, and I agree with you. I mean, like, trust me, the Scorpio that my sister dated, like, screwed her over royally, like bad. And but it's I don't know, and I know Scorpios have a bad like stereotype. So do Geminis have a bad stereotype, but
yeah, they call it two-faced.
I don't. I mean, I don't agree with that. Also, I will never date another Pisces again in my life. Like, screw that. The Pisces I've dated,
Nah.
But it's just
because Scorpios, Pisces don't even get a chance. Oh no, thank you. One ruins it all. Yep, bad apple for everybody. Yep, shut it down. Nope.
Yeah, no, and it's like, well, it's I don't know, unevolved people, unevolved placements, and then you want to look at the negative aspects of placements, which we all have negative and positive. Yeah, if you're dealing with someone that's uninvolved, that yes, a Scorpio that's uninvolved can be fucking brutal as and not.
Yeah, but you know, it's stepping stones, and that's where do opposites attract. No, opposites not attract. I'd rather not go through the struggle and pain and horror. I'm all set. I need to find like and sound-minded people. My person, my forever partner, my me.
I also hate this or dislike the stereotype of Geminis being wishy-washy or two-faced.
No, not. Listen,
I read something one time that made a lot of sense to me, and this is
no, don't stop.
Talking about Geminis. It was talking about Geminis.
No, don't stop her. No, let her talk about Geminis.
Ooh.
It was about Geminis switching places with their higher selves constantly, and that's why people may consider them or look at them to be two-faced. It's not because they are two-faced. It's because they're constantly switching places with their higher selves.
Let's go.
And I agree with that.
Yes, indeed. And that's why earlier I said I could look at any situation, any given, in a good and bad manner, because I could see why they did it. It may not make sense to you, but I could see it on both ends. The mother stole insulin out of CVS. Yes, it's bad. We all know it's fucking bad. Bitch, you're crazy. But why did she do it? For the greater good, to save her daughter. Do you want her baby to die? So now that comes into play, right? But I can see why she stole it. People could think like, oh, she stole it. She's going to jail. She stole it for her. But is you giving the money up? Is you getting 3 months worth of insulin? Sit down somewhere. Because if you're not,
there's no way.
Like me, I'm going straight there. What locked me up right now? Like, I got the bill. Let's go. But for my baby, you're bugging. Listen, I'm doing anything by any means. That's it. Like,
question on that topic. So I was reading about her, or I was watching a video about Hurricane Katrina and about how absolutely horrible that was. And I unfortunately didn't know until recently how horrible that was. But it was talking about a hospital and one of the main hospitals there, and how the doctors and one of the doctors and some of the medical staff there made the decision to euthanize about 45 patients. Because it was so bad that the patients didn't have what they needed. They had no power. They had no nothing. Would you agree with that or not?
Absolutely not. But then I know better.
I do. I agree with it. They did try to take her. They took her to court and they did try to charge her, and the jury found her not guilty. Thank God.
Well, of course, because y'all bugging. If y'all think that makes law ethically correct, y'all tripping. But then again, we already know pharmaceuticals, big pharma.
No, I think. Wait, do you agree with what the doctor did, or you don't?
Absolutely not. I'm coming for your whole family. Like,
why?
Right. But
wouldn't it be better to die quickly instead of, like, can you imagine your organs not working and there's nothing that can be done and you're just going to suffer for who knows how long until you finally are dead?
No, because the action doesn't merit that see you Scorpio self. It don't merit that to something of extreme. If there's a hurricane and I end up in the hospital, treat me and
it was a hurricane that shut down the whole city. There was no power.
Okay, and so what
the hospital didn't have what was needed to keep these people alive.
Okay, well, so what does my reproductive system come into play in keeping me alive? Is it cardio? So what do we do? What are we looking at?
You gotta think of people who need breathing tubes.
Yeah, but you said
transplants. People who need. These are people that are in there with, like, these were people that were already in the hospital. They were already admitted to the hospital. That without the machines that are necessary to keep them alive, they would die a very slow and painful death.
Okay, and that's unfortunate. But however, Hello, I don't think we're sleeping till today. Big pharma and the medical field system, what have you. Um, I mean, am I at liberty to say they being a certain type of organization? Right? Okay, I'm gonna say that because I don't want to, I'm trying to be respectful. Um, let us not be deceived. You know what they did to do. They did what they needed to do, and now we mad. Okay, well just don't go to them because you know what they're here to do. Keep the
I agree
system
with
going,
it.
keep their
Yeah.
pockets flowing. So, like, what are we talking about? Don't like what me, I need to see. I like if someone's my family member in a hospital, I'm gonna be right there. I need to be present in case she don't know or he don't know. I'm gonna know and I'm gonna speak up. Like that's not flying. Just like let's say if my child was in a sport and the teacher wants to be behind closed doors. No, nigga, I need to be in there listening to what you're talking about. We want to know. Like,
So,
no.
sorry, one more quick question. So, if you knew somebody that was in a coma for 5 years and the doctors said they were never going to come to, would you pull the plug or no?
Absolutely not. God,
Okay.
universe,
Yeah, we
whatever.
have different views on that, which is
Like,
okay. I love talking to people with
no,
different views.
I
because
mean,
it's a way for me to learn.
if you see me, okay. See, well, now it took a different turn. You so like gory, like this is see, and this is what Scorpio's like dark, like dark. Like,
Real. It's real. It's real life. In
ain't
my
that
opinion.
real? Like, girl, we talking about something of what we all can relate to. This is to the extreme. Feet, come on.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, I do extremes. Yeah, I don't do small talk. You're right.
Feet,
You're correct.
What's up?
are you listening?
I'm listening.
Well, then can you please? I mean, at any time. I mean, you are more than welcome to jump in.
So what you want to ask me? Ask me something
What's your opinion on what we're speaking of?
Jesus Christ.
about pulling the plug. I think that's to the individual.
Yeah,
I don't know. I never
yeah,
been in that position.
Right. And I don't even want to think about it because
that's
Yeah.
true. Yeah,
that's where my mind don't need it one day. I'm just trying to make these M's and be on a boat. And I don't even like the water. I'd rather be arguing about what boat we gonna take. Like, you know what I mean? Like, not this. Oh no.
you're good. If you want to change the subject, we can. Just tell me, and I'm good. I'm very
Well, you
flexible
was
and
talking
very open
about
minded,
okay. Well,
and I don't get offended
So
easily. And I love opinions that are
so
different than mine. I
how
genuinely
about
do.
how about we take a second to reset and then we can ask the people in the chat what they think about the topic of the video, which is
Perfect.
did social media ruin the authentic connections? All right. So peace, love, health, and well vibe tribe. Like and subscribe. Help your boy break away from that 9 to 5.
9 to 5.
If you didn't know, I am King Fee, King of the Tarot, and I am begging for donations right now. No, I'm just playing.
No, because we're blessed and abundant. The hospital
And
has no right to
and,
take action on someone's life unless documented. Well,
and
correct.
so
And that's true. Hold on. Stephanie, that is very true. However, she was asking in a sense of like, would you? And me, I'm selfish. I'm gonna need you to be alive at all times. Even if you can't do nothing, you here, I'm here, we here. But yeah, so and that is true. Hospitals, they don't have a right because
Normally, no. This was in a situation that was very specific and individual. But if we
was
want
it
to go,
to
I
you?
do not like hospitals. I do not like doctors. I don't trust them. But this was just specifically to that situation, more so.
Oh, well, that was random. If
I'm
it
random. I do that. Yeah, I got to get put back on track sometimes. Just be like, yeah, okay, turn around, go that way, back. Okay, now listen.
how old are you?
I'm 40.
You're
And where you from?
40?
Yeah, I live in Utah.
Where you was born and raised in Utah?
No, I left here when I was 10, and then I was in Idaho, and then I was in Oregon, and then I came back. I was in Oregon for 15 years, and Idaho for 10, and Alaska for a little bit. But yeah.
Yeah. You ever suffer from substance abuse?
Yeah, I used to be an alcoholic.
Oh.
Until when?
Until I had my firstborn child, and I was 28 years old, and I told him I would get sober and stay sober because I would not do that to my children. And he passed away when he was 10 weeks old, but I stayed sober for him because I told him I would. So about 28.
Oh wow.
And you said your birthday was when?
March 16th.
Oh man, I had a
Wait,
lot of experience with people with their birthday around that time.
ain't that
You
close
have
to
what?
Aries?
So I had a lot of experience with people with their birthday around that time.
Oh yeah.
Good or bad?
It's all love. So it ain't no good or bad when we operate out of love. We operate out of
When's your birthday? I'm
necessary and not
curious.
necessary.
It's not
My
November
birthday
6th,
is
is it?
October. My birthday is October 25th, 1990,
Nice.
and I'm
Okay.
still I'm still taking presents. I will settle for donuts. So
My
I'm
brother's October 22nd. Yeah, it's a good time.
all right. So I want to pick your brain a little bit more in a minute, but let me reset the room. We 3 hours in on this live, y'all. Peace, love, health, and wealth vibe tribe. Like and subscribe. Help your boy break away from that 9 to 5. Just to tell you a little bit about me, I am 34 years old. I am medium ugly, and I am what can I say? What's the third fact about me? Um, I'm in a twilight zone right now, man. I'm happy to be alive. I'm happy to be on live, and I'm happy to be in a position to where I can be present and help others. If you don't know, I am more than just a tarot reader. I just play one on TV. No, 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 no. In all seriousness, though, you guys, I am more than just a tarot reader. I'm an ordained minister. I'm a Reiki master. I'm a life coach, what I like to call a holistic life coach. I'm a certified nutritionist. So I can't diagnose or claim to treat any illnesses. Those are medical terms, and I am not a medical professional. Okay. But what I can do is teach you about biochemistry. Okay. I can teach you a little bit about biochemistry. All right. If you don't know what Reiki mean, Ray is universal, and ki or chi is life force energy. Okay. So Reiki is very similar to like chi and qi gong, or the Holy Spirit and Christianity and so on and so forth. Okay. So as a Reiki master, what I do is channel energy and give it to you, right? I don't claim to heal anybody, but what I do is I help you clear the physical channels, like right, like what we call cities and chakras and stuff like that. I help you clear the energy and help you. And as a Reiki master, I perform what's called attunements, right? So think about an attunement like changing the dial on your radio to the station you want, right? So our body have our own unique ability to create balance called homeostasis, right? So what I do is I can help clear physical, but more or less mental, emotional blockages to help your body facilitate the healing on its own. Okay. So if you would like to inquire about any of my services, you may do so by texting or emailing me, and both of those are in the description box of this and every other video that I post from here on out. Um, when it comes down to my life coaching services, I give you four I give you 4 sessions for $80. And that's at least 4 hours of sessions, and then in between sessions you have the green light to text or email me anytime. And the worst I'll do is just have to call you back or text you back at my convenience. But yeah, what I offer, people charge hundreds of dollars per hour for what I offer, and for you to receive, practical solutions to help you in your everyday life, it's a very, 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 very big bargain. It's a steal. Like I said, man, people charge $100, two, three, $400 an hour, and you get in 4 sessions for $80. So please take advantage of that. Your first session is going to be $5, And whether you book the other sessions or not, I'll still give you the first session for $5. Every other session after that, the next three sessions is going to be $25 a piece. Okay. So I recommend you book at least 4 sessions in advance. And the reason why is just like when you're learning a new sport, you don't learn a new sport on your first day of practice. It just don't happen. Right. So same thing when it come down to you clearing blockages, you know what I'm saying? Getting closure, gaining practical solutions to, better yourself, et cetera, et cetera. You don't just get it all in one session. You know what I'm saying? And I recommend you book at least 4 sessions, okay? And we can do that over a 1 month span or a 2 month span. But I don't want to go more than 4 sessions over 2 months. Okay, that's just too much time in between sessions. Also, I've done thousands of free tarot readings, and then, so if you would like to reciprocate the energy, you may do so by donating to the channel. There are 3 different ways you can donate to the channel via the description box below. Okay, you can donate $1, you can donate $100, whatever you want to donate. Only thing I ask is that you, for one, type donation in a little box before you send it. And two, if you want to be recognized on live, if you want to be recognized publicly for your donation, just let me know that you donated, because I don't have the notifications on my screen. So I won't be able to see you. Okay. I won't be able to see it. So just let me know in the chat or whatever if you donate. Anything that you donate will go directly to food, shelter, and water, because homeless man ain't got no rent, and I'm begging you for 40 cent. Okay. Anybody know that song reference? Just type in the chat song reference. Just so I know I ain't old and corny. Okay. Also in the description box, there are 5 different affiliate links. I repeat, there are 5 different affiliate links. Okay. All of them end up in free money. Okay. All of them end up in free money, but we got 3 affiliate links for bank accounts. And then we got one for a crypto account. And then we got another one for uh the last one is Robinhood, so that's crypto and stocks. Okay, so I don't get any of your personal information or nothing like that when you sign up for the affiliate links. It just notify me that somebody has signed up, and one person has signed up, and another person and that person has completed the offer. That's about it. That's all the information that I get. So it is a win-win for you. There's been plenty of people who have signed up, especially for the Robinhood account. Like I said, you get free stocks, and then you can immediately cash out that stock, or you can do whatever you want with it. But they do give free stocks. And like I said, you get free crypto and else others. So yeah. So I've been doing a lot of things besides tarot. So if you haven't seen, I'm going to make a playlist real soon. Maybe I can do that right now. Once I open the mic back up. But I'm starting a series called removing manifestation blockages, and this is where we do research together, and we take notes together, and we implement together different ways to better the life for ourselves and others, right? Because my job, no matter if I'm in the capacity of a coach, right? Because I like to consider myself a holistic coach, where I specialize in like past regression, trauma regression, stuff like that. What's up, alien superstar? I just want to know how long you've been that beautiful. So so
Did she
no
ask the
matter.
question? Was it her?
Yeah, that was her who asked the question. She went to my OnlyFans site, and she paid for a virtual date, and then she went to sleep. Yeah, I put her to bed through the phone. But anyways, But
I'm
but
dead.
what was I saying? I got distracted that fast. So yeah, my job, right, as a coach is to help you recognize your potential and to maximize your potential, right? And my job as just a light being or whatever you want to call me, right? My job is to help you um heal yourself so you can manifest the life you want instead of relying on psychics and tarot readers and stuff like that to predict your life, right? Now, because we are co-creators on this beautiful canvas we call the earth, um having insight on future events or hidden events and stuff like that is very key, right? It's very key. But the more keys that you have or the more tools that you have on your tool belt, the more you'll be able to manifest the life that you desire. And my goal is to be able to help you guys be able to create the life that you want instead of being. My guru said this, right? My guru said, you don't let life happen to you, you happen to life, right? And what that means is that you got to be the cause of your happiness. And another thing my guru said is you got to be happy on your way to happy. So what he's saying is happiness is a choice. Yes, I got a flat tire. Yes, my BBO got infected. Yes, my boyfriend always want to put it in my butt or whatever, right? No matter what's grinding your gears, right? No matter what's making you
Oh my
upset.
god.
No matter, yeah, I know you couldn't hold it in. But
I couldn't. Like what yeah.
no matter what, no, that's real life though. It's a lot of women who go through that. But
I know.
it's a lot of men who go through that too. Anyway, yeah. No, but then no matter what's grinding your gears, right? Road rage, not making enough money. Did y'all know what did they tell me the other day? They said the federal not the federal financial aid, the federal rate for minimum wage, I think she said was 7.30 or 8.30. That is
Correct.
ridiculous. Now a lot of states, most states is like $10, but it's still a lot of states that's in the $8
Oh, it's
range, et
still like
cetera, et
$8
cetera.
here in Utah, FYI.
Yeah, so it's just like I understand why prostitution is so rampant in Utah. No, I'm just playing. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. I'm just joking, but it's probably a lot of
Like what am I
prostitutes
huh?
in Utah. Probably, I don't know.
What?
Um,
If I was a
yeah,
prostitute, I'd be working right now because I like money and it's Friday night.
it's Friday night, huh? Mm.
Yeah.
Look, she's spilling the beans, y'all. No, I'm just playing.
I
But
couldn't be a prostitute. I've
anyways,
done that in
I,
past lives. I don't want it this life.
no, I was just joking though, man. It's probably not the many prostitutes in Utah,
I'm sure there are
but
tons, actually. Probably, yeah. Actually, I've known a
well, if
couple.
Well, let me know if any of them accept Groupon, because I'm out here. It's things is getting hard out here for a player, if you know what I mean. But
Where do you live?
I'm close to Utah. No, I'm just
What
I'm
state
just
are
playing.
you in?
I'm just playing. Just let me finish my commercial, please. So
Yeah.
yeah, like I was
Oh,
saying,
long commercial.
Ball
yeah.
back in. Okay.
Well, go to sleep then.
Ooh,
But
okay.
But no, in all seriousness though, man, like I said, my job is to help you realize your potential and maximize your potential. My job is to help you heal from the things that you've been through so you can manifest the things that you are going to go through. Right. And then the things that you're going to go through that you don't want to go through, you'll be able to pass it with flying colors. Right. My guru says you got to be happy on your way to happy. And another teacher that I heard said, that spirit work from the inside out, not the outside in. So that means that you choose to be happy and then you're going to manifest happy situations and circumstances. Okay. So I want you guys to take that into consideration. So like I said, I'm starting to expand my channel a little bit more. I'm doing more than just tarot readings. I love doing tarot. Tarot did a lot for me when I was embarking on my spiritual journey. But it's time for me to open the gates up a little bit, so to speak. And so be on the lookout for many different series. Yeah, ma'am, you need to hit that link that's pinned in the chat and come on up here. Make sure you wash your
Yes,
hands.
Alien, I'm here. I just can't write into this chat. But yes. Alien, we're
Yeah,
waiting for you.
make
You're the one that started this whole topic tonight. You said social media ruins authentic relationships. We gonna need you to come to the forefront. Hey boo. Yep. Click on the
no,
link.
don't call her hey boo.
Similar.
Listen, I get first dibs. You don't come
You
in
can
here
have
calling
first.
nobody boo.
I don't care, my fault. I apologize.
Where are you guys though? Real quick, where you
Girl,
guys?
we on the East Coast. Like we swimming out here. We trying to stay afloat. Bars.
Oh yeah,
No.
no, King, you're in New York, aren't you?
No,
Yes,
I'm not in New
yes,
York.
he from the Queens, but he a king.
I
He
thought
from
you
the
had said
Queens.
that one.
Yeah. But yes, well, Alien, hurry up.
Whatever.
I'm not trying to be rude,
I'm
child.
not you.
Okay, because you said whatever so quick.
All right, so ask King Fee whatever you want to
Okay.
ask, Chile.
Where are you
Chile.
guys from?
Oh,
I'm from Missouri,
Sweet. Love that.
but I don't live in misery. I live in
ooh,
blissfulness. Yes,
you are
Lord. So
right.
the
You're in
spirit led me
Washington. Oh, I want to
the
go to
spirit
Washington. Not really.
the spirit led me to misery.
Missouri.
They
Ooh,
led me to the state
hold
of
on.
misery because
See,
no,
you
you
guys
don't
doing
tell me to hold on. Guess
no,
what? Guess
we
what
have
I
a
can
person
do?
in the video.
I know. But
Hello.
so what
Hi.
up?
Hi,
Hi.
If I mute you, don't unmute yourself.
y'all. Okay.
I'm just playing. I'm just playing. I'm not a dog like that. I'm not a beast like that. I'm a lover, not a fighter. I'm a
You
Okay.
have how
licker,
many
not a biter.
placements in Capricorns? Yeah, you're a control freak. You are a control
Oh, I'm
freak.
definitely not a control freak. I'm so passive. It's
Sally,
ridiculous.
you better
I'm
tell him.
too passive. Actually, I need to find my Scorpio to be honest with you.
Ooh, ew,
Oops. Oops.
ew.
Yeah, no.
Anyway,
So my sun sign,
we need a Gemini.
I'm a Libra Scorpio cusp.
Oh, good God. Yeah, you're control like a
I'm
motherfucker.
definitely balanced. I'm very with the air and the water. I'm very emotional, but I'm starting to be very intelligent as well. Thank God for that Saturn return or whatever it's called. Thank God for
Right.
that.
You've always been intelligent. Always.
Summertime.
Reword that, my
Yeah,
dear. You've always been
so
intelligent.
So
because
who's
I've
in
been
the chat? Oh my gosh, who's in the
can
chat?
you stop yelling, please?
I'm not yelling.
Yeah, who's in
Is the alien?
the
Is the alien in the chat? Like in the video?
No, that's yes. Alien just joined, and then Stephanie is in the
It's in
chat.
the chat. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that's Alien Superstar. And so in a minute, I'm going to preface my comments, and I'm going to pass the mic to her if I don't be interrupted by the right eyebrow. But yeah, so I forgot what I was saying, man. But
Exactly.
yeah, oh, I was saying that I was very passive. All right, so Chile, before we get back to how do you say your name?
Shaylee.
Shaylee
Mm-hmm.
or Shaylee?
Yeah, Shaylee.
All right, so you got any questions for me, King Fee, King of the Tarot?
No, King, I don't. Thanks.
All right, so this live was inspired by the beautiful alien superstar, my half Chinese princess.
Um,
Um, I got my Polynesian persuasion in the chat. She gonna post in a second. Y'all know who I'm talking about. I got Battle of the Twins. Man, I'm telling you, man, loving her is like loving two women, man. So I'm
who?
gonna go ahead and give her a kiss.
Who? Me?
I got my new wife in the chat, Chile. Oh
Mm,
yeah,
I'm dead.
yeah. I'm talking about you, Bot. Yeah. Loving you is like loving two. But no, in all seriousness, though, I really love y'all from the bottom of my heart. Not necessarily in a romantic way, but just in a like I said, I'm a Libra Scorpio. So it's just like I love y'all all, man. Y'all don't even know how deep it goes.
Oh.
That's why I just sit back and listen, because you know,
Mm-mm-mm.
Well, I
So,
love you too.
alien talk.
Appreciate that.
ma'am, 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 can you not dictate the panel? You've been dictating for 2 hours, 3 hours.
Mhm.
Can I get my mouth dry a little bit?
Okay,
Can I blow some hot air a little bit on the mic? Pause.
I apologize.
All
They have
right.
lube for that. It helps with dry mouth.
You said what?
They have lube for that. It helps with dry mouth. Just so you know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's called vagina. I just oh man. All right. So
Why the
we
hell can I think
started
of the name of a lube? I can't think of a name of what. I need to come back at that. Like to be like, no, it's
it's
called
called
this, but I can't
spit.
think of the name of any of them.
It's called spit and water.
It's called water.
But okay, so this live was inspired by
Alien.
ma'am.
I was trying to help.
All right. All right. All right. Simmer down. Ain't that what you always say? Simmer down. Oh
Oh my
shit,
god,
she
you're
gonna be
making me want to
mad at
misbehave
me.
so badly right now, but I'm not going to.
You said what?
You're making me want to misbehave so badly right now, but I'm not going to. I'm gonna control
Misbehave
myself.
like how?
Just by being annoying, but I'm not going to. I'm gonna control myself.
Okay, that's cool because I can mute you too. But I'm just playing. But no, so this live was inspired by a question. She said there's Astroglide lube. That shit sounds like I don't know how that
Yes,
sounds.
that one.
Astroglide. That is so funny, Astro. All right, so this live is inspired by a question that was prompted in my previous live. And if you guys don't know, earlier last night or late last night, early this morning, however you look at it, whatever time zone you in, I did a live that was a affirmation, activation, meditation, right? And what that is that we pull affirmation cards. Right now I'm doing one affirmation card per zodiac sign, right? So right now we're in Sagittarius, I believe. And so she said it works. Well, Stephanie sounds like she been to a couple Diddy parties,
Now,
but
Stephanie, really, girl,
yeah, Stephanie on that trash. She said it works. That is so funny to
does
me.
it? Mm.
So let me find out you got a lifetime supply of Astro Blood water based
Right.
lube. That is so funny.
That's
She
good. She's
said
always
you know it.
prepared. That's a good thing.
Water
That's
based.
that's,
Always
that's
prepared.
responsible.
Always
But Fee, how
prepared.
you know you said water based?
Well, I'm assuming it's water based.
I don't know. Hey, virgin over here. So I don't know. But okay.
Yeah, that's what they say. But
Mm.
uh but yeah, so if you don't know, I did a live that was a affirmation, meditation, activation. If I said that right. Affirmation, activation, meditation. And what that was that we pulled the affirmation card. We talked a little bit about the affirmation card. We did some deep breathing. We played the sound bowl, and we just recalibrated a little bit. So
Ooh,
we're all
what
going to
hurts
be
do you have?
doing these. I'm sorry.
What hurts is your symbol?
So I don't know the number, but it's the Sarasana sound bowl, the crown chakra sound bowl.
I love that. I have a heart one. That it's 432 hertz, but I love that. The
I
crown.
like 432. For that's what I listen to the most. And
I love the
She
crown
said
one
you
too.
got to. She said you got to use things to keep your pH balance right. That is so funny.
Now you have to not use things to keep your pH
you
balance.
just can't hop on the wrong pole. But okay, moving forward. Can we
Y'all
let
are
Alien?
so
Where is
funny.
Alien? We're being rude. Alien, come to the front because we was waiting
I-
on you on it.
I'm trying to roll out the red carpet for her. If
The carpet is rolled. Alien, let's go. Hello, Alien.
What's up, y'all? How y'all
Hi,
doing?
baby. How
Hi,
are
honey.
you?
I see we ran out of Ritalin.
Really, you know what?
He got the
What?
jokes.
What did I miss? I'm sorry.
You
I
missed
fell
a lot.
asleep.
I see. I'm mad.
Okay,
I'm mad.
so why did you ask the question, did social media ruin authentic connections?
I forgot what you were talking about online, and it just popped up in my head. So I'm just
Oh,
like,
so I was talking about the separation. If I don't get interrupted, I was talking about the separation between the consciousness and the body. And one thing that I noticed when I was starting on my self awareness journey, what some people call the spiritual journey or whatever, right? My self awareness journey, one thing was that not being locked into my lower chakra, or not being impulsive when it came down to women. That was something that I had to overcome because, like I shared on this channel before, well, maybe I haven't shared this specific thing, but for me, my number one love language was sex. That was my number one love language. Like, that was the number one way I can fully express and I can fully receive love. And that has gotten me into trouble, so to speak. So I've had to learn how to redirect that energy, which was what I was talking about on the live. I just didn't get that deep into it. So I was saying that's what it was. And then you asked the question, did social media ruin authentic connection?
okay. Well, yeah, I think that it has ruined connections with people because it makes everyone like makes everything like interpersonal. Like you can't really have deep, meaningful conversations with all these distractions of social media because like say for instance we'll take tarot, right? And you're watching tarot is becoming like something that you do every day for entertainment, right? But you hear a reading that's talking about, oh, your person's coming in, but say for instance that person does come in, but you're still you're engaging with the person that you met, or you think that that's your person, and then you're still watching tarot. So you get the person that you're talking to confused with maybe is this the past person, and then you think that the new person is coming in because you still got that door open. I'm trying to
No,
make
that
sense.
just means you're weak and easily influenced.
What? That means that you stuck on foolishness because God sent you a person and you looking for something else, but it's right there.
Let If y'all
Yeah,
don't mind, let her complete that thought because I want to hear where she was going with that.
yeah, I'm just using it as an example because too much of anything could be bad. So
Hmm.
it's just like you giving yourself these because you know how some of the videos can be like general, and a lot of stuff might not fit into your exact timeline, but it could be the same story
Hmm.
because everybody's on a different timeline. So, and that's just one thing. And then when you talk about the comparison of, like you said, like BBLs and stuff like that, when you constantly on social media, you do have though it does make you like self-conscious in some ways, comparing yourself to other people, and knowing that you're not perfect, but you are perfect the way you are. But you see the attention that not all attention is good attention that you get from that these other women or other men are getting from with the likes and everything.
So let
So
me ask you. Oh, go ahead. I thought you was done.
no,
I
go
want to ask you a
go
question.
ahead. I'm just
So
going
my
off the top
question
of
to
my head.
you is, what is your definition of an authentic connection?
Some you can be like your full self and don't have to worry about in the back of your head if I say this or show this part of myself that I will be judged in a negative way, because just like when you're liked, some people desire the approval of other people, say they will adjust their character just so they can fit in more or be accepted. That's how I
Mm-hmm.
feel about social media and how it impacts people, because just like the some people are already people pleasers. So you
Mm-hmm.
constantly adjusting yourself um to fit in, or
Appease.
yes, that's what I'm saying. So I think that's what it's like, everybody's wearing a costume. So when you get in these
Mm-hmm.
connections with people, you start eventually the costume is going to slowly come off and without you know, because that's who you are in the core being of yourself. You're not this perfect person. You're not this person that adjusts their voice and talks soft and doesn't curse, and all the parts of you that are who you are,
I
that you hide.
firmly, I firmly agree with that. I believe in. I gotta be myself in the beginning because if I don't, then when it's time for me to be myself, you're going to be surprised. And so you got to give me on all of my glory. Um, my last long term relationship, uh, I think I was speaking intuitively when I told her this, but I told her for some reason one day we was on the phone and this was like a week or two before we moved in together. I was like, uh, I don't believe in having a honeymoon phase. I believe that you put in the hard work in the beginning and then every day it'll be a honeymoon, right? So a lot of people, they meet each other, whether they be lonely or whether they be horny or whatever the case may be, they meet each other, they fall in love and which is fine. There's nothing wrong with falling in love, but they fall in love super fast and they don't take the time to get to know each other. Like me, I've been in situations to where a one night stand turned into me not going home. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it come to a point to where, wait, no, I don't want to say that. Let me retract that statement. So so I was telling her like we got to do the work, which is get to know each other, establish ground rules, have clear intentions, have clear boundaries, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then men are like that. They're gonna leave you. Jessica, you can hit that link and come up here, but first thing first is I don't want you to make general statements. But yeah, I like for people to articulate their thoughts, and there's only so much articulation you can do via text message. So hit that link and come on up. You don't got to show your face. But I told her like, you know, and like I said, I think I was speaking intuitively because it came to find out that even though I was friends with this person since high school, like, and we was friends off and on throughout the years, and we would talk for hours at a time on the phone. I realized that everything that she ever told me about her was either a half truth or a whole lie.
But wait, you
And
didn't tell
so
us what you told her.
I told her that about what part? Because I
That
think I
you
was
said
saying
thought you intuitively said it, but you were about to tell it to us, and then you
oh,
got
oh, oh, I'm sorry.
all
That
good.
I don't believe in honeymoon phases. I believe that we do the hard work in the beginning and then every day after that be the honeymoon phase. And what I mean is,
Got
like
you.
I said, we be clear about what it is that we want, right? We be clear about what we will and what we won't stand for. We be clear about our intentions. We be clear about our boundaries, right? And then we got to see if our dreams align with each other. And then if our dreams and our visions and our goals align with each other, then every day is going to be smooth because we did the hard work in the beginning. Right. When you build in a house, you don't build the attic and then you build the foundation.
Okay, well, you may be building that, but the other person is playing like chess or something, and like,
And that's fine. And that's why we got to have clear intentions and clear boundaries set in the beginning. I don't want to just, I mean,
AKA real.
like I said, I had to learn how to move out of that, not having my energy all focused in sexual energy, right? Like she was still locked into that that area in her life to where she couldn't get enough. And I thought, and I'm not gonna lie, like I'm gonna be honest, like in the beginning she made me feel insecure because it was like I was like, damn, I never had nobody who was on me like this. I feel like I can't please you. But what I didn't realize was that she had a addiction, and within her addiction she had an unquenchable thirst, right? But that goes to show like these are things that need to be said. I am hypersexual. I am you know what I'm saying? Whatever it is, I'm hypersexual. I'm this, I'm that. And that those are things that need to be that said in the beginning. So we can so a lot of people they fail in relationships and not and you know it ain't even the fact that they fail. A lot of people suffer through a relationship because they worry about the blissfulness in the beginning, and then as they get to know a person they realize that they're not compatible, and once they realize they're not compatible it's always a tornado where you got hot and cold constantly swirling in the house, and one person you you turned that poor lady out. No, don't say that. But
But you did though, giving her the
no, I
works.
didn't. No.
That's what I'm saying. That poor lady.
She had been used to the works.
Oh please,
What lady? You guys are talking about the girl he's talking about?
girl. Yes, keep up.
No,
Yes,
he
we
didn't.
are.
He was actually
No,
really good to her. She was the one that fucked up.
What?
He
yeah,
was
no,
very
that
good to her.
shit.
She's the one that fucked up.
Yeah, no, that shit was doomed from the beginning.
Mm-mm.
But
Mm-mm-mm.
Alien, stop it.
Twin.
Alien, when's your birthday?
11/17.
Scorpio, yeah,
What?
big
What is
Scorpio.
wrong? What? What?
Get
Why?
it sexy, get it sexy. It
I was with you,
but
girl. I was
You
with you. I was
you
with
a
you.
Scorpio? Wait a minute. You a Scorpio?
Absolutely not, girl.
All right, go ahead. All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
But no, see, I'm with you there. See, oh, this is hilarious. He was giving,
one
and she
gives too much and only one receives.
no, that
I'm
she
just
he was
reading the
giving a
chat.
lot,
I'm
and
reading
she
the
was
chat.
receiving. You know, you turned her out. Case point blank. Period. You was
No, she
putting it
tried to
down.
turn me
It's
out.
easier to
You
point the
ladies are
finger.
tripping. He's being open and vulnerable and is sharing something with us that I'm sure is not easy to share. And you guys
That's
are already
because
cheering this man on
she
him
trying
going
to
through
put
his
her name
story.
in the hat. That's what she doing.
You guys are
She let
tripping. Not all men are bad.
We're not
Oh,
saying
oh,
that is that
oh.
we're just making joke a light of the situation. We're fully aware that he's not
they
a bad
trying to
person.
they trying to go to Subway. That's what they saying.
I don't eat as a way. Okay, okay. Moving forward.
Anyways, but yeah, I don't even know what I was saying. But at the end of the day, man, it's just important to build a foundation. Like I said, you can't build you can't put the attic and shit on the house before you build the basement. You can't have you can't build the house before you build the foundation. And that's where many of us, right, and I don't use that us term a lot, right, because like I said earlier it's a lot of things that people do in society that I don't do, so I can't claim to be these my people, this my culture and shit like that, because I don't participate in the things that they do. But one thing I will say is I used to be one of these people who, if I like you, you like me. You know what I'm saying? Like I used to be a people pleaser, and to a certain degree, I am. But now I don't let the trauma dictate me being a people pleaser. I let the person dictate whether I'm gonna be a people pleaser or not. But we just gotta focus on building a foundation, man. It ain't no have a couple drinks, have sex, and then we get to know each other 2 years down the line.
But the
You know what I'm saying?
society that we live in is everybody, not everybody, but like I said, social media influences the hypersexuality in the communities. Anyway, so that's like the first thing everyone, well, not everyone, but people look at and go for, because I mean, let's be honest, like you have to be physically attracted to someone, but the next thing,
Hmm.
people moving so fast that the next thing you're talking about, the whole conversations that are superficial are only about sex and the physical. So you don't really get a chance to deeply know someone. And then after that fire goes out, after the sex is out, all done, then what is it? It's just you waste your time because you're not even compatible with the person.
Yep.
And so my thing is tying that back to the subject, right? And I was going to touch on this anyway, was that the problem that we have in this society did not start with social media. because it's been going on. And Alien Superstar, you missed a whole lot. So I would caution you, or I would beseech you, right? That's the word of the day, y'all. Beseech. If you don't know what that means, Google it and then type it and let me know. But I would humbly beseech you to go back and watch the live over. That she said that's exactly what I told my soon to be ex husband, that about building a strong foundation, and he knows this because he's a contractor who builds houses. Or tell him I need to borrow $100 that I ain't gonna pay back. But but yeah, no. The problems that we have in this society, man, and I actually took notes, and I'm gonna run over those notes a little bit over the course of our conversation. But yeah, no. We talked at length about this already, and I just very for various reasons. Social media did not ruin anything. If anything, social media is contributing something, but it's already stuff that's been in motion, for lack of better term. It's already things that's been happening. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna open the floor back up, and I just ask that we just give proper respect to people while they talk. All right. So since the floor is still mine, so some of the things that I took notes on, right, saying that um social media didn't ruin authentic connections. First thing first is, what's the definition of an authentic connection,
A soul
right?
connection when you're connecting with someone from the heart.
Okay. So my thing is that then we start to talk about compatibility, because social media didn't ruin compatibility, right? You just got to find people that you are compatible with. Now, if you saying that social media has lessened the number of people that you could potentially be compatible with, then you know I don't know how I feel about that statement. But when I hear somebody say yes, social media ruined authentic connections, whatever the general consensus of an authentic connection is, that means that social media from one day to the next literally destroyed whatever this so-called authentic connection is. And I'm sorry, I can't just say yes, for the simple fact that there's been many things, like we was talking about the separation of church and state, right? Where people's morals didn't was more loose, more to the individual, right? We talked about the roles of the woman, right? I don't want to say feminine, but I want to say the roles of a woman has changed over time. And since the roles of women has changed over time, then of course, in natural balance, right, homeostasis, then the role of a man is going to naturally change, right? So women wanted to get out the house. Women didn't want to be relegated to just being teachers and nurses and assistants. All of that stuff that came with the feminist movement, like social. All right, Stephanie, don't be typing too much now. You can hit that link too. But it's a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? So first thing first, like I said, what is authentic connection, right? And then in order for us to say yes, social media did ruin that thing, then we got to pick the date and the time, and then we got to sit down and really say how it ruined it. Because like I said, it's been various things that's been degrading this thing over time. Another subject that I brought up earlier was things like pornography, right? um Pornography, all right. Sex is used to procreate. That's what sex is for. Yes, sex feels good, right? I love sex, right? But at the end of the day, the purpose of sex is to do what? You build chemistry with a person, right? Because we're mammals, so that means we feel a lot more emotions than a cold-blooded animal do, right? So it builds chemistry, but most importantly, right? Sex is for procreating. So the perversion of sex, like pornography, hardcore and softcore, that's been going on way before Facebook, Black Planet, MySpace, AOL. You know what I'm saying? Shit, they've been having porn on cable since I don't know when. That way before social media. You know what I'm saying? They've been having. You can go and see some nice titties
Truth.
Yeah.
in a magazine. What Hugh Hefner started his empire in the 60s or the 70s? When did that start?
Like the 50s, I believe, actually, like late 50s, I would think.
Yeah. So it's like, pornography been a thing. You can't tell me that pornography didn't contribute to people being more sexual and less intellectual when
Well,
it
look at
came
the
down
oldest
to choosing a
profession
mate.
in history, which is prostitution. It's always been around. Prostitution is
Yeah.
literally the oldest profession in history. Think about it.
Well, I'm not going to disagree, but what I'm saying is what I will say is that if that's the case, if that's the oldest profession in history, then that's going to be before. And this was
It
another
is.
thing
Think about
too.
it. Like back, if you think
Oh,
about
I'm
way
not
back when,
disagreeing. But hear me out
yeah.
real fast. So culturally speaking, right? A lot of us that's alive today that was born in the 70s and the 80s and the 90s, we have no clue what was going on before. I was about to say something that's gonna get me in trouble. We had no clue on what was going on. Pre-colonialism, for example, right? We just don't know. Like we can have an idea, yeah, your great grandpa was from the Mohican tribe, or your grandma was from this tribe, or your grandpa was from South Africa. Yeah, we can know that, but how much do we know about the culture, right? How much do we really know about the culture, right? Because like we was talking about earlier, like we had the separation of church and state happen before slavery ended. We did the research, so it's just like you got to think, man. 1865 was not that was only 2-3 generations ago. Technically, that wasn't that long ago. Hold on 1 second. I'm reading the chat.
People are greedy, power hungry, selfish, and like to serve themselves. This has been always throughout history, as far as we can look back. And over the
So if
years,
it's
it's gotten
so if it's
progressively worse. And now,
it's
yes, it's very bad. But I mean, it's always been a thing. It's always been there. It just may have not always have been has been as uh like known, or like
accessible.
uh projected as it is now.
It hasn't always been accessible. It hasn't always been at
Hasn't
your
always been as
fingertips,
projected.
but it's
Social, like
been
social
there.
media is a projection of those things. It can be a projection of those things. You know, I do definitely believe it's always still happened. It's just it's behind closed doors. Like, but that's changing. That's changing very quickly, and I hope it continues to change. And it's sad and it's hard and it's fucking sucks to see the world as it is, but it's the truth and it's real life. Like people need to wake up and start loving each other and respecting each other and stop being selfish fucks.
Well, that's true, but it just depends on what you want, what you compatible with. That's a key. I think that we have a lot of generalizations that don't apply to everybody. Like for example, alien superstar, like you're an intellectual, like you're very intelligent, so you're going to need somebody who's very intelligent. So
Sapiosexual. That's called
you
sapiosexual.
well was no she but she also said that like looks is important. Like, cause you got to be visually attracted to the person that you have sex with. You know what I'm saying? Only very few people absolutely don't care about looks, whether that's low self esteem or whatever. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, most people got something, even if it goes as far as a specific fetish. Like, I don't care what the rest of her body look like as long as she got pretty feet. Or I don't care what the rest of her body look like, but she can't have ugly feet. You know what I'm saying? Like like even when you talk about fetishes, right? Like, I forgot what I was saying. Fuck, man. I forgot what I was about to say. But anyways, man, it's just a lot of things that contribute to the way people are today. And and unfortunately, no matter what morals and dogmas we put in quote unquote society, at the end of the day, we're always going to get back to being nature, being animals. Like for some reason we think that we could control society, and we can place all these rules on sex and thieving and stuff like that. Man, at the end of the fucking day, humans are no different from a fucking wild coyote. Humans are no different from a fucking whale in the ocean. We're animals. And for some reason, we think that because we're on top of the food chain, that we somehow are not subject to the laws of nature, right? They believe that whoever the architect of society is, believe that we can place rules and dogma on people, and it's going to elevate society. That sounds crazy, man. No matter what those rules are going to be broken, man, to a mass number, because people are fucking no different from a wild animal. We're no different from a caterpillar. We're no different from the ants. We're no different from shit. We're no different from a tree. We eat, we shit, we sleep, and we procreate. Every other animal on this planet do the same thing. Tell me one animal that don't eat, sleep, shit, and procreate. Tell me one. Somebody tell me one animal that don't have those characteristics. No, we don't have self-control, and this is what I'm telling you. So my thing is that we can't be different because animals exhibit self-control. Whether we train them to exhibit self-control, or they just don't do certain things, they exhibit self-control. Humans, every level of self-control that we exhibit is learned. Every level of, and that goes right directly to what I was saying about rules, dogmas, and morals. All of those things is man-made, right? Listen, a tree don't have to go to school to be a tree. A dog don't have to go to school to be a dog. So why do you think that you got to go to school to be a functioning adult? Humans are supposed to know and apply self-control. No, you can't know self-control without being taught it. But that goes into what we was talking about earlier about emotional intelligence, having self-control, stuff like that. If you was born in an environment where nobody exhibited self-control, how can somebody expect you to have self-control? If you was born in an environment where you was abused, how can somebody expect you to have emotional intelligence? Animals exhibit. If
Because you
animals did,
because you understand and you see that it hurts. And so if you can understand and see that it hurts, then you can choose to change, which is not easy. It's very difficult. But ideally, you can choose to change versus continuing your life hurting others and being a hypocrite.
so how So why aren't the numbers different than what they are then? Why,
Because
if that's
people
the case,
are
if
hurt.
that logic is true, that if you're supposed to see it and adjust, then
I don't
why
say
is people
nobody's supposed to
still
do anything. I said ideally.
okay? All right, never mind, then. But yeah,
For themselves and for those around them, ideally people would heal and learn and understand and see that what they were taught was wrong because it hurt them, and they would see and understand that they're hurting other people the same way that they were hurt, and then they teach themselves that is wrong, and they learn to behave differently.
hold on one second. She just used the word "sin" in my chat. Oh my God, Stephanie, you need to come up here so we can talk. But so technically, sin is going against nature. So my thing is that how can you be born a sinner, meaning you go against nature? That don't make sense. I don't like certain aspects of that book because a lot of us it confuses people because a lot of things in that book is very ambiguous. But my thing is that unless you read that book cover to cover, then we can't bring up sin.
Well,
But
that's
when
the
you
other
talk,
thing with sin. That's huge. Like, what's wrong to you may not be wrong to me. Who can say we don't know what other people believe and we can't tell people what to believe?
mm,
So that's a huge
that's right.
spectrum.
That just like my homeboy believe that everybody who is not a Christian is going to hell. So that means out of 9 billion people on this planet, 8 billion, because there's only 1 point something billion people that's Christians and Catholics altogether. So my thing is that 90% of the world going to hell, like hell is gonna be crowded as fuck. Like, come on, man, don't
I
like.
think that culture takes a makes a factor in this too, like the culture of people around the planet, because something that you might feel is wrong or unethical, I cannot talk, unethical, might not be that in another culture.
It's
And like,
subjective to the person,
As
man.
that.
yeah,
Yep.
just like different cultures, like when you're communicating with someone, how we feel as though having full eye contact with the person is, giving respect and just letting the person know that I'm fully engaged in this conversation and that you have all my attention. But in like a Asian culture, eye contact it represents disrespect. Like, it's not a good thing to, it's going off a topic, but it's just, I'm just trying to explain the cultures and how communication is different for different people. But
No,
you
you're
can't.
on topic. That's all. No, you're very on topic. Please
Yeah, so
continue.
yeah, so it's just kind of hard to that's why it's so good to be introduced to different cultures so you can better understand how their ways of thinking and doing is different. Because if you are a person that's in your environment and you have no idea about this Asian culture and the way contact is communication is valued there, you're like, why is this person not even looking at me? Why are they not uh, responding or whatever it is? It's just it just causes a wedge between people with the communication part.
Give me 1 second. I'm googling. So if somebody want to respond to that, you can go ahead. I'm googling something. But at the end of the day, like I was saying to Stephanie, man, I don't. What you say?
I was just gonna say, to play off of what she just said really quickly. Adaptability is huge, playing into that as well. Being able to adapt to your surroundings, being able to adapt to the people around you, being able to adapt to the different cultures, so you understand, like, if you're smart, you adapt and you learn how to behave and how to act, to not to fit in, because I don't believe in lemming culture, but you understand how to adapt, or you learn how to adapt so that you can um I don't know, just because that's the thing that you should do. It's what needs should be done if you're
I
smart.
I get what you're saying. I'm following you. That makes sense.
Yeah. Mercury's retrograding. Our brains are going to be scrambled for until December 15th.
Yeah, this retrograde is really intense this time because sometimes I can't even get my thoughts straight, my words out. It's like my my thoughts are going quicker than my mouth can even get it out, and it's like it's a struggle.
Yeah. Yes. Goddamn Mercury.
So so I'm reading something, Stephanie, and it said all sin is the sense. All sin in this sense against the creator's design. So my thing is that are we talking about the creator or the God in the universe, or are we talking about the creator of society? That's my question. It says in religious context, sin is often understood as going against one's natural state or design, which is typically interpreted as going against God's will. So, in religious context, sin is often understood as going against one's natural state or design, which is typically interpreted as going against God's will or the moral order established by the Creator. So, my thing is again, are we talking about the person who created everything, or are we talking about the person who created morals and dogma?
It's very simple. Do unto others as you would have done unto you. It's very simple. That's all it is. Do unto others as you would have others do unto
What
you.
is simple?
That's
How
it.
does that apply to sin?
Um, that's my belief. Do unto others as you would have it done to you. Be a kind person. Love people. Don't hurt people, and you're not sinning, and you're fine. In my
keeping
opinion,
that
that's how it is.
keeping that karmic balance.
But karma always balance out because karma is just action and reaction. That's Newton's law.
Yeah, well, staying
It
on the
doesn't
good
always
side of
balance
things.
out. Right now, it's very out of balance, which is why there's a lot going on that's unexplainable and that's destructive and that's
No, my thing
hard
is
to
that
deal with. It's very, very out of balance.
these people get y'all believing in something that they don't believe in. Because how the fuck can you rape and conquer the whole world and not get karma back? They not suffering. They living like kings and queens. Literally, we call them
You
kings
don't
and
know if they're
queens.
suffering or not. That's your assumption. You don't
No,
know if they are.
everybody suffers because suffering is a part of life. But what I'm saying is they're not suffering directly for their actions because the things that's going on in this world has been going on for generations. So if we want to talk about sinning and all of this stuff and all of that stuff, man, it's sinning and karma and stuff like that, then these people should not be empowered the way they empower because these people don't care if you black or white. They don't care about nothing. They just care about, do you got the blood? Do you know the handshake? If you don't got the blood and you don't know the handshake, then you're not one of us.
The people that are in
See,
power are
see,
there
we
because
gotta,
we allow it and because we
we
choose it.
gotta, we gotta. No, it ain't no we allow it because you stand up, you getting your shit blew off. But my thing is that as
Therefore,
a
you're allowing it.
collective, then maybe, but as an individual, no.
It
But
starts
I don't
individually.
want to get too deep on that.
It starts
But
individually.
yeah, no, I don't want to go too deep on that specific conversation.
I respect that. I respect
But
that.
like I but like I was saying though, Stephanie, but when we talk about sin, we talking about morals. We talking about stuff like that. And I'm sorry, but this was somebody's vision of what society could be. This was somebody's vision of gaining control. This was somebody's vision of a lot of things, right? And with all due respect, the reconquist, or when you talk about the doctrine of discovery, right? That was they said the doctrine of discovery was inspired by God. Can somebody tell me what the doctrine of discovery was? Even if you got to Google it, but can somebody tell me what the doctrine of discovery was?
Yeah, I'll Google it. And I agree with you, just so you know. I agree with everything you're saying.
I appreciate that, but I appreciate you telling me that. You know, What's
What
wrong,
is it
Battle of the
called?
Twins? You got diarrhea?
It's the doctrine of discovery.
Doctrine of Discovery.
It's
No,
Is a
illegal,
legal
and
and religious concept that was used to justify the colonization of non-Christian lands by European nations. Interesting.
So let's talk about sin. Let's talk about those things then. Let's talk about sin. Let's talk about morals and dogma. How is it bad to kill, but you said that it was okay to kill and it was ordained by God? Lay down, get down or lay down. If you don't sign
um,
this treaty, I'm gonna kill every man in your village.
Oh
What?
yeah,
no, like what? No.
Mm, Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. Let's talk.
That's yeah, fair.
Let's talk that talk. Not about history, but about the subject, which is we talking about
What
doing
does
better, right from wrong.
repudiated mean?
You said what?
What is repudiated? It says in 2023, the
Reputed.
Roman Curia of the Vatican formally repudiated the doctrine of discovery.
So that means that they know that means that so long story short, what happened was that the Pope, right? The Pope was the one that gave the people okay to go kill non-Christians. Right. So while everybody praising the Pope,
What?
yeah, so long story short, right? Repudiated means that the Pope said,
Repudiated.
hey,
Okay, thank you.
okay, so it was two things that happened that's very key in history since we're gonna talk about it, and I don't want to talk about it long. Two
Okay.
things that happened. Recently, Biden just apologized to the Native Americans. So type in Biden apologized to Native Americans. Type that in. But while we
Okay.
talking about the repudiation of a document, what that means is that basically, long story short, he's saying that we don't abide by that document no more. That's basically what he's saying. So basically, those people that's in control that we allow to be in control, technically they're not in control no more, but we just don't know it because they saying that this paper, which was a peace treaty, right? All of these
Ow.
documents that they talk about, when they talk about the Constitution and these rules and shit you got to follow, either you follow those rules or they declare war on you.
Yeah, it's fear. It's using fear to control.
So we want to talk about terrorists. These people rode in boats for months to terrorize people.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, I agree
Oh,
100%.
okay. Oh, okay. So like I said, y'all do research on your own. I don't want to talk too much because I get very
This is
passionate
crazy.
about
I'm
these
sorry. I'm still
subjects.
reading about Biden.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And then write this down. UNIDRIP. UNIDRIP. That's an acronym for something.
UNIDRP.
Wait, let me make sure. Let me make sure I'm talking. I'm saying it right. Yeah,
Dude, that's
UNIDRIP.
huge. That's crazy. I mean,
Oh
that's
yeah, fuck with me, fuck with
with the
me.
Biden thing.
Yeah, I'll get you together. Yeah, but it's something even bigger than that, though.
It kind of makes my heart feel happy, really. I mean, I know it's just words, but it's so much more than just words.
So, so we just waiting for the people to wake up. But I don't want to talk too much about that because then I don't want to be labeled as, you know, a
for
T
anybody that doesn't
word.
know, really quick, so the Biden thing, I guess I've read more about it, but I guess he delivered a formal apology to formal apology for the abuse and trauma afflicted by the federal government Indian boarding school system. So that's huge.
Indian bordering schools. So that means that they came and took
Formally
over,
apologize.
and then they forced you to learn their system by going to what's called Indian training schools.
Yeah,
And like
apologized
I
for a
said,
U.S.
I don't.
policy that forcibly separated generations of
Yeah,
indigenous and
indigenous. Yeah,
children from their
Pre-
families and sent them to boarding schools. Wow, yeah,
yeah.
that's
So
wow.
so so let's talk about that. Let's talk about what the Red Cross really was. Oh yeah, let's talk about William Plecker, or is it Walter Plecker? See, this is notes. I don't want to talk
Wow.
about. I don't want to talk about this shit out loud, but y'all do y'all research. What's his name? Walter Plecker or William Plecker? I can't remember which one. Is Walter Plecker.
Indigenous. indigenous. I wanted to say it correctly because indigenous community.
Pre-colonialism. Yeah, so yeah, we're gonna move on because we originally started talking about morals and dogma. So if that's the case, when we talk about karma, right? Karma is about action and reaction, right? So
Dude,
where is
fuck
it
yes
at?
for Biden. I don't even care about politics normally, but that's huge. That's amazing. Like that's amazing that he did that. I
So what
love that. I'm
about
thankful for that.
what about when the Pope? Then you got to look at when the Pope was talking to the lady from the Indian tribe. Then when the Pope when they officially repu I can't even
Repudiated.
say the word
Repudiated. You tell me now
when
it's
they
for you.
repudiated the document. Is this shit is happening, man?
Yeah.
But if you talk about this shit too much, and if you got the wrong tone in your voice and all of that stuff, then you put an extra target on your back.
Yeah, I
So
don't care. I don't care about targets, but I know it's your
yeah,
channel, so
but I
I'll
do.
regress.
Yeah, it's been long enough. So I'm not a martyr. I don't want to die.
I am a mortar, and I will die. I
Okay.
will absolutely 100%. I'm just saying, when off topic, just in
Well,
general, if
would you
I don't
classify
know.
yourself as a Caucasian white lady?
Yes, and that's
Okay.
what.
Well, we
Yeah,
need more Caucasian white ladies to speak up for those who can't speak up.
I agree, and that's what I'm saying. I will die for. Like, if we were to go to civil war, say we were to go to civil war, and shit got crazy,
Mm-mm,
and
mm-mm.
and I would definitely
No, thank you,
100%
ma'am.
die. I would die, and I would not
Don't
be a white
don't
person anymore.
don't use those words on this channel, okay?
N-
And the
Okay,
reason why I'm saying that is because those words, especially using those words sequentially, will definitely set off the trip mine
the algorithms.
for the
But anyways, yeah,
algorithms.
I've thought of
Yeah.
that, and I'm very, very firm in that, and I'm 100% honest. Like, I will die. I would die before I watched anybody get hurt in front of me. I would die, and I'd be happy
It
doing it.
ain't even about dying. It's the W word and the C word mixed with the W word, stuff like that.
I know. Sorry, I
No, I'm
regress.
talking to the chat. I'm talking to the chat. But it's a certain combination of words that we can't string together. Just like back in the day, if you was to Google certain words and then it'll trip off the FBI. Shit, even if you say FBI too many times, it trip them off.
Yeah,
But
I don't think about that stuff.
like if you say well, I'm just saying that because
I
I
should
hope to
maybe though.
make this.
It's smart for me
I
to
hope
learn
to.
that, and it's good to learn that because it is good to a certain degree. It is. But
Yeah, I
regardless
just
of
say that
anything,
because
like
I'm
in this
trying to get
specific
monitored.
moment, it's your channel, and I have respect for you, absolutely 100%. So yes, I
Yeah,
agree with you, and thank you for letting me know. And yes,
yeah, love that chicken from Popeyes. That's what they like you to talk about.
um,
You got to get offline and do what? You ain't got shit to do. It's Saturday.
Listen, yes, I do.
But what you got to do?
It's none of your business,
she's like the best mom in
Quincy.
the world. Duh.
She gotta go to sleep. Let's call
She
a
has to
thing a
take care of
thing.
her baby.
Nah, she gotta go to sleep.
Where time zone are y'all in? Because it's like 6:30 a.m. here.
Yeah, we here. Same time zone.
I'm 2 hours behind you guys. I'm 4:30.
But no, I was looking up Walter Peckler.
Pleckler.
I don't
Plecker.
even give a damn. But like this is a wild type of energy. Mongrels. So he referred to. Am I reading the right one? If I use the word mongrel, right? Mongrel.
How you
Mongrel.
spell it?
Mongrel.
I don't even know that word, and I'm
Oh Jesus! Walter Peckler was obsessed
Mongrel.
with the purity. Should I
It's
continue
racist.
more?
Very
Am I onto something when you
yeah.
say
Yes,
He was
very
you
racist term. Very, very racist. It's
okay?
like saying mixed races. We're talking
eugenics.
about mixed races.
Yes,
Yeah,
yeah,
my
I read
children
that
have
part
mixed
too.
races because the people I had
The
children with are
goal,
not white.
right? The goal of the eugenic science was knowledge of how various traits, were inherited, so that such information could be applied in order to advance human race and preserve racial, superiority. Yeah, that's crazy. I'm reading it wild, and then
Which
Trump
and
used.
racial is a social construct, meaning it's man made. But go ahead.
Of course, of course, but my thing is, all along they trying to call us minority. Oh shit, that's my phone. They're trying to sit and call melanated people minority, so, where they're like they're the majority, right? But well, at this particular time, y'all is the minority. We are the majority. Like, let's call a thing a thing. Y'all about to be
Well,
extinct.
technically, when you look at the whole world, it's more brown and dark skinned people
And
than
that,
it
and, right,
is
and
light skinned people.
that's why I say
And
that the conception of us being a minority is not that no longer. We are the majority. You are now the minority. Like,
so
hello.
so
Like,
there's theories that we came from outer space, meaning brown skinned people. Then
it
there's
don't
theories
matter
that
where
they
we came
came.
from, but we're here and we taking
And
over,
there's
and you
theories
guys
that
are
they
not.
came, and so we're not taking over anything. Maybe somebody else wanted to take over, but
Not
at the end of
spoken
the
in that
day,
sense. But in terms of their eugenic plan that they're trying to construct, I think it's failing, it's flopping. You wanted to keep a race pure, right? You wanted to uphold a superiority vote. Well, most
I don't want to get too deep into that because, for one, ain't no such thing as a pure race. What
there
the?
exactly there isn't, and that's why I'm saying like the agenda, is what they was trying to uphold. But now, as things has changed, time has come. It's not that no longer. What they were trying to, in a sense, what they was trying to like put away in the closet is coming out the closet. Like, it is what it
No, it's
is.
not. Their
Yes, it
plan
is.
working just, and I'm gonna stop talking after this because I don't want to get too deep into it. But their plan working just fine. Go look
No,
at black on black
it was
crime and
working.
shit like
No,
that.
it was working. It was
Ma'am,
working. No,
ma'am,
I'm not going against it was working. Is it working now? It depends upon who's
yes,
left.
it's working. Look at how
It,
many people is suffering
uh,
from disease. Look
well,
at how
yes,
many people
it
who
is.
lives below the poverty level.
That's
Look at
correct.
the crime.
It is working,
Okay,
but
ma'am.
not. But it is working. But let's do. But are we not comparing then to now? Because now
There is
people
no then and now. He was planning for today. What the work he was doing the is what we are seeing today.
are we really? I mean,
It's cyclical. It's not linear. It's cyclical. It's not linear.
it's not linear. What they was trying to do was linear, but it's not no longer. And that part I do fully understand. But you're saying that currently right now it's still in the works.
You can't say that because look at the school system. You can't say that because look at the poverty rate. Look at the crime rate. You can't. I don't want to
Well,
get too
correct.
deep
And it was
into it.
trying. Okay, yeah,
Go
and they
on
was also
Instagram.
trying to get rid of that.
Look
They
at
was trying to get rid of the ill, poverty, crime, and all that. But that's not their agenda. What they wanted to do wasn't achieved, right, to their fullest potential. I don't know, but it wasn't achieved like that because now,
it
as which
depends on it depends on what their agenda was because I don't think that their agenda was meant to erase anybody. I just think it was meant
their
to
agenda was not
control
to
the numbers.
well,
And
correct, and also not to
the
populate
numbers have
the
been
minority.
ma'am, the numbers have been steady. If you look at population numbers, the numbers have been steady all around the globe for years. And this ain't got nothing to do with black and white because this happened in Asian countries, right? Where we
Right,
got
we all been
Orientals and
slaves.
then we got brown skinned people. So it's not
Everyone was slaves.
so
There was white people who were slaves, but people don't want to talk about that. But that's no here nor there. But I'm reading per article or their agenda is is
and
is right
and
there.
and
You know what I mean? And
and this is the reason why I said do your research on your own time
okay,
because sometimes these subjects is hard for us to stomach. Sometimes these subjects is hard for us to just
I
take the
mean,
peek and walk away.
but
And
okay, so
and
if
and there's a thing specifically about me is that I don't believe in the separation of black and white because I believe in the have and the have nots. That's what I believe in because I see and I see white people who is going to jail, who dying from overdosing, all that kind of stuff. Like so there's an illusion of black is white is superior than black, and then if you go to the black community, there's an illusion that black is superior to white, but all of it is just an illusion.
right,
There,
there's no tit for tat in terms of who is superior or not. Because at the
I'm
end of
not
the day,
talking
it's
about
just
you. I'm
no.
talking about the
Well,
conversation.
well, yes, per conversation. Okay.
The conversation always lead to that because that's what they was rooted in.
Well, that's what they want us to dwell on, focus on, be enraged for. But at the end of the day, those who do their research are going to be doing their
So
research.
how about we talk more or less about how you feel right now?
But this is something. Well, me personally, like, yes, I do know somewhat of this. I do. Okay, like I even watched a documentary decades ago that highlighted things that were, to come, and it's happening now. And it's in the video, the documentary that I'm talking about is called The Esoteric Agenda. Now, if you could stomach that, I cried, and then I panicked, right? But fast forward later, hello, we're literally living the times of this particular video. I don't know if it's on YouTube anymore, but that's where I found this particular video. I couldn't find it because I wanted to go back to it and reference because what I seen and heard is literally what's happening now. It's if you could stomach that, power to you. I'm telling you, I would turn it off, cut it off, and cry in a corner because that was
My bad. I was looking at these text messages that I got.
sure did. Going down the rabbit hole, it didn't create, I wouldn't necessarily say fear, but like it kind of made me analyze things a little bit differently where I gotta be cautious from my own. I will love to save the world and do a lot about it, but
And what she was
like,
saying, like all these dates that we was talking about in the 1800s, the bank act of what when was the bank act and when was that?
but if we all as a collective, stand up to the, opposing party,
Nope,
right?
nope,
Um,
nope, nope, nope,
I don't know
nope,
what else to
nope,
call
nope,
it.
nope, 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 nope. We can't have
Okay,
that
if we all
conversation on
stand
here.
together and,
Nope, nope, we can't have that
then okay, well then
conversation
I
on
don't
Yes,
here.
know.
power in numbers, absolutely 100%. Yes.
We can't. What I'm not saying you're wrong, but what I'm saying when we talking about making a plan and standing up versus so the thing is that man, yeah, you might think that these people was nice and soft and they nice little suits and ties,
No one thought that.
but ma'am, but at the end of the day, if you get on this platform and talk about making a plan and standing up against people that's willing to kill to stay in power, you're going to make yourself a target. And I,
Well,
I at
yes.
least want to be able to get, I at least want to be able to get monetized.
Well,
You
okay,
understand what
correct.
I'm saying?
Right. But I was answering a question like I
Okay,
went down
but
a
you
rabbit
gotta
hole
be
and
you
created
but
a
wait,
video.
but you gotta be tactful at how you answer the question
Oh,
because I'm not trying to gather people to do anything. That is not my goal.
no, true. That is not the goal. That is not the goal. Um, but however, okay, well, however, and at the end of the day, I look at everything and it's just sad, But I think that I am blessed, to gain knowledge or the knowledge I did acquire, right? Or the knowledge I'm gonna be doing. I just need to be more mindful and more knowledgeable, you know. I could only save me, right? I like
I feel you.
right.
I'm just saying because that doctor in the discovery was signed in blood. And these people was willing to do anything for that doctor in the discovery.
Of
So my
course.
thing is that if you not ready to grab whatever it is you got to do and do it without talking, then you need to be very careful.
Of course.
Be very careful.
A little bit speaking on this topic, I really try to remember Martin Luther King Jr. and how much I love him and how I am so thankful for him and everything that he did. And one of his biggest messages was not using violence and not using, that like physical pain, and that we are able to make changes without that. And that's one thing I try to remember, if we were going into something that was necessary to remember that. Well, my everyday life really, but more so, you know what I'm saying? I love him so much, and he sacrificed so much, and he fought so hard for that. And I really, really every day of my life try to remember that and respect that, and so that everything that he did and all that he sacrificed doesn't go to waste or doesn't be forgotten.
Um, Again, look at crime statistics. Look at how many young black boys can't read at their grade level.
Ooh,
Let's let's
white
talk
boys.
about the poverty level.
It's
Like
terrible. The poverty
it's a
level
lot of
is terrible.
and so she when she said but everything he sacrificed not go to waste, right? Look at where we at today. And so that's why I really wanted to just focus on what Stephanie was talking about, which was sin. And we when we was talking about people, oh, this is deja vu right now. I've been having a lot of deja vu lately. But when we was talking about people learning better and doing better and all of that stuff, that's where I really wanted to focus the conversation. Now I was just dropping, some little nuggets on y'all just so y'all can have some nuggets because even I don't want to talk about it, but even what Chaley or Chile, I can't remember her name, even what she was talking about as far as getting some money, this goes directly into what she was talking about. The conversation that I'm trying to avoid having with you, Battle of the Twins, what she was talking about directly correlates with this. Like what she was talking about opens up the floor, the floor, the floodgates for this conversation that we have. And that's why I didn't bite on the conversation earlier because I'm fully aware of
Oh,
what she was saying. That's why I told you to look up the amendment, and that's why I
right.
told you to research outlaws
This
because
conversation is good. This conversation is powerful. This conversation needs to be
Hello.
had.
Yeah,
it do
hi.
need to be had, but at what expense? My
Who's in the
life is not expendable.
right?
That's my
Feet.
that's my
Someone's in the chat.
Polynesian
Someone's
persuasion.
in the video.
Oh, it's
That's my
Steph.
Oh, hi,
I know she in the
Stephanie.
video. I added her up here.
Oh,
I had to hit the button.
I can't see. I just see
I
someone
wanted to elaborate because I wouldn't be able to text fast enough.
it's all right. It's all right.
So sin. The reason why I brought up sin because you said that there really is no difference between the animal kingdom and this human flesh.
which, in my opinion, sin is just meaning you miss the mark. So, with the teaching of perfection was lost of Adam and Eve story, we now are born into sin. So we miss the mark of perfection, which is the reasons why morals, self control is hard to attain because
I can't have that
not.
conversation, Stephanie. Because I gotta
Huh?
ask you a question first. I can't have that conversation. I gotta ask you a question.
Why can't you have it? I'm answering the.
Are you
Your,
are you- was Adam and Eve the first humans on the planet?
if you want to read the Bible, yeah, that's the way that the Bible has described it. Yes, Adam and Eve.
So Adam and Eve had who? Who was their
They
kids?
Cain and Abel.
Okay, and then what's the Cain and Abel story?
One brother was jealous of the other brother because of his offerings to the god,
Okay. So what happened
and
after
so
what happened
he
what happened after he killed his brother?
his blood went to the earth, into the ground.
So my question is, when Kent killed Can, right? Because being able means that you can do something. So when I Kent killed Can, did he get married and have kids?
There were incest. That's when incest was allowed because there were no other women really there. Really, so this is what the
So
Bible's
which
saying
is
What
so
chapter?
Cain
I'm
so
sorry.
Cain
What
in
chapter?
so
Genesis.
Cain
There,
ma'am
there was
ma'am
only there
so
there's only
ma'am
there's only.
ma'am
Hold on,
ma'am so
I'm
so
answering her
Cain
question.
have sex with his wife. I mean with his mother. That's what you're saying?
Brothers and sisters, yeah, they probably all
No,
had
no, no, no,
to
no, no,
in
no,
order
no,
to
no, no.
expand. Yeah,
If it was only Cain and Abel and Cain killed Abel, how did Cain have kids?
they had daughters as well. Adam and Eve had daughters as well after they were kicked out of the Garden of Eden. It says it. Trust me.
You got to show me that. I ain't seen.
Now we have to go to the. I think it's the Esther Island where there's a depiction of a melanated being in stone, and those are depictions of humans. And they were here because they're trying to say that the Adam and Eve story is only we've only been here. Humans have only been on Earth for less than 7,000 years. So we have to figure out where this stone carving had come from of a melanated man in the Esther Islands, which is way more than I think they said 30 million years before.
So, so
So,
I took in my religious studies class. I'm gonna tell you something. They got stuff that's older than that. All right.
oh, I know that.
So the theory is that the Earth is 15 billion years old and people is 10 billion years old. That's the theory. But my thing
No,
is the theory, just like just like the Big Bang is a
no, they're
theory.
only saying
Like,
that we've been here for less than 7,000 years.
man, I'm telling you that all of these are just theories because how can people you just said it yourself and that was contradictory. They got evidence of people from 30,000 years ago. How
Yes, I
can
brought that up for a reason.
how can people only be 7,000 years old?
Exactly. So this is why are they teaching this
You know why? Because if you
now?
control the past,
Now,
if you control the past, then you control the future. That's why.
okay. So now, but let's go back to missing the mark. We were created intelligently more so than the animal kingdom. Although we
What's
don't act like we're
what's the
smarter than the
difference?
animals today. At
What's
this
the
point, the
difference?
animals are
True.
smarter than us.
So
Right.
true.
Yep, I agree.
No,
Okay, and
what's
so
the difference?
the difference between of self control is that we would be animalistic and see we're doing it anyway because of the depictions of our songs, of the books, the movies, what we see monkey do. You know, get this girl pregnant, get that girl, get this boy, get that thing, and this and that. So there's that we're teaching lack of self control, no morals. The reason why we're in this mess is because our
So
parents back in the 70s and the 60s have not taught us to
wait,
appreciate our
wait.
genitals.
When
No,
when
listen,
was morals invented? When was morals invented? Because if you want to talk about morals, then morals got a start date.
more
So to say,
exactly. So it would be morals would be if we're just going by biblical, okay? Morals would
but we
be
can't go by
the
biblical
Garden of
because
Adam and
if
Eve.
we're gonna go by biblical, then we got to go by every other religious text.
I'm just okay. Well, if we just go, okay, if we go by the religious teaching of Christianity, okay, let's just say, or any, it doesn't matter. It still be the bottom line, no matter how their Adam and Eve story is, because there's different names, same depiction of how things started. No matter what the names are, what background of the religion. So basically, so you made me forget my point. But
Moral.
morals and self control would be from the beginning of time because we were told not to grab or to be disobedient
Also, what's
and to
acceptable
take the fruit,
socially?
the forbidden fruit.
What you're
That
trying to
would
say.
be self control. Say it
Like,
again.
I think also what's socially acceptable, I think it kind of plays into what you're saying as well. Like way
So
back
when was
when,
society
it may not have
started?
been as socially acceptable for me to dress like a hooker. I would have anyways. I don't care because I like dressing like a hooker. But
So
nowadays,
when
it's
did
much more
society
socially
start?
acceptable, which means more people are doing it.
Well, you're gonna
So
see
so
where
my question, so my question is, morals and dogma go hand in hand with society. So when did these concepts come into play?
from the
Because
beginning of time
because the
they were
beginning,
told.
yeah, but the beginning of whose time and what time?
Look
Well,
at history.
if okay, so you're saying that
This is
okay, so
what I'm
okay
saying is there's
let's
a difference between
let's
world
scratch.
history and biblical history.
You're
That's what
focusing
I'm
more
saying.
on of it being biblical than just a human start. Let's just say the human start. There's
Society.
law. There's even the universe have to obey laws and morals. It can't go from one end to the other, this and that, and do this and that.
Man,
It
what's
has
the
to obey
definition of
what the
a moral?
creator has designed for it to do. Same thing with the sun, same thing with the other planets. Everything has to have some type of law. Everything has to have some type of consequence if they do not follow law. Let's just not even say law. Whatever another good word can be. Moral, it could be self control.
Like
Um,
what's natural. If you
you
look at
know,
animals, like we were just talking about animals, animals normally don't like uh animals don't do shit that we humans do to each other.
well, I know I'm above the animal kingdom.
You know, yeah, we are, but I was just saying, like,
He was making it
Ah,
seem like
what makes you
we're not.
what makes you above an animal? What makes you if
conscious.
like I said, name me an animal that don't eat, that don't sleep, that don't shit, and that don't procreate.
Right,
That's
but
nobody answered that question.
the same way that they have those bodily functions, they were designed that way. We were created with even more caliber of design. That's what makes us better and
And what is that though?
and
Explain it to me.
master.
What it
Hold on, and master over the animal kingdom. We're supposed to have dominion over them. Right now, they are called wild beasts. because the only way that they can be controlled or have some type of self control is if we train them. Same thing with people. We
Man,
have to
okay,
learn and
okay. So
train.
then there's no difference then,
There
because you
is.
gotta learn. No, it's not. If you gotta be trained to have self control, and animals gotta be trained to have self control, then what's the
They
difference?
don't have it to our capacity. They don't have it to our capacity. They still
But
are
we
wild.
also don't have things to their capacity either.
Matter of fact, just like this one lady was talking about how the chimpanzee ripped off that lady's face, but the lady was giving it tea and loved it and clothed it, and she even said a damn monkey drove the car. Okay, and she took her around with her girlfriends. But she ended up giving him psychedelic doses of her medication in his
Okay,
tea.
but
And so
that's an
that
anomaly. That's an
so
anomaly because every animal isn't taken. That's the one isolated
no,
event.
I'm just saying in general that this thing backfired, and he ripped her face off. It was so sad, but the way the lady was saying it was hilarious. But I mean, you have got to admit that you are more intelligent. You can execute self control better than a animal would ever. But lately, it's seeming like animals have more control than we do because of what we have been taught and what we see. Like I was saying in the chat, that in the 70s, in the 80s, if there was a sex scene on a TV, we would have to close our eyes or turn away or go out of the room because the parents weren't taught to embrace bodies, to
Well,
understand
wait, wait, wait,
genitals,
wait, wait. So if humans were so smart, why do we put shit on TV knowing that kids can see it?
because they want us to be just the way we are right now.
How
It's
would
part
that?
of their plan. But meanwhile, they don't let their little boys do that. They're all married with children. They all went to college. They all
So
dress in a they,
are there animals in the animal kingdom that pair up and mate for life?
yes, penguins.
More than penguins.
Absolutely.
More than
Ducks.
penguins.
Yes. I love that. I love that. You find a fucking duck and you stay with that duck. Okay? You don't go out of the circle.
So again, back to
The
sins and
world be a
morals.
better place if we did mimic some things from Animal Kingdom.
Sins and morals was created for the purpose of geoengineering a society. Maybe not geoengineering. What is the word that I'm looking for? It was made to shape society. That's what morals and ethics are for, right? So everything that you're talking about, self-control, this one and that one, those are learned things, right? So the separation is we don't have to go to school to be a person, right? We don't have to go to
No,
school to learn how to be a human. We go to school to learn how to read, write, et cetera, do math and
no,
shit like
because
that.
you can do that at home. But
Now,
again,
now,
they took it
now,
from the
now,
parent.
can I please finish? Can I please
Oh,
finish?
okay.
No matter if you go to school to learn it or you get homeschooled, you still learn these things, and these things only benefit society. They don't have nothing to do with survival.
It benefits your body. It benefits your whole
How?
being.
How does
If
learning how
if
to read
if if like a virgin
benefit your
song,
whole?
listen, hold on. If like a virgin song never came out, and and all the other, and then okay, so first we had in the 80s like a virgin, right? Then they turn around and say basically pop it up and give it to this one, give it to that one, like it's a bag of chips, right? Do you know how many women would have really valued their virginity if they had the moral and the actually action
Can I ask you a question?
to see it, to keep their
Who
virginity
told
and
you,
not give it
ma'am?
out to just
Told you
Tom,
that
Dick, and Harry?
virginity was valuable? Who told you that virginity was valuable?
Your parents or anybody would be
Who
able to
who
tell
taught
you that.
them that? Who taught them that?
You're right. It's a generational. It's like a tradition. You pass that knowledge down.
Yes, and that's where I was
So
going when you were just saying about the like a virgin song. It's like more socially, what's more socially acceptable versus what's
Hmm.
not. That yeah, that's where I
okay,
was
so
going.
when we talk about
And
when we talk about what's socially accepted, then we can't talk about social without society.
but see, you're saying that would you personally benefit if you had these morals and had the traditional hand me downs of what
Whether we had
it
these morals
it
or
would.
not, we will still eat, we will still shit, we will still have sex, and we will still
And guess
sleep.
what? Guess what? No, you would be more careful. You would be more selective. You would be
But
more
why do you got to be more
you would be
selective and
more
more
in better
careful?
health. There's
Don't.
women today that have like these diseases that and they
That's
are
fine. Where did the All right? So if you
actually
want to talk about
had
diseases, where
they're
did they
actually
come from?
man made, but they
Okay,
have
just
they
like
have
morals, but
ruined their bodies. The men's have ruined the
okay,
body. There's so many stories about like men are just passing out AIDS like it's a dental like this dental floss from a dentist.
okay. So if humans were so advanced, then why do we still have AIDS, and why is people passing them out?
Well, that's created for one, and there's always a cure. If you best believe if they're going to create something, you best believe they will have a cure, just like with
So so
any other disease.
if humans were so smart, then why wouldn't they cure it? Why would they create it in the first place?
They want to depopulate. They want to make sure and push the
But if the
agenda of
earth,
same
if
sex.
there's enough space, if there's enough space for everybody to do whatever it is that we need to do, if humans were so smart, then why would we be focused on killing people? Because animals only kill when it's come down to survival.
Well, it's a not even really a money thing. It's more of the people who don't have enough zeros in their bank account and the bloodline that they have. They feel that we are a waste of space. We are taking up their food, their resources, the planet. That's why they're trying to go to other planets. That's why they're giving us GMO while they're cropping fresh fruit and fresh livestock. That's
But
why
all
they're
of this
burning
stuff proves
down our
to me
barn.
that we're no. So all of this stuff continues to prove to me that we are no different than animals.
Well, okay, I can't push my opinion upon you. I hope that one day you can see it a little bit better. But you are only what 33.
The age ain't got nothing to do with it.
Oh, it has a
You gotta hit me
whole
with some
lot.
facts.
It has a whole
No, it
lot, honey,
don't.
to do with it.
You gotta hit me with
Yes,
some
it
facts.
does.
No, 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 no,
Yes,
no,
it
no, no.
does. Because you
You
haven't
gotta hit
lived
me with
life
some
yet.
facts. I did.
You haven't even
Oh,
seen
okay.
life yet.
Okay, that's fine. But hit me with some facts, though.
And that's facts
I
right
like to
there. I've been
learn.
speaking facts on facts on facts.
No, it ain't because you ain't answered not none of my questions, Stephanie.
Well,
You
what else would
haven't.
you like for me to say?
You avoided all the questions about the Bible, all the questions about sin. Every time I talk about
I just told
society,
you what. Well,
nobody
I
answers.
well, you must not have heard
Who
because I
created
did say it.
sin? Where did sin come from? Sin didn't start
Sin
with
is
just
just the
Christian.
meaning of miss the mark. You missing the mark. You're
What's
missing the
the mark?
mark of
What's
self
the mark?
control. If you're going around spreading yourself thin from town to town, you're missing the mark of listening because you rather talk
But
over
if
people. You're
no,
missing the mark of thinking
I'm
that
trying to
you may know everything, but you don't.
No, I'm trying to follow what you're saying
But
because I said that we have the illusion of thinking that we're better than animals, and there is no better. We're no different than animals.
I agree with
you
that in
will
the
you
sense
will
of we
listen.
are not, but not that we're better than
Don't
animals. We are just more advanced than animals.
That
It
we're
doesn't mean
more
we're better than. It
intelligent.
mean
We're
animals
more
are beneath
intelligent.
us.
We're
Animals are
created
amazing. They're
more
then
still part of this world. They're part of the energy. They're part of creation.
because
Everything is worth
how
the
do you
same.
gauge
Like, everything is
intelligence?
worth.
Being able to read and write?
Listen, if we were not at a stature above the animal kingdom, then we might as well just be animals. Even only, even animals have sex, like you just said. But we're actually able to produce. We're actually able to learn. We're actually able to hold ourselves accountable. These things are wild beasts. Okay, they are wild. Wild in its own definition is non-tameable. We are actually tameable. The only reason why that we see that there are people that are not tameable is because of what's in the air, what's in the food, what's in the water, what's in, you know, and so
So was
forth.
people tame before they put the stuff in the water and in the air?
They have probably had even a better, more self control than what we've have today. Yes, absolutely.
So you keep talking about self control, and self control comes from sin
It's
and
it's the
morals.
whole it's
So
the whole
again,
make of the
when
person.
so my question to you is that when did morals be invented? Because they had a start date. I'm asking you these questions because I know what I'm talking about. I'm not asking you these questions just to entertain the chat. I'm asking you all of these questions because I know what I'm talking about. So my
Okay,
question is that
so the
morals and
start of
dogma,
society.
where did
I
it
mean,
come from?
whatever the start of society, whenever they had to basically tell the crowd in order to quote unquote control them or tame them. Like how how back in the day they said if you steal, you get your arm cut off, right? We can't do that anymore, or certain cultures still do that. We call it
Because of morals,
inhumane.
right?
Well, it's
Yeah. Answer it.
instilling
Yeah.
it's instilling the moral compass into you to where you will may think about it the next time. Now, why do they allow hunger? That's another story, in order for somebody to go steal. I personally think that we should not be paying for food, water, or shelter. Okay,
So I want to piggyback on something you said. You said wild beasts can't be tamed, right?
unattainable. Yes, correct. Wild.
So throughout history, have humans ever caught and tamed and trained a wild animal?
It will be a short-lived length of time that animal would have shown any type of tameableness. Like I said, they will turn on you because, and at the end of the day, they are wild. We've seen it so many times at a circus, regardless of the conditions of the animal is in. It does not like to be tamed, so it will hurt you. You have to believe or have a notion that you are in a higher than the animal kingdom because at the end of the day, the animals have sex. They have babies. They leave
The
their
animal won't
children.
be broken. The human race is broken because we have allowed ourselves and we've allowed society to break us. And we need to stop letting it happen. And we need to start building
Absolutely.
ourselves back up.
And that's where the morals and things come in at. And self-control. That's what, and then we can bring it back to the Bible. That's why Jesus taught us his disciples and asked his disciples to pray for a sound mind. You know how many people who don't have a sound mind? That is so precious for you to even have a sound mind these days, or and even to have self-control. It's all over in the pages of scriptures because it was prophetically foreseen that these beautiful gems are broken down and not even foreseen anymore. Even just like love thy neighbor.
Okay. So trying to do something, man. They're not allowing me to share my screen. Why is it not allowing me? Your block screen icon address bar allow access. Why do we keep doing that? What about me doesn't allow? Why can't I share my screen? I'm about to refresh y'all. So if I go out, do I get do I hey, can I get the DJ Jazzy Jeff on that? Remember what I said? Tell me the real history about the Red Cross, and then something popped up. So can I get the DJ Jazzy Jeff on that?
Hmm. Oh, what's going on?
On a lighter note, you guys wish you were at my house for dinner. I just made lobster ravioli with homemade Alfredo and shrimp and garlic cheese bread. Okay, and where's the end button?
Yo, can y'all hear me? So I didn't intend for her or anybody to be kicked out the live. I just wanted to refresh my screen so I can share my screen. It's not allowing me. It's still not doing it. Still not allowing me to share my screen. Your browser blocked your camera. Click the screen icon. Your browser blocked your screen. Click the screen icon in the address to allow. Where is the screen icon? Yeah, so like I was saying, uh before I want so the questions I was asking you, young lady, was for a reason. What did I do last time to be able to share my screen? And so the reason why I was asking you these questions was not to belittle you or not to let you know that I don't care what you say, because you already know, Stephanie, you already know me. Like, it's not an ego thing. So my thing is that I just challenge to see where we are so we can grow together. Um, Still can't share my screen for nothing, man. Oh, duh. There it go. So let me go to Google real fast, right? And so, Stephanie, uh, hopefully you be able to stick around for a minute. I know a couple people leaving out. So first thing first, the definition of morality, right? We keep talking about morals. We're talking about right and wrong here, okay? Principles concerning the distinction between right and wrong, good and bad behavior, right? When was morality created? As early as 40,000 years ago. 45,000 years ago. Where did morality come from? Let's just see what Google has to say about that. So this is going to prove what I'm doing right here is going to prove that this thing about morality does not necessarily make a distinction between us and wild animals. This is just a microcosm, or this is just a kamikaze of brain development. But there is no good and bad when it comes down to animals versus humans. We're not better, they're not worse. Some philosophers argue that morality is not biologically determined, but comes from cultural traditions or from religious beliefs, right? So it's not biologically determined, meaning that it don't come from nature, it's man-made. Because they are thinking about moral codes, the sets of norms that determine which actions are judged good and bad, which are evil. Oh, which are judged to be good and which are evil, right? But the set of norms, right? So the set of norms is saying that okay, this is the set of norms can be thought about as common sense, right? And common sense is only common if we learn it, right? It's only taught, right? So if stealing was bad, right, for you, if somebody made this point, then stealing probably won't be bad for me because I don't come from an environment where stealing is bad. Actually, I gotta eat every night. For me to eat every night, I gotta steal something. So where's the morals at? Where's the dogma at when it comes down to survival? So my thing is that when you talk about that book, right? Remember, I took religious studies classes. I'm just not a YouTube scholar. Like when you talk about that book is filled with allegory and it's filled with a bunch of theory and is filled with a bunch of man-made concepts. But even though humans have advanced, quote unquote, to such great heights, it still doesn't take away from the fact that we still eat, sleep, shit, and procreate. It don't take it away. Like we're still animals. We have an illusion of being different. That in that book, what it was telling you was an illusion. I'm sorry, but it's Kool-Aid. It's sweet, it tastes good, but yeah, is there better out there? Yes. When did human morality begin? Here we go with this social word again. Morality was selected by evolution in our human ancestors in order to promote cooperation and smooth social interactions. Developmental psychologists demonstrated that some building blocks of morality are in place very early in development. What was morality in 1920? Liberalism. Okay, that was so you got to Google liberalism. So let's talk about, did morality exist before Christianity? Boy, Google is on the money today. Morality evolved first, long before religion. So if morality was before religion, then we got to get away from that whole idea about morality being in the Bible and sin and all of that stuff. We just got to throw that out the water. Because if morality was before the Bible, right? We already seen that it said morality started 45,000 years ago. The Bible isn't 45,000 years old. And with that being said, that even blows that theory out of the water that people was only 4,000 or 30,000 years old. Okay, so animal kingdom definition. And I can't see the chat right now. So give me a second. I'll pull up the chat. So you got it. So my thing is that show me what you mean by that. Prove to me what you mean by heavens. Because to me, when I hear heavens, I hear the brain. I hear the higher chakras. I hear the positive polarity of the chakras. So let's look at the definition. Is a basic group of natural objects that include all living and extinct animals. Animals are multicellular, sound like a human to me. Animals are multicellular, eukaryotic. I know the word, but for some reason I can't get it out. Organisms in the biological kingdom Animalia. With few exceptions, animals consume organic material, breathe oxygen, have myocytes, and are able to move, can reproduce sexually, and grow from hollow spear shells, the blastula, during embryonic development. You know, you know, you know, some in history they call uncivilized people beast. Did you know that? Uh, uncivilized people was considered beast, right? So my thing is that what is considered an uncivilized, just like how they call uncivilized people savages, right? Indigenous people, like which you come from, right? Because you come from organic people, indigenous people, right? So my thing is that was they talking about uncivilized people when they said the beast and the fowl? You know that, right? So these Indians, these Native Americans that didn't sign treaties and stuff like that, people who didn't eat with forks and people who didn't wear leather shoes and well, not leather shoes, but who didn't dress in European style, they considered them to be beasts, right? People who wasn't Christians, those was considered to be beasts. Human kingdom, animal. Hominoid within the order of primate, within a class of mammal, within the kingdom Animalia. Wow. Did what we just say about humans? Hold on, man. I mean, what we just say about animal kingdom? Let me kick on that again. No, we don't care about Ellen DeGeneres. You bet not. Ohio football scores. Shout out to Ohio, but I really don't care about that right now. So let's compare and contrast the definition between the two. Animal kingdom definition. See, it's written in Latin. Where's that one definition at? Where? Oh, right here. Animalia. Specific name, animalia. Humans are animalia. We're primates. We're hominoids, but we're primates. I think hominoid mean they stand on two legs. We're animals. So naturally the difference would be was that what we developed school, that we developed money, that doesn't make us better than a quote unquote untamed beast. Because remember, hold on, untamed beast, untamed beast is uncivilized. I spelled that wrong. Human. I think a source to look up beast is Black's Law Dictionary. Since to be human is to be civilized, right? So anybody, so this is why they said the slaves was 3/5 of a person, because you couldn't be considered a human if you wasn't civilized. That means if you didn't read, write, and that means that if you didn't know civics like the law and stuff like that, then you was considered to be barbaric, a savage, a beast. I don't like this though. I'm gonna go to Google. Untamed versus uncivilized. See what I'm saying? Huh, man is by nature a social animal. I thought we wasn't animals. But I like Google better. I like Google better. I like Google better. Oh, y'all done got me started today. Where is the Cheerios at? Ooh, I'm starving. Ooh, I'm woke. Now I might be wrong on this one. I might be wrong, but we gonna Google it. And if I'm wrong, I gotta eat that live. Beast. Black law definition. A monster cannot inherit or own property. Or maybe was it the definition of a monster? A progenitor birth, a human birth or offspring not having shape of humankind cannot. Okay, well, maybe I was wrong on that. Maybe, no, that's the definition of a monster. So what they were saying was, by law, you was considered to be a monster if you was born disfigured. These are the type of people we deal with. Okay, so maybe I was wrong about the beast thing in the Black's Law Dictionary. Let me see. Beast. Uncivilized human. I am starving, man. Wild beast versus civilized human. Beast is sometimes a figurative way to refer to a cruel and uncivilized nature of a person. So in that book, right? And I don't feel like going through it. But in that book, when they talking about you had dominion over the beast, was they talking about uncivilized people or was they talking about dogs and cats? And then when you talk about morals and stuff like that, animals have social orders, right? How do you think that they fight to be who gonna be the dominant male of the pride? Or let's think about ants, for example. You got one queen ant, and then you got all these soldier ants, right? There is a social order. So even in wild nature, there is a social order within the wild. And I keep forgetting that I can't see the chat. Let me unshare the screen. How you unshare it? Stop sharing. She said, just like you don't accept some things about the Bible, I'm not accepting me being the same as an animal. Let's leave it at that. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. I know. So the thing is that I fuck with the Bible. I fuck with it tough. And so I don't take everything literal. I can't do it because I know too much about it. I know too much about the people who wrote it. I know too much about the science that went into it to take everything literal. I just can't take everything literal. But the whole point I'm trying to get to is that there are social orders within animals. See, that was the one I was holding in a cut that I never let out. Right? Every single animal that's social, right? Even solitary animals have a social order. They're solitary. That's their social order. I'm dominant. This is my space. And if you come into my space, either we're mating or we're going to fight for this territory. And I'm going to fight to the death for my territory. That's a social order. All animals have a social order. So it just so happened that we wrote our social orders, our social order, our morals and dogma down on paper. That's all. So my thing is that I'm not saying that I don't like the Bible or I'm a Bible hater or nothing like that, because I love the Bible because it teach you that shit. It's a book about manifestation. So it got a lot of things that go into it. Oh, I wish I had my notes. Ooh, do I still got my notebook from my class? Ooh, if I can find my notes from when I took that class, took them classes, Oh my God, we can really have a conversation then. Man, I done forgot more stuff about religion. Man. But anyways, all animals have social order. They're not under perfection anymore. So what I want you to do is I want you to Google it and give me the scripture and the verse. Give me the verse and whatever, and I'll read it. And I'll, you know what I'm saying? Give me the reference. Give me the reference. But my thing is, why do animals have to act like that? Because to me, if you think about it, they got everything figured out, right? They got everything they need. They don't have to pay a bill. They don't have to go to jail. Like animals got it figured out. Like, are we really smarter than animals, or did we just complicate things for no reason? Somebody tell me something. It sounds like we just complicated shit for no reason. Animals don't got no problem eating. They don't got no problem shitting, right? They don't got no problem being homeless. I don't know, man. I don't know. But like I said, when we look at these Latin terms, right? Because this is Latin right here. Ain't no difference, man. We animals just like them. You were sold a dream and you got caught. Kevin Gates. I don't even know what this is, but I just want to click on it. Hmm. Sold you a dream. That's all. It's okay. Just watch The Matrix a couple times. You'll be okay. Because we lost perfection and Satan took dominion. So, okay. All right. All right. So let me share the screen. But we're not in perfect union. Why do we still have wars? What are we talking about? Like I said, y'all couldn't even see the screen. Look. Somebody said, man, if you really, you're gonna have to check more sources. You're gonna have to check. It's more books out there than just the Bible. Man. A human is a type of animal. I'm sorry. Matter of fact, a human is a civilized animal. So a human is a trained animal. That's what a human is. See, like I said, we looked up the definition of human, and it said human is a civilized person. So a human ain't even the real name of these animals. Look, it said right here, what kingdom are you in? Animalia, chimpanzee, animalia, a bird. Oh, a whale, I'm sorry, animalia, a snake, animalia. It's right there. It's right there. I think I think Satan means adversary, right? Satan adversary. I think Satan means adversary. I think Satan just means adversary. Satan is an adversary. Satan, the word Satan just means so what I want you to do, Stephanie, is I want you to get into exoterrorism versus esoterrorism. Adversary. But even more than that, ooh, I'm happy they said that because they got Hebrew right here. Ooh, so this is going to show you the etymology of the word. See, I don't just look at the definitions of the word. I look at the history of the word, where it come from, et cetera, et cetera. I'm sorry, Stephanie, but you can't scream to be against oppressors and stuff like that and then still read the oppressor's book, right? Because the King James Version was written in 1611. My question to you is what your ancestors was going through in 1611? They've been pushing that we was created from a monkey. I'm not pushing that we came from a monkey. I'm not saying we came from a monkey, but we sure enough do got a whole lot of the characteristics. They're just like a bunch of different fish, right? It's a bunch of fish that look like that look similar, but they don't come from the Hebrew term Satan, or means accuser or adversary. So a Satan is a person who obstruct and oppose. So anybody who's a hater, anybody who try to stand in your way, they're a Satan. See, Satan isn't a person; it's an archetype. It's a personality. It's a character trait. See, these people in the Bible, we gotta research. We gotta research their name and look up the energy that they present, right? Because these people in the Bible are representations of energies, meaning personalities, stuff like that. See, it's much deeper than just, oh, you be born and then you die and go to heaven. No. I'm not saying that that ain't true, but what I'm saying is that it's deeper than that. We all know that the first five books of the Bible comes from the Hebrew, is to come from the Torah. Am I right or am I wrong? We all know that, right? Okay. So since you know that, I want you to get an apocrypher. No, not the apocrypher. What is it called? What is the name of that book? The accordance. What is it called again? Bible accordance. I think that's what it's called. Stephanie. That's what I want you to do, Stephanie. We gonna brighten these things up. They might even have it for you to download in the App Store. So what this is that the accordance is it takes certain words out the Bible and it translate them to Hebrew, to Greek, etc., etc. So you can get the real definition. Because remember, when was the KJV wrote, published, whatever. We're gonna put wrote since I already started. Oh, I'm sorry. I said 1611. 1604. right? So my thing is that society, remember, here go that word again. Society had been going on for a long time by the time this version of the Bible, which is today's standard, right? Oh, it was written in 1604, but it was published in 1611. Okay. That's my fault. They start writing it in 1604, right? So if I am mistaken, man, slavery was very dominant in the world, right? At this time. What was going on in the world in 1611? So what version of the Bible do you read then? Because do you know Cornica Greek? Do you know Hebrew? Do you know Latin? Yeah, yeah, the concordance. Yeah. Yeah, that concordance is a MFer. So like I said, what version of the Bible do you read? Because I'm open. MC Nemesis, who are you? I don't even know who you are. What do you want to talk about? No, okay. Well, if you study Greek and Hebrew and Aramaic, then you know what I'm talking about already. Then you just trolling me because you already know what I'm talking about. If you study those languages and you study older versions of this book, then you already know. So that means everything you said, you were just trolling. Yeah, it is older versions. And so the older versions don't isn't the same. It's a lot of things left out. It's a lot of things reworded. Like it's just not the same. So, like I said, man, when they talk about beasts, they talking about people who's uncivilized. So, was they talking about wild animals, or was they talking about our ancestors that was conquered in blood? Yeah, let's really break down these words because these is people who speak a whole other language that we don't speak. Yeah, and the thing is that it might look like the same language, it might spell like the same language, it might sound like the same language, but it's not the same language. It's not. From the witnesses. So my thing is that it's one thing to read all of these things, but it's another thing to be able to digest them in the way that it was intended. Right? When you talk about exoteric versus esoteric, meaning that there's a general meaning and then there's a hidden meaning behind things. And so if we take everything so literal, then we're going to miss the symbolic meaning of some of the things that's going on in this book. Yes, and we do have to break down the words before and after to get the correct answer. Yeah. So again, like I said, man, a lot of this stuff that's being propagandized, a lot of the stuff that we propagandize is an MFer, man, because it's one thing to just pick up a book and read it, but to know how to read it is a whole nother thing. That's just like how everybody commonly say Jesus Christ. Christ wasn't his name. Christ was his title. Jesus the Christ. Or sometimes somebody say Christ Jesus. So what do that mean? That means he represents an archetype. That means he represents a certain position. That's a title. Just like you have Dr. Stephanie Jeffries or I don't know, Chef Stephanie Jeffries or Stephanie the chef. Oh, you talk about Stephanie the mechanic? Or you talk about Jesus the architect? Okay. Well, like I said, only a fool will turn down wisdom. Only a fool will turn down knowledge, and I'm not turning down nothing. So you can put me on board. I don't. A lot of people, when they come down to these type of conversations, a lot of people want to try to convince people about something. I don't want you to convince me. I want you to teach me what you learned, so I can make my own decision. So I'm open to the knowledge. I'm open for references. You know my phone number. You know my email. Send me some. Take a picture. Send an email. Something. But put me on. That's fine. That's cool. But like I said though, I went to school for this. And no, I didn't graduate. No, I didn't graduate. But I was damn close. I actually need to go back and finish, but I don't need to. I want to, but I don't need. I don't need to. I don't need to graduate. I don't need the degree. I got the knowledge. But yeah, though, like I said, man, you ain't got to convince me on nothing. Just like how I Googled all of these things, and I was willing to admit if I was wrong, if I was wrong. Like what I said, like we ain't even go into society and all of that stuff. Like we just looked at morals, we looked at animal kingdom, human kingdom, we looked at what a beast was, what an uncivilized person was. We just hit the basics. Yeah. You kept, yeah. So I mean, let's do it. Let's break down these words. I make sure I present the info, but it will be your interpretation at the end of the day. No, 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 no. So it's not about my interpretation, right? So when you say things, right, and I ask you, I say, wait, what does this word mean? Then I'm open for you to tell me what it is so I can see what you see. When you say things like beast or morals or sin, right? I want to know what was it mean? What does it mean? I want to learn. Like sin. Like you a lot of people don't know. Sin is demonized, but sin is a god. No, no, I'm open. So my perspective is I'm open to all information. Like I said, only a fool would turn down wisdom. What is that? What God is sin? It was a sin. It was a God named Sin. Not in the Bible. Come on. This is why I don't like Bing. What's his name, man? Look, let me go back to Google. There's a deity where sin is not the full word. Sin is the abbreviated version of the word. There is a deity in another pantheon. I don't know what, but sin is short for something, not sinister. Sin is short for deity named Sin, or sin, or if sin wasn't a deity, then sin was the name of a religion. So in ancient Babylon, let me share the screen so you don't think I'm lying, but it's still not showing me what I thought I was gonna see. But I can show you. I can show you what I look. And I'm not, and this I'm gonna do some research, and I'm gonna come back. So one reference is Sin. Sin is the name of a Mesopotamian moon god who was known by the name Nana and Suin. But that's not what I'm looking for. I think Sin was a whole mythology. In ancient Babylon culture, Sin worship fertility, wisdom, right? So, so Sin was once a god that was. Sin was once a god, man. We don't know that though. But if I sent Senna, it was. Let me see because I think Savan Bomar, Sin. This dude named Savan Bomar was talking about sin, and he was saying how sin was he was saying that sin, I can't remember right now, man. He was saying either that sin was a person who was either a deity, or if it was sin was a mythology itself, just like how we got the Greek mythology or the Norse mythology. I think he was saying sin was something like that, but I can't think of the word. It was sin or something, or sinu, sinu, Sinut, Senate, something, man. I can't think right now, man. But I don't remember him talking about the Norse mythology though. I think it was something else, man. But yeah, so I'm gonna leave it at that, man. I'm gonna leave it alone, man. But yeah, though, man. I just want to say that, man. We just got to be careful. We can't take anything literal, even the stuff that I say. We can't take anything for granted. We can't take anything so literal that we put blind faith. I don't believe in putting blind faith in nothing but optimism. I really don't. Just if you're gonna put blind faith in something, put blind faith in optimism. Besides that, everything else is corrupted, man. That's how I look at it. And that's just me. That's just me. I'm not telling you to be like that, but I'm just saying that's just me, man. I take everything with a grain of salt, man. Yeah. So yeah, one of these days you get your concordance, and we're gonna get this Bible, and we gonna work. We're gonna get this word, and we're gonna work, man, because it's a lot of people that benefit off other people being ignorant, man, and I'm gonna leave it at that. But yeah, man. So Shout out to everybody who been in on the live stream. We've been going on for, well, I've been going for over 6 hours now. But this specific live, we've been going for 5 hours and 43 minutes. So my last live before this one was about an hour and some change, about 90 minutes or something like that. 90 something, almost 100 minutes. Yeah, I mean, the Bibles is cool. You can see the difference, but my thing is that unless you got a concordance or got a Bible dictionary or something like that, we just looking at surface level stuff. And when you have surface level stuff, then we get into argument. Well, not arguments, but we get into conversations about like the one we had today about man being man, this one and this one and that one. Man, it's 7 o'clock here. It ain't no good night. I might take a nap though. But anyways, though, like I said, when we only focus on what's floating at the top, we never really get to what's at the bottom, man. And I don't want to be like I don't want to be I don't like fraud. I don't like fraud. I want the real thing. You understand what I'm saying? Like when I make a juice, when I juice my apples and stuff, I don't want them bubbles on the top. I want the real thing. Like when you make me a sugar-free vanilla latte and you hit it with that little thing, the little spinner thing, I don't care about all them bubbles. I don't need all them bubbles at the top. I don't care about a milk mustache. I don't care about that. I want what's in that cup. I want the juice. I want the substance. And so that's my whole point of asking you what I was asking you about, what does this mean and what do you feel about this? All of that stuff. That's my whole point. Because we can have a conversation, but I just need to know where we at. But yeah, though, y'all, man, like I said, man, we got 4 people here. I will be back in a few hours, maybe 11. I'll say I'll be going live again, maybe like 10, 11, 12 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Um, I will be doing week ahead readings today. Uh, uh, I will be doing the week ahead readings today. Or maybe I can save it for Sunday. Maybe I'll say the week ahead readings for Sunday, even though I like doing it on Saturday. But but anyways, though, like I said, I will be back live in a couple hours. I'm gonna be doing general readings, and you will have your choice of books. I mean of decks, Oracle card decks. So Stephanie, I know you've been waiting on the Oracle cards. Like I said, I had an emotional thing because I just felt like, I felt like she played me a little bit. But at least my thing is that you could have. Well, man, I ain't gonna say that. But I understand. She just opened up her shop and she trying to get every nickel and dime that she trying to get. So I understand. But still, it's like she could have been like, well, you could just download the book online. Something. She could have told me something. But it's been times where I was a coward. I wasn't strong enough to tell the truth about stuff, or it was times where I should have told people, gave people a heads up about stuff, and I didn't. And so I understand that there's different reasons why people do what they do. So I'm not mad at her, but I was just mad because I was really excited about them cards, and I was really excited to share it with the people. And it's like I cracked that open and I was like, damn, I spent my money on these books and I mean on these cars and I can't do nothing with them. And the whole time, me being in my feelings, I could have just got on Google and downloaded the books. Or not even got on Google because they got the little code that you could take a picture of. and it took me to the website. And the only thing I had to do was just go through the different decks that they had listed on the website, and they had the different decks online. They had the books for the decks for free, so it's like, but I'm gonna take some time and probably study the book a little bit. But it's just like so many cards. It's so one deck got like 44 cards, and the other deck got like, I don't know, 50. Either I think one of them got like 40 something, and then I think the other one either got like a couple less or a couple more. But I do know for a fact one of them got like 44 cards in it. So it's like I gotta learn all of them cards, and I know I ain't gonna learn them just all in one whop. But I do want to at least look them over and look at the book. But yeah, though, it's perfect timing, man. It's perfect timing. We expanding, we growing. We got new content on the channel. So yeah, man, it is what it is, man. So uh, I ain't gonna stretch this out no more. I know it's a couple people probably that fell asleep listening to my voice, man. But it's been an honor and a pleasure to have this conversation. Did social media ruin authentic connections? And my answer is no. Social media did not ruin connections. If anything, is making it harder to get some sort of consistency. I'll say that. But we also got to think too, though. Without social media, we probably wouldn't have a lot of the friends that we got. Without social media, we wouldn't have some of the groups that we in, stuff like that. No matter if the group is positive or negative, because of social media, more people got more like-minded people in their circle than ever before. I mean, it's people who passed away lonely before the internet came out because they just didn't have people in their family that they could relate to, or people in their neighborhood, or people on their side of town. And you know what I'm saying? So it was like the internet, for better or for worse, has helped unify people. Of course, there's some dark, sinister things that happen on the internet. Yeah, they probably did, which is cool. It's okay. Look, we just went up to 5 people in the chat. Shout out to the 4 people in the chat that ain't typing. Shout out to all my peeping times. But yeah, I mean the internet has united people in ways of never before. Like no matter what you into, you can find a group for it on the internet, whether you into whatever, animals, jewelry, music, whatever you into, man. It's people out there that's into the same thing you into, and you can connect to them on the internet. So, have social media done a number on society? Yes. But social media has done a lot of good, right? If it wasn't for social media, we wouldn't know some of the stuff that we would know. And if it wasn't for social media, we wouldn't know some of the people that we know. Because believe it or not, YouTube is a social media platform. It's just based off of videos. Instagram based off of pictures, and Twitter based off of, short sentences or short paragraphs. But yeah, though, man, I don't know. Now that I'm looking at it, I kind of want to stretch it out to 6 hours. Fuck it, why not? My first 6 hour live. But yeah, man, it is what it is, man. At the end of the day, I can't blame social media, because if we blame social media, then we gotta specifically say, okay, on this date, at this time, social media did this, this, and this. And I'm sorry, but we just can't do that. Like I said, it's been a million different things, from culture to pornography to a whole bunch of shit, man. It's just a whole bunch of stuff that All right, Steph, hit me up. Let me know when we gonna do this thing. Cause I be making posts and stuff, and people don't be responding to the posts. So I want to get the people what they want. I ain't trying to waste my time. Shit. But yeah, though, man, it is what it is, man. So any last questions, comments, or concerns? Why is this shit at 2 times playback speed? I didn't do that. This definitely not the live. That's funny. I don't know what to say about that because some people do, some people don't. Uh, but I know I've been shadow banned for a while, so. But yeah, if you go to my page though, you see some content. I know you said you've been watching some of my old content, but yeah, though, man, it's definitely content. Look, 555 on the live. I'm gonna catch it at 5 hours, 55 minutes, and 55 seconds. I don't know how to screenshot on my computer, but I'm gonna catch it. You got a new phone? Well, if you got a new phone, that shouldn't matter because well, maybe you got to turn your notifications for YouTube on because I know for me, I don't have my YouTube notifications on, so a lot of people don't. A lot of people when they go live, or I don't have the sound on my phone a lot, so YouTube sometimes YouTube be sending notifications and I miss them. Three, two, one, 55555. I just got it. 55. I just saw it, y'all. Oh, it was 6 5s because it was 5 people in the chat at the time. Now it was 6 people in the chat. Look how them numbers lining up, man. 6 5. Samsung S24. Okay. Oh, so you don't got an iPhone no more? I thought you had an iPhone. You switched up to Android. Yeah, I had an Android. I had got my first iPhone in 2000 like 20, something like that, 2019. And so I had an iPhone for a few years, and I went to Android, and I just didn't like some of the stuff they was doing, like as far as like privacy and you love Android better. Yeah, I like Android, but I don't like the privacy thing. I feel like there's too many integrated apps. Like for example, the one phone that I had, I was doing DoorDash or something, and I opened up my GPS, and they had the name of the person that I was talking to in the GPS app. Like I didn't like that. Like I don't need you to tell me who I'm talking to on in the GPS app. Like like it's just certain things I just want separate. Like I don't know. Like it's just a lot of things that I don't like, man. I feel like Android violate privacy. I mean, all of them do too, man. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm gonna be sticking with what you're calling for a while, man. What's happening there? What's happening there? All right, Steph. All right, man. We got 7 seconds left until my first 6 hour live stream. Boy, man, I didn't put in like 7 hours today, 8 hours in, man. This is crazy. Man. Yeah, I know one day it's gonna add up for sure. But yeah, man. I'm gonna try to, man. But yeah, though, man, I did it. 6 hours in, and I'm still going strong like Donkey Kong. But yeah, though, man, it's been an honor and a pleasure, man. Like I said, peace, love, health, and wealth. Anything else, put it back on the shelf because I ain't buying it. Peace.